And we are live. Boom. We are live. Yes, and we are unsupervised. Welcome to Unsupervised Saturdays. Wow. Man, I look like I'm fat or something. I did eat a lot today. Welcome, everyone. What's up, Sophia? How you doing? Good to see you. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. What's up? What's up? Welcome to Unsupervised Saturdays, folks. I know the shirt, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's a clean shirt. Shout out to Will. Thank you, Will, for getting me this shirt. I got this from, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. I think I paid for this? I think I did. Who else we got in here? Let's see. Teresa. What's up, Teresa? How you doing? Good to see everybody. I hope you had I hope everyone is having an excellent weekend. All right. Let me go ahead and drop this. Miko Wolf. All right. Everybody's piling up in here. What's up? What's up? Yeah. Unsupervised Saturdays. That's what's up. All right. I have to do my due diligence and copy this onto my phone. Right. And then, of course, my phone is being, I'm smart viewing. Is it called smart view? I think. What's up, Cajun Prepper? What's up? I got what's up? Oops. Now I've got this on my big screen so I can see chat. Yeah, it's crazy. Boom. Here we go. Show the comments. Let me see if I can get this just right. Got to get this just right. HTTP. Yeah, I got to do this. HTTPS. Boom. Boom, boom. / STREA. StreamYard.com. Right? And then we got some weird shit. The /P&G 9. Another G, 34, S, 22, F. That's it. Boom. See if that works. Boom. I guess it works. Hell yeah. I can do stuff. I did it. Hey, folks. Dr. Phil, Rayanne, Dusty Country Roads, Cha-Cha, Ace, Lady Blue Cha, is that your name now? Lady Blue Cha, Cha. I'm always going. I'll just call you Cha. How about that? Cha for short. Cha for short. Yeah, yeah. Cha changes his names all the time. It's great. Hey, everybody else does too. Grouchy, right? Kentucky. He was Kentucky Survival. Sophia used to be Sophia. Now she's Parkside. What's up, Parkside? Bingo! Hey, you win. Right? Probating parents, lawyers. Ooh, that sounds messy. Skull, everyone. Skull, and welcome. Welcome to Unsupervised Saturdays. What, Jab Neo in the house? Oh, yeah. Some nice hot coffee, fresh, nice hot coffee going on. Not naughty ACR. What? Naughty? Not. You're very, very naughty. Oh, really? Cha-Cha? Damn. That sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah, you gotta switch it up. So yeah, Lady Blue. What's up, Lady Blue? I'll play along. Right? Or Crazy 8088s. 888s. Just confused the stroke guy. Yeah, he's like, what? What's that? Ooh. Right. Welcome, everyone. Hope you had an excellent Friday. I didn't do lackluster Fridays. I didn't want to do it. Yeah, that's right. There you go. Mud Butt. Change your name to Mud Butt. 88 Mud Butt. 888 Mud Butt. There you go. Oh, eternity. I see. That's right. Well, sideways. Yeah, sideways. Yeah. Daniel Berry Sports and Highlights. Happy Saturday. Hello, everyone. Right. Hello, hello. Welcome. Yes, I like mud butt. Skull, everyone. Skull. Oh, man. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Eternal mud butt. Right, oops. That's what's up. Eternal. What's up, Rayanne? Yeah, it's funny. I seen all y'all this morning over at Hutch's. And I think it's great. We got this little like howdy neighbor kind of thing going on. Howdy neighbor, right? You know, everybody kind of just sees everybody in all the other chats and all the other live streams. Uh, yep, Cola. Excuse me, I am sorry, royalty princess Mudbutt, indeed. Right, Princess Mudbutt, indeed. Yes. What the hell? Who am I then? What? Wait, am I King Mudbutt or am I like? I don't want to be king. It's good to be king. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know, like Knight Mudbutt, Executive Mudbutt, Revenge of my shorts. Hold on. Got to make you blue there. Blue. Revenge. Yep. Boom. Revenge of my shorts. What's up? What's up, Joe? What's up, Eric? Welcome. I got blue now. Oh, Camo Carl. What's up, Camo Carl? How you doing, man?
What a shaking, Shad.
Damn it, Lady Blue. I am not. I'm bacon burning Mudbutt. Okay. I see.
I'm echoing.
That sound good on mine? Huh? What?
I hear an echo.
Echo?
I
do not.
Here, let me see if I can fix it in my settings.
Chat, how does Carl sound? It sounds good on my end. Carl, continue to speak words. What's up, 101? Mother Freedom, what's up?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Indeed. 101. Oh, she's saying 1. Saying hello to 10.
I can barely hear anything, Shad.
Really?
Yep, I'll be back.
Okay, we'll be standing by.
Drop the link for me again, and I'll be back.
Okay. Boom, and boom. Perfect timing. Right, there we go. And I can just drop it anytime. Right. Yes, sir. Boom, there you go, folks. Camel Carl. Boom. I did some shit. Today. How many of y'all took a nap today? How many of y'all ate 1 to 2 meals today? How many of y'all went to the gun range and didn't shoot? Oh, all right. Stand by. Boom. Gotcha.
Now I can hear you. No echo. Can you hear me?
Standing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 5x5.
Yeah, man. At least here, what's the chat say? You know, sometimes when you go on somebody's panel, they turn your volume down. So the next time you go on somebody else's panel, your volume will be turned down, or your echo cancellation, or all these settings could be different.
Okay. I'm checking out your mic settings. You have echo cancellation, reduce mic background noise, and your mic volume is all the way up to the max.
Is that working though?
Yeah. Sounds good to me.
Right on. Am I deafening chat? Let me check on that.
I don't care. They got a volume button. They can turn it up or down. Right? You know, that's how it works.
Right on. How the heck are you, man? I'm tired. I've been working all day. You did too, didn't you?
Man. No. No, dude. I woke up, see my day. I woke up at 8. No, I woke up around 6. I woke up around 6. I fucked around, got some coffee, and about 8 o'clock I went out for breakfast. Came back, took a nap. Kind of. I was like watching a movie, going in and out of consciousness. I kind of like to do that. Took a nap, got up, made more coffee, and then I went to the gun range because I needed some accessories for my shotgun and all this stuff. And I got a new spring for my pistol, my suppressor, and then while I was there was a food truck there, and I got freaking number 64 shrimp fried rice with steak and chicken and all this stuff. And I ate that and then took another nap. And then, yeah, here I am. That's my day.
It sounded like a good day. I mean,
It was actually. Yeah.
I left the house. I left here today too, man. And I'll tell you, you ever notice that every time you leave your place now, you spend like $300?
I did pretty good. I did pretty good. I spent less than $100. Yeah. I think I spent like $40.
That's probably what I spent about today too. But usually it's more, man. It was like, come on, man, $40 for 10 gallons of gas.
Oh yeah. I have the Zoot, which is a rice burner, a Nissan, and I filled it up last week, the beginning of last week, and it has not come off of E yet. It only has a 13-gallon tank. Yeah. So. Yeah,
I hear that they sent the first 2 destroyers went through the Strait of Hormuz, and that they're opening it up. I think they're clearing it, man, and he's going to take control of it himself. What I'm hearing.
Yeah, it looks like it. Well, I need to shout out Mother Freedom, Mrs. Metal, Michigan Outpost. Yeah, and so they've got it mined, right? But it's they don't know where all the mines are. Yeah, maybe.
What Navy is best suited for that than any other?
Yeah, that's true. We can definitely find them. I don't know what they would do. Like I don't know about mine clearing. How, do you identify them? Do they try to dismantle them, or do they just blow them up? I think that's what I would do. Just boom, right? Create a fucking explosion. Canogen, what's up? Uper, what's going on? How are things on the Uper territory? Y'all got a little bit better weather than us. Probably still going through winter.
No, today was beautiful, man. Sunshine, like almost 70 degrees. It was perfect.
Wow. It's been like 40, 50 degrees today.
The Upper Peninsula is always different. If he's a real Uper, he could be up there.
Yeah, he is.
For all I know,
Uper is still winter. It's still winter. Yep, still winter. I'd like to check that place out, man. I bet it's wild country, dude. Just beautiful country.
What, the Uper? Oh, dude. Look, I go up there every now and then, and this is the only place I know where you can get on 2 tracks and just drive all day long and never see nothing, nobody, no roads. In parts of that place, it's just 2 tracks in the middle of nowhere. It's wonderful.
Wow.
Miles and miles of them. You can go like 100 miles on 2 tracks and shit, in just a straight line. Lots of ones off the sides. You know what I mean? It's pretty kick-ass. Oh, actually, I haven't been up there in a while, but I guarantee they ain't paved those roads.
They don't want them paved, because that kind of invites people to get lost up there. Go, oh wow, hey honey, this is a nice piece of land. Yeah, dude, should I buy it? Yeah, let's build a house or condominium or no. Get the fuck out. All right.
The coast up there, they call it pictured rocks and stuff. It's pretty scenic on the coastline, the lower part of Lake Superior on the Upper Peninsula. That's pretty a spectacular ride. If you ever do go up there, try to hug the coast at some point because it's scenic as it gets.
Wow. I remember when I was going through North Dakota. I wanted to check out the lakes. I didn't do it. I took another route.
Dakota.
I was going I was going somewhere else. I was going to I was trying to get to California, but I don't know, or Utah. I forget where I was fucking going, but or why he was even going. I forget. But I know I went through the story above North Dakota. Is I went through there and I stopped at some fast food restaurant, and I said, "Hey, I want a number 6 supersized with no pickles." That's how I said it. I was like, I'd like a number 6 supersized, no pickles. And the lady was like, "What did you say? Could you repeat that again?" I was like, "I'd like a number 6 supersized and no pickles." And then dead silence. And then a man came on. "Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me what you really want? And please pronunciate slowly." I was like, "What the fuck?"
It was that AI, wasn't it? It was AI, wasn't it?
Dude, this was like in the 90s. There was no AI.
Oh, I thought you meant recent. Because there's like Checkers. The burger joint Checkers has had as an AI speaker system that,
It's crazy, man.
a year ago you'd go up there and it would never get it right. I'm talking, it would be, okay, then somebody breaks in and takes your order like a normal one, a human being. But
What's up,
over
Faith?
the last year, that AI order taker right there on the speaker now has gotten to where it can even understand me, and it's getting shit right. So it's gotten better, Shad. It's evolving.
No, yeah, I feel you. That's crazy shit, man. Yeah, I can imagine that. Like the Star Wars, the bartender. "Do you want a shot of tequila?" "No, I would like
No
some water,
droid.
please."
There's
You
no
know.
droid allowed.
But no, I actually got to meet them. Of course, at the checkout, and they were just like, "Hello, sir." I was like, "What the fuck? This is for real? Y'all really talk like this, huh? What's up, Rabbit Skull?" Okay. Uber's doxing himself. 117 miles of 2 tracks here. Wow. It's called.
Yeah, see that he knows.
And Chad is all about pickles. What's your favorite pickle? Do you like bread and butter pickle, or do you like dill pickle?
If I gotta eat a pickle, it's gonna be dill. Oh, the sweet ones. The best way to use those sweet ones is just throw them right in the compost pile.
Yeah. I like food, but I prefer a dill pickle, or if it's a bread and butter or a sweet pickle, I want it spicy. I want it hot. Like I want it's like fucking sweet but hot. Those are good.
Yeah, I used to get those at some gas stations. Do you remember the ones that would come in the plastic clear little, you know, almost like a beef jerky, but it was a hot pickle? Do you remember
Oh
those?
yes, yeah, yeah. Oh my god, and it had a pucker factor because there's so much vinegar. You're just like, oh, your mouth just draws up. You do the heebie-jeebies. You're shaking. I get the heebie-jeebies. That's why I like the dill pickle. Uh,
Oops, is just messing with me now. I haven't had chow chows. There was two
Chow chow.
little elderly ladies that used to make me chow chow, and they're
I
both
love
gone.
chow chow. Mm, Skull. Love me some chow chow. Yep. Chow chow, black eyed peas and cornbread. Yep. That's the shit. Or I'm sorry, pone. Y'all call it pone. We just call it regular cornbread. You gonna eat your cornbread? No, it's got chow chow on it.
You see those cast iron things that got like the shape of a corn cob in them, and
Yeah,
you can make that's. I like it when you do them because it's like more browning. You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
more
It crisp them
crispy
up.
outer.
Mm.
Yeah, it's more crispy outer per soft center. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you take one of those, man, the corn, right, and slice it, stick like 3 sticks of butter in there, and there you go. Boom. Right. No, not at all, Teresa. Uh, didn't take long at all. Food porn is always on our minds because you know what? We eat good around here. We eat good in the neighborhood, and I think that's a prepper's thing too, right? You
Well,
know,
I mean, what? Being unsupervised in the kitchen? I love that shit.
right? Yep. Like I'm gonna cook. Y'all watch out. Nunya, Texas makes the best chow chow. Ooh. Does chow chow make chow chow? I don't know if Oregon knows how to make chow chow. I don't think so. I think I don't know. I don't know. Who makes the best chow chow? Who
These
makes the
dead
best
little
chow
old
chow in the United
ladies.
States?
It was them dead sweet little old ladies I knew, and they did make a couple kinds. They'd make like regular, and then they'd make smoking hot. You know what I mean?
Mm, yeah. Ooh.
Cauliflower in there, all kinds of things. You never. That was good stuff.
Yep. That's North Carolina chow chow, right? Ghost. Right. So yeah, that's North Carolina. I'm from Tennessee. So I gotta represent chow chow from Tennessee. Yes, Nunya, Texas. Boom. Your ears, you heard it. We're talking about chow chow. And here you are. Yeah,
I'm
cowboy
from
candy over chow
Michigan.
chow. I mean,
You
you
know
can
what?
put cowboy candy in chow chow. Okay,
Right, but I'm
it's
from Michigan. I'll eat any of that.
yeah, absolutely.
We don't have that shit up here. You guys out west and down south got the best food there is. Up here,
Mm.
go to it, right. It's like a Mexican going to Taco Bell. All right, that's kind of like what it's like.
So GG Gardens, GG Gardens makes a mean chow chow. I want to make some chow chow now. Hmm.
Well, is the mean chow chow the hot stuff? 'Cause that implies it might be the hot version.
It could be. I don't know. I don't know. Everybody representing on that chow chow. So we might have to have a chow chow taste testing, chow chow challenge. Miko Wolf, if you don't know what chow chow is, you need to try it. Just, yeah, it's like a relish. There you go. It's a relish medley of all kinds of different
Bigger
stuffing.
chunks. Relish is smaller pieces. Chow chow is bigger. You can grab a
Yeah,
hold of stuff. You know what I mean?
Independent Mini Unite. You can actually eat chow chow with chopsticks. Yeah, there you go.
Well, you
What's up,
can, but I
Independent
ain't
Mini
going through
United?
that nonsense.
Canadian doesn't know what it is. It's kind of a relish. I that's the closest I can say is what it is, but it's not.
All right, I'll tell you the
Uh,
truth. I can use chopsticks, but what I'll end up, man, I'd end up sharpening a point out and just stabbing it.
there you go. Uh, I miss green chili. I guess it's not a thing out there. Best life
Ooh,
out here.
I haven't even heard
Green
anybody
chili.
mention that in years and years. Green
Green
chili.
chili. Green chili. Yes and no, Miko Wolf. I don't know. Chat,
You
tell
got to
me.
give it to Texas, man. All right, because they've had all kinds of competitions and shit, and they're well known for being the chili champions. You know what I mean? Which is natural. They should be
I
that way.
mean, once again, Tennessee and Memphis. Memphis is representing. I have to say. I went to the Memphis barbecue thing and I went to the chili cook-off thing there, and that was pretty damn good. And
Yeah,
yeah,
you
the
see, I've
Memphis
never
boys know
even
how to
heard
make
of
some
it.
good chili.
And I'm sure you're right. It's really good, but I've never heard of it. Everybody's heard of Texas chili. So, see, by that, they
Right.
default, they win.
Mm.
Tennessee might have the
Papa's.
second best chili. Who's got
Bam.
the
Papa's
second
place.
best chili?
Papa's Farms.
Yes.
Papa's, what's up, Papa's? What's up, Rip Curl? Papa's Farms in the house. He is back on the mean streets of YouTube and meaner than ever. I mean, boom, spitting knowledge, spitting facts, spitting truth. Welcome, Papa's Farms. I guess I should be dropping links and shit, right? Yeah.
I mean, if you can. And
Duh.
Wendy, I mean, everybody who said hello to me, I'm sorry. Hello, everybody, all at once.
Oh, we
I
get to
see there's
talking. It's like, shut up. What's going on in the world? Who cares? Me and Chemical Car are talking.
Beth Knives is in there, and Coyote, and Sophia, and the Dusties are in there. Teresa, holy moly, they're all here. There's
Oh yeah.
Billy, Cha-Cha, Rip, and it's good to see you back around here, Papa. I see a lot of people
Yeah.
feel that way too. Faith,
Oh
I
yeah.
know a couple faiths. Is that the faith we know, or is that the other faith? Um, Kanan's in
Uh,
here.
yeah. Fave takes you far. No, it's not. It's not bat. It's not bat brick. Not bat shit crazy face.
Okay, and I guess there's probably three of them.
Yard birds. What's up? Thank you, Papas. Thank you. Glad to see you. Glad. I'm just. I have to. I have to. Just. I love your journey, Papa's Farms. I love your journey, and I don't know. Acetine, what's up? Back in the saddle, Saturday saddle. Okay, I like that, Acetine. I'm digging your journey, right? If y'all haven't watched, I've been watching Papa's Farms for years, man. And the guy like he just does his thing. Like I'm gonna, he goes out there and goes, I'm gonna build something, boom, and he builds it. And he did that shit for years, and now he's long in the tooth and long in the beard, and he's he's at home. He's at home and he's chilling, right? And a little bit older, a little bit wiser, and so I hope to age as gracefully as you are, Papas. But I
Oh,
also I
Papa.
say this in reverence.
You making him sound ancient. How old is Papa? You're making him
I,
sound like
I
he's 100.
okay, so yeah, he's old, right? Yes, I get it. Yes, but I also know he's still that 18-year-old kid inside that body. I know that he's still
I
that
didn't
guy.
think he was that old.
Yeah, y'all check out Papa's Farms, Papa's Place. Thank you. Dropping that link. Dropping that link. Yeah, when Papa speaks, everybody listens, right? It's like stop what you're doing, listen, right? Because he about to drop some knowledge on you.
I don't think
Look,
I've ever
Gradient
seen
33.
that on YouTube.
Papa is Gen X. That's right. Gen X. That's right. We Gen X strong. Man.
Well, no, wait a minute. Then he's not that old because boomers were up to 1964. Gen X starts in 65.
Oh, well, I don't know then. Yeah, definitely sub up to Papa's Farms and check out his archives. Epic talks, epic conversations. Real shit, real deal.
I subbed to him for years too. Are you a boomer?
Yeah, right,
Papa?
right, Papa. Young man, old soul. Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah, I'm an old soul. Yeah, young man, old soul. Yes, sir. Uh, Proud to be. Faith says she's proud to be a boomer.
I think the trick is never to fully grow up.
It's. I think there's something to it. It really is. Yeah, yeah. Because adulting sucks. It really does. It sucks the life out of you. It sucks the soul out of you. You're just like, man, I got to do bills. I got to do taxes. I got to do paperwork. I got to do these certifications. I got to do all this crap. I gotta. What's up, Ad Jack? Papa's Place. He's giggity. What? What? Say that again. Hold on. Let me find that shit. Here we go. And let me get my old man spectacles on here. Yes. He's giggiting cat in a hat, catting and petting puppy gators. Damn. And shout out, hey, cat in a hat, cat without a hat. Let's go.
Back in the 1900s, as kids, we just had flashlights and we liked it.
1965 starts Gen X.
Right. That's what I said.
Okay. Yeah, you said 64 or yeah, what? I forget. I'm learning.
I'm just saying, you guys are all calling Papa old and shit, and I might be the same damn age, all right? That's why I was trying to zero in on this. What the hell?
What's up, G-Mall Nana?
What's up, Nana?
Right. I'm from the home. Yeah. Yeah. It's Jello night here, Yardbirds. Green. We're getting green Jello. Tomorrow night is tapioca.
And then before the boomers was the greatest generation.
Who were before the boomers?
The World War II era to Korea.
What generation are they called?
That's what they're called, the greatest generation.
Oh, the greatest. Okay, so the greatest, then the boomers, then the Gen Xers.
Pretty much. That's how I've always heard it. I don't know what you call, I don't know the rules on the millennials and all that stuff now. The modern ones, I didn't keep up on. Papa says he's just a puppy. No,
So
I don't know
Rip
about
Curl.
that. That bridge says otherwise there, Papa. I might be older, but you ain't much far behind.
I'm a puppy compared to Carl. Rip Curl, I just bought a spring, 15 pounds spring, and I just installed it. I've got my 20-pound spring in here. But yeah, I just installed the 15-pound spring. And that's what I'm going to do tomorrow is take the suppressor out for a run and take it down to the referee, take it down to the range, see if it works. It's got to work. If not, then I go down to a 10-pounder. Or I play with the different weights of the fucking bullets, right? I don't know. We'll see what happens. I get this thing running.
Sounds like a good time to me, all the way around.
Oh, I tell you what, Yardbirds, I got two actually. I got two shadow systems. I can't show them, obviously, but I got the what are they, the DR920s. Yeah, I got the first one. I got the first. It's a black one, DR920. Just it's got true glow sights on it. That's it. It's kind of like my duty pistol, if you will. And then I got my Gucci DR920, which is it's got the suppressor on it. It's got the red dot. It's got the light. You know, it's got the little. It's fluted. And it's got a twisty barrel, and you know all this shit. It's got all the bells and whistles on it. So you know. For relatively the same, it's the same kind of pistol, really. It's just a more modern version of the DR920. Yeah. Oh, come on, Papas. I was at 37. Now I'm at 26. So I've actually lost a lot of people. They were like, this fucking idiot again. He's talking shit. Yep. I did. I did, Teresa. I did monetize. Is it not there?
You got monetized?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been monetized for a while. I don't know. I don't know where the buttons are. Super chats and all that shit. I don't know.
I don't ever do that because they won't let me use PayPal on that. You got to have a credit card and all that shit hooked up to be able to do anything like that.
Yeah, you do, and you got to literally like, yeah, I don't have the options. No shit. Maybe I'm not monetized. No super chat, no sticker button. Damn. What the fuck?
Maybe there's something you got to turn on or activate. Some button you got.
I didn't have to before. I mean, I didn't have to before. It was just there. Yeah, it was just there.
Well, maybe you got slapped.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't know how to fix any of that. Nope. Don't know. Oh well, don't care. I got a Cash App. There's Cash App. Cash App's in the description if you want to send money.
No, I've heard that when you have one of those, that you like, if somebody gave you $3, you're gonna get like $1.50. All right.
It's like 40% or something. I've posted. It's in the description. Still in tree. And don't send me any money. No, I'm not gonna post it. You know what? Fuck that. Okay, I'll post it. Whatever. There it is.
I've also heard that in order to make money off of the channels, you got to have like tens of thousands of people viewing it or something.
Oh yeah, and you got to play ads in the middle of the fucking live stream, and You know, it's people got to watch the ads and all that bullshit. It's stupid.
In the last few months, Shad, the most ridiculous thing, I don't even think they know what's going on, but these people that I happen to know are like, have been all along anti-vax. They're they're playing vax commercials on there, right on them. You know, it's like look in your face.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the thing about you'll be talking about a discussion or having a discussion about a topic, and literally the ads will pop up contradicting everything, right? You know.
Yeah. Yes, some of them even put up a warning or something. I remember seeing those too.
Damn. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they'll do warnings. They'll say, okay, they kind of imply that you're spreading misinformation, and they'll say, by the way, Wikipedia says that this does not exist. Right? This is a conspiracy theory, you know, or some shit.
Yep.
A Japanese food channel. I mean, you know what? I mean, if I had an editor, if I had a, you know, I hate Thomas Farms. I hate it.
Now that I think about it, I think we are supervised.
Oh, totally. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. That's why you guys say, fuck you. I'm going to do what I want. It's interesting, too.
Tell me.
Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me. I don't listen to that band anymore. By the way, fuck them, the communist bastards.
Wait. Back up. Tell me why, and I won't either.
Oh, they're communist.
Okay.
Literally, they're socialist communists.
I'll bet I don't even know the band. I think I know the song.
They're total sellout. Total sellout. Rage Against the Machine. Oscar de la Rocha, I think his name was. Yeah, he's absolutely fucking socialist. And he got kicked out of the band because he was too wild and too extreme. And then what happened was that Rage Against the Machine literally sold out to the social to the entertainment. Sold out to the machine.
They've tried. Yeah, they were total bullshit. They went exactly. They sold out.
I've seen them too, man. I've seen them at a Lollapalooza in North Carolina, and it was like fucking badass show. Oh my god, it was amazing. But no, I'd fuck them. Fuck them.
Well, I feel like the same way about other bands because I know shit about them too, and it's like, yep, I'm done. So I'll just add that to the list.
One of my favorite bands, which I watched grow up, was Red Hot Chili Peppers. You know, I loved everything about them. Loved it. Loved everything. Loved all their music. But you know what? Yeah, Anthony Kiedis is a fucking chomo.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So that's even more disturbing because there's a radio station here in Flint, and it must be fucking mandatory that within every 10 songs they play, they got to play a Red Hot Chili Pepper song.
Yeah, think about it. He's all in the list, in the epi list. The song, the video, the thing that came out, Blood, Sugar, Sex, Magic.
But I saw Steven Tyler there. See, I didn't know that, but I saw Steven Tyler there, and ever since, until I know what the fuck that's about, I used to love Aerosmith, man. When early in the '70s and shit, like the first albums. Those, man, I grew up with them, but I won't fucking listen to it now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like. He's definitely in that group. I don't know any dirt on him. But yeah, I know about the keys. I don't know
either, but just the idea of it, it's like I tried to tell people. It wasn't so long ago, Shad, in kind of a satellite community to this one, a pretty big one. There used to be a guy who used to come up on the panel with us all the time, and he was funny and he had jokes and all this stuff, and people really celebrated his arrival. But turns out he was a fucking chomo, and he was hiding it while we were talking about fucking hanging chomos and shit, and here he is fucking right there in the midst of us. I saw the police reports myself. He dipped out and vanished, but he was in other communities like nothing ever fucking happened, and it's like you can be associated with somebody like that without even fucking knowing.
Text me the name. Text me the name. Don't tell me the name. Yeah, text me it.
Well, Andy knows too. I'm sure there's a lot of people. I'm not gonna say the name, but I'll tell you later. Yeah, I will. But
Yeah,
it's
text
just
me. I probably I know of two. I know of two.
well, then we'll just share him. Because
Yeah, yeah. One
you
of
know,
which is the name I will
it
never say
pisses me
again.
off because I sure as fuck wouldn't be on a panel with one of them motherfuckers if I knew about it.
Right. I mean, I makes me want to take a vacation to wherever
Yeah,
their general vicinity. Rush was a rare exception. I mean, and that's the thing is like the older I get, all that music I listen to, I'm like, I mean, like I can hear it now. Like Metallica, I can't listen to Metallica anymore because they drink the Kool-Aid too, right? They everything they talk about, everything they sing. Right, Papa's hit the like. Please don't be a chomo. Don't be a chomo. Yes. All chomos need not breathe my air. Okay. Yeah. So the older I get, the more I find out about these, the EOs, the elite occultists, and this, the entertainment, industry, and how fucked up it is. Right. I mean, they do some fucked up shit, man. You know, and the more I'm like, nope, I don't want any part of that. Fuck that. Yeah, Pink Floyd talked about them. I mean, so there was a lot of bands in the '70s and the '80s that were
I
trying
just
to.
think something. I think something's really wrong here. Like back, 100 years ago, let's say, and even in the 1800s, if somebody did that to somebody's kid or family, no
Oh
one
shit,
would blame them for
40,
fucking
50
killing
years
the
ago.
motherfucker on the spot. All right, yeah, even less. But and
Yeah,
now
what's up, Paul?
it's like somehow they're being like shielded by the laws, and it,
Yep,
there used to even be things like in what they call it a crime of passion, like
yep,
when you actually first see something happening yourself, you react in a way you weren't responsible for. I mean, because if I did have a kid or something and I caught somebody doing that, they're gonna find me playing in his fucking guts when they get there. All right, there would be no fucking mercy. And I don't know, man. The
right.
law should allow for that type of thing. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I think that I think it still happens. It's just not obviously it's they don't talk about it. Nobody. It's not news. What's up, blue butterfly? That's my first dead body I ever seen when I was like 6 or 7. I think it was 7 or 8. I forget, but it was the neighborhood chomo. Everybody knew who he was. It's like don't go to his house. Don't go down his. Don't go. Don't get. Don't take candy from him. Don't talk to him. Stay away from him. Right. And we found him walking to school one morning. He was tied to a fence. With his vice grip on his tongue, and it was hanging. It was the first dead body I ever seen. I was like, yep, that's who that is, right? That's what happened to him. There was the famous case that was televised on live TV of the Chomo getting shot because they were it was a big case, and I'm not gonna say I don't know much about it, but the details. But it was on live TV, right? And the Chomo graped and killed uh, a I forget I'm going to say a 7-year-old or a 10-year-old boy, right? And the father the father put on a disguise, and they were transporting this chomo through the airport, and he put on a disguise, and he was at the phone booth.
I
And as soon as
saw
they
that.
walked by,
I saw
yeah,
it.
it was
Yeah.
on live TV.
Right on
Boom, he
camera.
just point blank took him out right there on live TV. And he
Yep.
got
Now
off.
I remember.
He got off totally. Like no, they went to trial and everything. They're like, nope, you're good.
I didn't know what he got. I thought he pretty much just said, "Screw it. Oh, it's worth it." But
Yeah, he did, but
every
that was it.
critter on this planet will defend its young. All right. Everything that lives has
I
the
could be.
right to defend it's young. That's that's like a law of nature, whatever you want to call it. In my mind, that should be a given.
Oh,
Really? Really best life. Wow, I thought he killed him. What's up, Maccabeus? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, brother. How are you?
You're coming in, robot.
It's Robot Mac.
Robot Mac in the town. Yeah, your audio is robot. Yeah, I thought he
That's
killed
my
him. There it
my
is.
titanium leg and back. Can you hear me?
Boom.
Do you say he's got
Yes.
a titanium skull or a back?
That's my titanium hip and back.
Ah, all right. I knew you was part cyborg. I knew you was part cyborg. You'd think that'd work like an antenna, and you'd get a better connection.
Right. You need to like take this little charging thing and like just put it into your fucking belly button. You know.
Matt
Plug it
Chat's
in.
the only one that's ever seen my robotic eye behind my patch.
Oh
I
yes.
showed it to him when he was up here or over
Yep.
here.
Oh, I've seen secret agents with those. Don't you remember back in the day when the movies they just flip open his little eye patch and he could fool the whatever. Yeah, they had those back. I think they even had a laser beam eye back in the 60s or 70s, didn't they?
Yeah, that's what I got, a laser beam. Hey,
That'd be
was
badass.
one of them Elmos that grim guy?
I'll leave that up to Carl.
I don't know, man. It's I can't remember, man. But I remember seeing it. It was like he used his laser beam eye to cut the ropes to get away or something.
No, he was asking about the Chomo.
Was
No,
that
what
that
about
grim fella? Was that grim
Oh, I
guy
don't
that
know
used to
the
be on
name.
YouTube?
Oh no, that's a different one. I don't know that name.
Yeah, he's the name that will never be said. I will never say his name. Fuck that guy. Yeah, he's in jail.
I just saw I was just talking about this guy. He's in there for life. He ain't never getting out, and he just took out 3 chomos in there and told everybody, "Well, now you got the taxpayers don't have to pay for it. There you go. You're welcome."
There you go. That's usually what happens in prison.
It
They do not do well.
was a national story just like a day or two ago.
In the
Oh,
federal
really?
system, they put them over in a special unit.
Yeah, PC. Yeah, protective custody. But even then, they can get to them because they they're most of the PCs and the PC the chomos and they're funny. That's where they go, right? The flaggots, and because they just can't fight or whatever, or they're so diabolical that they use sex to create drama and actually like get people hurt and killed.
Yeah.
So they take them out of general population because they create too much bullshit, right? And put them with the chomos, and they'll say, "Hey, get him." Right? We'll put money on your commissary or whatever. We'll put money on your books. Take him out in the shower, whatever. They do it.
Yeah. What is it? How is it said? I'm sure that Mac knows it better than me, but somewhere it says it would be better for them to be tied to a millstone and thrown into the sea.
Yeah, that's what Jesus said.
All right, and
That's for anybody.
I happen to know right here. I was just gonna let everybody know right here in the tip of the thumb of Michigan. I know a spot where there's just thousands of abandoned millstones. Just in case anybody knows.
They're all over. They're dotted all over Ohio. People use them as yard ornaments.
And that the context the context of the millstone isn't just the molesters; it's the like abusers and mental abusers. If you harm a child, that's what's better to happen to you, because mental abuse can fuck a person up in childhood, soaking physical abuse, and that's what I believe. I believe if you harm children in any sort of way, that's what Jesus meant. Throw you in the fucking sea.
Yeah. Yeah, it is true.
Pardon my language. I should not talk like that.
Well, we're unsupervised here, so it's all good.
I got grace tonight, huh?
Yeah,
if there's any
unsupervised.
conversation that's worth cussing about, it's this.
Yep. Yeah, y'all heard of I'm gonna shout him out. JD Delay. Y'all heard of him? He's got merch. He's got merch against chomos. He make chomos afraid again. Wood chipper. I mean, he's got all that stuff. I thought about getting some of those, some of that merch.
Yeah. I know where a pig pen is up an old gravel road, and there's only like 4 houses on it. And you pop over this hill, and there's woods on one side. You look over in the woods, and there's a whole bunch of hogs over there. They raise their hogs out in the woods, and there's a Vermeer. It's a Vermeer wood chipper parked next to the fence. I don't know if that wood chipper's just like a play on the whole thing, or if they actually use the wood chipper to put stuff in there for the hogs, or what.
Oh yeah. Do like a Hannibal Lecter thing. Because that was their plan to get rid of Hannibal Lecter, was to feed him to the hogs, slowly but surely. What's up, Hutch? What up, Hutch? And they would play like screams of people screaming bloody murder, and that would excite the hogs to in a feeding frenzy. They would eat and they would, of course, feed people to the hogs to get them that taste. Once they get that taste of human, they love it, right? And they just, go nuts. Boom! Thank you, Independent Men United. You are doing the work here. You, Teresa, just everybody dropping links. I love it, man. Drop your links. Shameless plugs for everyone. If you're blue, you know what to do. If you're not, then you're not. You just beg someone that's blue, and they'll drop it for you. All right, folks. Start the bidding on the cup, if you will. Stainless steel cup. I'd say $5, maybe 10. What do you say? $10. $10 for the cup. It's probably got coffee in it.
Shiny for me. I don't want it. It's too shiny. That's not subdued at all.
Well, you can spray paint it, I guess. I don't know.
That's my in-house cup.
That's your in-house. Okay. Yeah. That's not your target indicator. I took when I worked at I still got it somewhere. We were experimenting with all the metal, like the rubber roofing products that we were making, and I took a carafe. It was like a clear carafe, and I coated it in this black rubberized thing. I still got it. It's in my car. We can get stuff that sticks to stainless steel. It looks like rhino liner kind of to it. But boom, Hutch finishing the elderberry bed. Lurk mode engaged. Oh, look at that. Hold on. That's a cool cup. Oh yeah. Camouflage. Yeah, don't drop that.
Because I'm picky.
Mine is tactical black. I have my I took the sticker off my shotgun and I put it on the on the coffee thing here.
Look, man, I've had a few camouflage ones. That's my new one. I found it. It was only like $10, but I had this gal like 8 years ago make me. I wanted one that was woodland camo with a handle. She's like, "Oh, I've never done one with a handle," because she did all these fancy designs and stuff for cups and made money off it. And I paid this gal over $40 to make me a woodland camo, and it's the ugliest thing you ever saw. I still have it, but I'm talking it's like the ugliest. It's the ugliest cup on earth. I keep it just because I'm thinking I'm going to peel all that shit off of it, maybe just start over. But it.
That reminds me. Hey, gentlemen, You are unsupervised. I'm going to go get a tasty beverage. Tactical Muffin Top, what's up?
Muffin Man, what's going on? Who else we got in there? Did I say hello to you, Teresa? Ana? I can't believe all these people sit up here and listen to us talk like this. Do you, Mac? What, I'm the only one here? I do see Hutch up in there. I guess I'm the only one here. Well, welcome to the Carl Show.
I'm back. Is Matt gone? Yeah, he's gone. Okay. I will drop
What's
links.
up, dude?
Let me drop links. Boom. 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 I have a can of my favorite beer is Conway's Irish Ale. And I'm going to put it in my coffee. Yeah.
That's what
Shout
I'm
out.
doing right now, is making coffee. I turned my mic off there a minute ago so I could rip the paper up without everybody having to hear that. Now I'm making myself a big cup of coffee because that's overdue.
Shout out to Ghost Lincoln for showing me this little trick. This is pretty cool. Yeah. When I first met Ghost Lincoln, we were having our fireside chat at the Bug Out Weekend. First one. And he shared what I was drinking coffee. He's like, "You ever had beer in your coffee?" I was like, "No." And what it does, it's amazing because it constantly changes. The taste constantly changes with the temperature going up and down, going down. It's $10, Blackbird. It's an interesting taste. Skull.
I'll bet it probably gets from bad to worse because I don't really drink beer. I don't like that much.
Well, I got a good beer, so.
When I did drink beer, I like that dark beers, like even Guinness and stuff.
I do too, and this Irish ale is a dark ale. It's not like syrup, but it's pretty good. But yeah, I thought so too. Like beer, my coffee. What? I've had like liquor and stuff in my coffee, Irish coffee, but beer.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we were doing Yingling and Cafe Bustelo, and just made a cup of coffee, and we were pouring beer into it, and it was just every taste was different. It was good. Yeah, so it was a dark beer. It does better with dark beer. It does. Yeah, I love my Guinness Extra Stout. I love that. That's my go-to.
For thick-necked men named Gunther.
or Mick. I don't know what. Give me an Irish name. Finnegan. I'm Finnegan. Tim Finnegan. And he drinks his Guinness Extra Stout.
Now, I like the taste of some of them red beers and stuff, but what it is, I quit drinking that shit. God, in my 20s because I noticed that.
And I have chocolate.
I can start drinking beer and I'll start getting a headache at beer 3, all right? And I can't drink it fast enough to fight this hangover that just hits me, dude. It gives me headaches, but liquor's never done. That's why I like tequila and whiskey because I can drink that all night long and I don't have to pay for it till the next day,
Right. Yeah, now chat's all talking about it, beers and coffees. The hotness in the heat of the coffee kills the alcohol. Yeah, I guess if it's super hot, but it cools down. And my coffee is kind of cold, so it's cooling down. That's why I did it, so I can taste. It's a different. I like the colder taste of the coffee and the beer.
I can remember working at this restaurant, and one of the cooks is like, "Hey, man, we got a rush coming. Do what I do." And he's got a hot cup of coffee and a ice cold Coca-Cola with no ice. And he says, and he drinks one drink of each as fast as he can and downs both of them. All right. I'm like, are you kidding me? He says, no, man, it takes the caffeine to your brain faster. He's telling me. And, I can remember doing that. And actually, that little that little feeling you get on your scalp when you got a good caffeine buzz,
That stuff.
But I
Yeah.
was young back then. Caffeine hardly affects me now. I haven't had what do they call that? A scalp tingle or something. I haven't had one of them since I was young.
Oh, really? Yeah. Cold, bitter, murky, and strong. Really? No, yeah.
Yeah,
What's
Vision.
up, LSD? LSD. Yeah. What's up, LSD? Who knows LSD? Lysergic acid ethyl amidide.
That's what
Amidine.
LSD is. It
Hmm.
must be one of them CIA scientists or something.
Oh man. Yeah. I do miss blowing out the cobwebs. That's what we used to call it. You know, doing some tabs, some blots or whatever. I mean, just
I like mushrooms, man. Only thing I want to do is something that comes natural.
yeah, I'm good.
Maybe some peyote or some, mescaline, or mushrooms. That's all natural stuff. God gave that to me, so I trust it more.
Oh, he's been in Hutch's chat. Okay, cool. I don't know. Yeah. Well, welcome, LSD. Welcome to Unsupervised Saturdays. Go ahead and drop those tabs if you want. Microdots. Oh, yeah. Microdots. Yep.
Oh, Dan Age, ain't seen you in a minute. Yeah, what'd they say? Don't eat the brown acid. That was what they had a problem with the brown acid at Woodstock. There was people running around telling people, "Don't eat the brown acid."
What's up, Dan H? What's up, Wingnut? Really? Well, you think about it. I mean, what happens at a venue? I mean, and Woodstock was a massive venue. I mean, all these people were cooking. They were cooking. They're like, hey, we got to hurry up. We got to hurry up and get this product to market. Let's go. Right? And they, just rush through that shit. Same thing with if y'all know about the bluegrass festivals, right? Little picking and grinning, right? Right. The moonshine is everywhere. You can just somebody just walk up, and go, hey, you want a jar? $20.
No,
Okay.
When I lived down south, I lived down in North Carolina there for a couple of years, and when I was down there, I discovered there's moonshine, what they call white lightning moonshine,
Yep.
but there's also something called corn liquor.
Oh,
Right?
I'm sorry.
And
Maccabeus,
it's on a whole different level. All right.
Oh,
The first time I had corn liquor, this guy, I'll never forget his name. He's out down there in North Carolina somewhere. His name was Henry Theophilus Lashschmidt. I really, it's hard to believe he'd still be alive, but
allegedly.
this guy, he told me to come over to his apartment, and I went over there, and he gave me, those little bar jars, the real small ones. You know what I'm talking about? They're like bigger than a jelly jar, but they're smaller than your normal ball jar. And he says, "Here, have a sip of this." And I drank Shine with him before, and I sit down in this chair. He says, "No, I don't want you to go nowhere. Just sit right here and sip on this. It's a little different. It's a little special." I think that's all he told me. And didn't have no taste. All right, it didn't have the normal burn that you feel from Shine. It didn't. It was smooth, Shad. Or I mean, it was easy to drink. So I drank it kind of fast. All right, I mean, several good nips on it, and finished it off. And there's a few people in there just watching with a big grin, and they're all just laughing at me. And I'm like, "What?" He says, "Now stand up." And the minute I stood up, it was like boom! I was drunk, man. It was that fucking powerful.
Yeah.
That's called white lightning.
Well, there's two. It's not regular moonshine, because it's way better than that shit.
Moonshine and white lightning aren't the same either. White lightning's like just pure. It's usually clear and you can't taste it.
He called it corn liquor. He called it corn liquor is what he called it.
They're both technically made out of corn unless you like there is some made out of barley and wheat and stuff like that, which is real good stuff too. The barley, is it barley? It don't give you a headache.
And I remember what they would do is you would take the lid off. I'd see them, and they'd pour a little in the lid, set it on fire. Right? If it was a red flame, no good. That means they rushed through the process, and basically they took a fucking car battery, threw it in a vat to make it age faster. And that should have fucking turned you blind, right? And if it was a blue flame, it was good to go. Like that was good pure stuff that wouldn't turn you crazy. So I remember that from the bluegrass festivals. What's up, Summer Rain?
Once in a while in your life, you'll get something that's like it'll change the way you see all the others. It's the same thing. In 2002, I sowed the World Cup winning sales for the World Cup sale race, and the owner of the company gave me a couple cigars. And he told me at the time, that was in 2002. He said they were over $100 a piece if you had to buy them, and they were real Cuban cigars, and they were the best fucking of anything other than weed I've ever smoked. It was unlike any store-bought, even the expensive store-bought cigars are not on this fucking level, man. And I don't even want store-bought cigars after that. After you've got something that's like that damn good, you don't even want to fuck with them other ones now. I can't wait for Cuban cigars to be legal, folks. I'm telling you, it'd be something really good.
So when are we gonna lift the embargo on Cuba? When we gonna take Cuba?
Hopefully soon. My new medication came.
Uh-oh. What is this? What do we got here? Apricot gummies? No.
They're kernel. They break the seed open, and there's a kernel in there. It looks almost like an almond. And you take 5 of them a day, and they're very reputable for killing off cancer. The main ingredient in them is B17, or actually known as cyanide.
Ooh, I see.
Hold on. I dropped it on the table here. Hold on. It looks just like an almond.
Apricot seeds. Yep, Sophia, B12, B17, later. See, I mean, chat knows, man. Chat knows. Chat knows what's going on.
Yeah, I'm walking away from the cancer treatment.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I was doing some figuring today, and actually, my the tumor on my kidney, when it started out, was the size of a peach, and it's only about that big around now. They was telling me about half. They was telling me about half, and I done the math by the centimeters. There's 2.54 centimeters in an inch, and it makes it only about that big around.
Wow.
The ones in my lungs are gone. The one in my back they took out when they done the surgery, and it hasn't there's no residual left from it or my hip. And
yes.
Yeah.
So I got a question for you, Mac. How many knives do you own?
How many knives?
Yeah.
Oh, probably close to 100.
I knew it. I knew you was hoarding knives.
Yeah. I've been there. He's got a lot of knives.
I got a lot of knives from World War II. I like the World War II to Vietnam era knives. I like the modern stuff too.
That bolo, you got a bolo, Marine Corps bolo.
Yeah, and I got a Marine Corps Raider Bowie. I got 2 of them, and actually, I started making another one. I'll grab it.
Oh, here we go. Que pasta.
I was just messing with him. There was a time in my life where I couldn't talk much about that. I had a lot of knives too, but I knew he had a collection going. I just knew it.
Oh, yes, sir.
I got a lot of other toys that I just won't show on YouTube, but I showed Mad Chad the blank for this whenever he was up here.
Yeah, man, that's nice. It's too shiny though. Again, it's way too shiny for me.
I'm not done with it yet. This is hedgewood, like the Osage orange. It's hard; it'll never rot. Wow. And I just cut the finger guard out. Huh?
I ain't saying it ain't pretty. It's just too shiny for me.
Yeah,
shiny.
The finger guard, I just cut out the rough for it yesterday, and I don't know. I'll get done with it sometime. And I put this one together.
Have you ever heard of a Randall knife?
Yeah, I used to have one of those back in like 2006. I ordered it in 2004, and I didn't get it till 2006, and then I sold it in 2010. It was $400 or $500, but I had to wait close to 3 years on it to be made. You know what that is?
Yeah, I mean the originals, like
form bayonet.
Well, yeah. A Randall survival knife, I should have said. The one, from the 60s or 70s, they were really the inspiration for the Rambo knives, and the survival knives, but the Randalls are worth thousands of dollars a piece.
Yeah, they made a bunch, like 1,000, the first 1,000 they made for Mac V SOG, and they were sterile. They have no numbers, no name on them. That's an SKS bayonet that's a brass bushing that I had to hone out, and that's an old aluminum flashlight. Really? Yep, and the end screws off of the flashlight.
Oh shit!
Yeah, just stupid shit.
Is it chisel tip? Yeah, chisel tip. Yeah, that's a nasty sticker, man. That is a nasty sticker. Yes, sir.
I'm bad about noticing patterns and seeing shit, and I'll see this and then I'll see this and that'd look good together and maybe this will fit this. And
artist, you're an artist, bro. You're an artist. Seriously.
I'm gonna try to get a bunch of shit made and load up and go to some flea markets this year to try to sell some shit. I got to generate an income besides this disability that I've earned. I worked too many years for cash, I think.
Right, yeah.
It's a different way to live, let me tell you. People don't realize what it's like, Mac.
Yeah. Yeah, the job markets aren't real good around here. That's a lot of the reason I end up working for cash and hauling scrap iron. I used to pull in $3,000 or $4,000 a week hauling junk.
Well, if you were going to live on cash alone in this world, they've made it way more difficult to do such things. There's a lot of stuff you have to have a credit card, like rent a U-Haul or something like that. They won't let you do it with cash no more.
Yeah, we're being hemmed in. We're about gridded in now to. It's pretty hard for a person to even survive off of the whole system.
Yeah,
away from it.
It is. The new thing, because I'm dealing with this monetization shit. It's all taxed. Everything. They want taxes. Everybody wants taxes. Everybody wants your money. The government wants your money. And so what everybody's doing now is they're doing Bitcoin or cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
And that translate. I've looked into it. I haven't messed with any of it. I don't have a wallet or anything like that. Shit, I don't even have a working fucking computer. But that seems to be where it goes. But it's such a volatile market. I mean, you'll be a millionaire one day and then broke as fuck the next. It's like, what the fuck? But
in my
I
case,
don't know.
it's more like in my case, it's more like a thousandaire. Okay, I'll just be honest. Every now and then, I'm a thousandaire.
A thousandaire, right? I'm when my paycheck hits, I'm a thousandaire.
Yeah.
Until my
Right.
paycheck hits again, I'm broke as shit. I'm 65K Cherokee survival, of course. What's up, Cherokee? Wow, trading 8 months, 65K. Wow. And so I mean that might be the thing. You got a cell phone, you have cryptocurrency, and you have a wallet. Venmo, yeah, there's Venmo. There's a lot, but they want you to just tell everything. Like give up. They create that paper trail, right? Cash, there's no paper trail.
You're gonna make me turn my fucking camera on for this one, all right? Let me tell you right fucking now. All right. It is easier to go off grid than it is to get back on grid. All right. Because I lived off grid for a long fucking time. And I didn't have my license expired. My insurance was over, years old. When I went to go get those things, they made me fucking jump through every hoop they had.
Yep.
They made me prove went to school in this state, which I barely did. There was 3 months on record. All right, it saved my ass. I had to have the birth certificate. I had to have the proof of my addresses in the past. They made me have my old, at least one old license that proved that I had that, right, and then they made me take the computer test, the eye test, the driving test, and during COVID, the fucking driving tests they farmed them out. They still do. You had to set up an appointment with them for like a month ahead of time, and it was a fucking pain in the ass. And the same thing with insurance, man. They cost me thousands of dollars to start insurance again on a vehicle not because I had a perfect fucking record, all right? It was because of the time that lapsed that they charged me. They called me high risk, and I've kept up on it, but they still charge me too much. But they make it difficult, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. When I did my taxes a couple years ago, I had to do biometrics and all this shit. What's up, Hawks? Hawks mustard seeds. How you doing? Hoorah!
I made a mistake 20 years ago, deciding that we're at a point now almost where I was expecting us to get to 20 years ago. And so I started devoting my lifestyle to the direction it is now. And while everybody else was still out there hustling and, investing and doing all this, and I was shying away from everything, and I should have stayed in it longer. And I think I'd be better off financially.
I don't know, man. I've been working all my damn life, dude. And I'm looking like, yeah, hey, you got that Social Security, da 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 da. Man, I ain't gonna get Social Security, bro. I ain't gonna get that. I already know, man. Yeah, and if I do get it, it's gonna be that much. It's gonna be a little bit, and I can't work. I can't make money. I gotta be on their fucking dole queue. I gotta live off their little bit that they give me. What the fuck? I can't make as much. It's supposed to be a retirement fund, right?
Yeah.
No strings attached is I'm paying money, no strings attached. So why they gotta put strings on it? What's up, Gen X?
Well, like 15 years ago, I would get my yearly report from Social Security saying if I was disabled or retired today, this is how much I would get, and it was like $2,200 or $2,300. And I went several years, but since 2018, when I come back here, I worked 9 months at the butcher shop. I worked 6 months for a fiber optic company that come here and was doing our fiber, and then went to work for one of their subcontractors, worked 2 years for them, made good money. But what they do is they do an average of all your years instead of, if I had to work the last 4 years before I got sick, I'd be getting probably the minimum on Social Security, on disability, man. And it's some years when I was logging, I didn't pay any taxes. When I've junked, I didn't pay any taxes. I've done carpenter jobs. I've scooped out barns, manure out of barns. I mean, I've done it all, and didn't pay anything in. And I made good money, but those are the years that hurt me now.
Well, that's the same as me, man. I've been doing this gig for fucking decades. I didn't pay. The only time I paid into Social Security was when I was young. You know, all them jobs I had, I paid into it. But since then, I've been working for cash, and I have documents that prove I don't have to pay taxes unless I make a certain amount of money per year, which I don't. So I stay within it's a balance between the cost of living and what I can make. And, you know, you all have seen that it's feast and famine when it comes to the seasons for me. I usually have to save up for the summer to be able to make it through a winter, you know. So it's
I remember those days. Yeah. Working on the beach, man. That's what we did. Seasonal work.
I did try to take it further, all right, a couple times. And the recent attempt to doing this is I saved up a bunch of money and I opened up a shop in a small town that was, you know, growing. It was coming back. And about, you know, a year into the shop, it was really flying, dude. I had a lot of customers, a lot of business. COVID hit. And it took that shop right out from underneath me. And ever since then, it's been a fucking struggle. I mean, it was.
Oh, by the way, Skull.
On the positive side of my life, because I have set my life up the way I have. You've been here, you know how I live, Mad Chad. I get $1,337 a month on disability, and I do okay. I mean, I'm not like I see a whole lot of videos. There's people putting out videos. They go to TikTok and steal other people's videos of how shitty they're doing economy wise. And there's a whole lot of Americans doing really bad out there right now. And I'm real thankful that I do have the life I live because I can still live just fine. And the fucked up world that's going on out there isn't really affecting my life. I'm very thankful for that. So I don't mean to be complaining. It's just, you know.
No, actually, I'll have to add to that because I'm thankful. I might not have a lot of money, but my bills are paid at the end of each month. I go broke down to zero, man. I had like $1.20 here just the day before. Now I'm back up and went and made a couple $100. It's like I can go from zero to hundreds or thousands of dollars in no time. But there's times where I fucking zero right out, man. But I'm still thankful that I have food. You know, my shit's paid for. I still have insurance on my truck. All those things, you know. Plus, I'm grateful because I didn't have no not monetization, but people in this community helped me when I needed it. You know, and I've had some kind donations that helped me get shit for the truck and shit, just to even make it through the fucking winter.
Yeah, here a few weeks ago, I got a text message that my phone was up, and I buy it by every 3 months, and I'd forgot all about it, and I didn't have the money, and so I put $6 silver on my community tab, $25 a piece, which is a good deal. I made money on the silver, but I could have made more considering the market, but I needed to sell them right away, and I had people that sent me Cash App and Venmo money and didn't want any coins. And, you know, those are the good people that we have here because any one of them could have said, yeah, I'll take a coin or I'll take all 5. I did end up selling the coins, but I'm very thankful and I'm indebted to everybody that helped me. And I am going to make it up to them.
No, there's no need, man. Zombie. There you are.
It gives me hope in America that there's people that actually care.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. And there are people out there that want help.
How y'all?
What's up, Zombie?
Your volume sucks, Zombie.
Does it?
Volume sucks.
Yeah, there's the thing with that too, Matt, is I'm still climbing this ladder. It's fucking taking forever, but I'm going to be to the point to where I'm on top of this again. It's just a long struggle, you know.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, I know the
How
feeling.
about that volume now?
It sucks.
Sounds good on my end.
It's really muffled on my end. Everybody else sounds good, so it can't be mine.
Yeah,
Man, I'm gonna tell
no.
y'all, it angers you in certain ways to know that we all share the same thing. We are under the regime of financial slavery. We must break
Oh yeah,
these chains.
We
yeah,
all
I
know
agree.
that, Zombie. But my reply to that is I am free as I can be.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I
well,
like that
there's
idea.
that, you know.
I think I want to. I'm trying. I mean, It's all I got to do is just get some land, right? That's my idea, right? So one of these days, I keep saying this. One of these days, I'm gonna get some land and do my thing. But man, I'm so scared. I mean, it's like one of the scariest things that I have ever like tried to attempt to do. You know, it just that shit just scares the hell out of me.
I'm saying,
Yeah,
man,
you probably zombie. You could probably, like Hawk says, I had problems too, and I couldn't hear anybody. But what I did is I adjusted you go into settings, the little dots at the bottom, go to your audio settings, turn your mic up or hit the whatever you do the settings, and then leave it there, leave and come back, and it fixed it good for me.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Make sure you're not set on earphones.
I don't know.
Let me read Hawks Mustard See. Yeah. Okay. All right, and I'll try to adjust it on my end.
well, how's that? Did that work?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's a lot
Yeah,
better.
yeah, it's a lot better.
But
Now we have to put up with you talking over us.
Wingnut, I'm not buying that because they don't want people to live like this. You know, it's like utilities. I don't pay utilities. All right. I found a gig, dude. This army stove in this truck has heated me all winter long with pallets, man. I smash pallets up with a fucking sledgehammer every couple days and had
Yeah,
firewood all winter long. Free pallets I pick up off the side of the road. I mean,
Yeah.
what I mean by I'm as free as I can be is I don't want to give to that system, so I do my best not to, you know.
Yeah. That's part of what got me into everything's a resource and making my own shit, because if I can reuse a piece of lumber, this whole building I built out of it's 99% salvage stuff. The buildings I've tore down and stuff, that's all money I'm not putting into their system to enslave me.
Right. I mean, I do the same stuff, man. You know, I would rather find an old part off of something, you know, take it off myself and use that again on my shit. You know, I don't even like anything they sell new. Everybody's like, oh yeah, everybody owns China shit. I challenge you to find something that I own here that's made in China because I made
Yeah.
it a point not to do that. All right.
Yeah.
You know, if I need a tool or I break a tool, I go to yard sales until I find that old tool to replace it. I don't go, can't stand the China made bull crap, you know?
Well, I'll have to admit my weakness there. I do order stuff online, and some of it does come from China. But if I didn't do that, then I would have to just completely do without a lot of stuff. Hell, even my rivets and stuff. I had a whole bunch of rivets that I've saved out of junk boxes and barns I've tore down, stuff like that. You know, because years ago, farmers used to have horses and they farmed with, you know, so all the uh uh they fixed all their gear that goes on the horse. And so I used to get a lot of rivets that way, and I've used them all up over the years. So
Tackle and all that. Yeah.
I had to start ordering them, and the Chinese snaps, like you snap stuff together with, they're junk compared to what this country was making 50, 60 years ago. Even the rivets are junk.
Well, look at Kentucky's smack talking. Yeah, it's a Dodge, and it turns 50 next year and still runs. So what's up with that?
Yeah.
You give it constant love, don't you? Constant love.
That's why I drive an 84 K5 Blazer, and well, I don't now because the transmission went out 2 or 3 weeks before I went to the doctor for cancer. But I want to get it back on the road. But I bought a Honda Pilot, an 06 Honda Pilot, and right now with the gas the way it is and the economy and everything, I'm real thankful I've got it. And 3 more months it'll be paid for. I borrowed the money from my ex-sister, and so it's $300 a month for her, and then July it's mine. It's paid for, and I am thankful. I am thankful I bought it.
Oh yeah.
I don't like it because
this truck is far more evolved than the last time you've seen it. There's well over 100 projects been finished since the last time you see it. Wait till you do see it again, because that's the thing about driving a big box. There's a never-ending amount of projects you can dream up for it.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, and in my travels, Chemical Carl, I seen an old an army trailer, covered trailer.
I've had several of those. There's some pictures of mine on my page and stuff, but there's several versions. The M416 is a Jeep trailer, a small one. The M101 is the 3/4 ton one, but you also have the M105s, which are made for the deuce and a halves and the bigger trucks and stuff. So there's 3 sizes of those that can be with the tarps over them. I'm looking for one of those, and I've had a few, but I've never had the M101A2, which is where they took an axle with the same tire size as my truck. So now I can put my spare tires on the same, it'll be also level, because the M101 3/4 ton was kind of tipped forward because the tires were those non-directional big 20s. Those, it was just too big. But if I get the right, I'm looking for that, just the right trailer, Chad. But they also got a nice Canadian one with the same tires on it too.
Huh. This had a hard top. This had a hard top on it, like a box kind of.
Oh, that would probably be most of if it was a metal topped trailer with a hard top or fiberglass. The metal ones were known as ammo or tool trailers. All right, and those would have almost look like a pig smoker or something, the way they open up. And then there are several versions. The Humvees, they had the modern trailers I'm talking about that I want, and they would put a fiberglass cover over those too, because they had the fiberglass covers for the Humvees. Remember those? Made them like an ambulance, or
yeah, you could take that back portion off and make a comms or ambulance or whatever. Yep.
It's like a video game. It's accessory.
Is that Dodge? Is that Dodge you got, Carl? One of the ones with the fenders on the front?
This is a 1977 M886 Dodge full-time 5/4 ton. It's a power wagon, but it was never named that because the military took it right off on a parallel line, and they did their thing to it different than the civilians.
What was the number on them older ones, like from the 50s that had the fenders on the front?
Oh, you're talking about the M37 series. The M37 would be the pickup. M43 ambulance. That would be the Korea era, but they went right up into the 60s.
Yeah, I'd love to have one.
I'll tell you, way I keep up with the mechanics on that stuff is you gotta look at that ex-military equipment and say, okay, the easiest way to keep up with it is sometime in the 90s. They developed a 4-wheel drive system that wasn't what they call a swing and transfer case, which means that all of the older ones, like you're talking about, the Dodges, the Chevrolets, and the Fords, they all had swing and transfer cases in them, which means that the transmissions were all the same. If you understand what I mean.
Right. I think you've got a PTO, zombie. This is like one of the last trucks to actually put a PTO on the transfer case.
Yeah, got the PTO hatch on the side of it over there. Yeah. And a good one has them PTO shafts on both sides of it.
All my
depending on
all my standards
who
and
made it.
four-wheel drives had the PTO box cover on the side. I've had a few that had PTOs.
That's one of them parts I've been looking in every junkyard for. All right, there, I want to find the original parts for this thing so I can run a PTO generator or water pumps or whatever I want off the side of it. That's it takes years to find some of this shit, man. Like my skid plate, I've got an actual, Mopar fucking transfer case skid plate underneath this thing. It's a beast of a piece of steel. All right, they're rare. It took forever to find it, and but I'll get it. Eventually, I find what I'm looking for.
There you go.
Old Board Warner.
Cajun Prepper says there's a guy on Highway 49, at least one of them for sale, picks him up at the CB auctions. See if he said see if you can contact him, get you the contact info.
I don't want another truck. In fact, like if I was a millionaire or something, I'd just have a nicer version of this exact truck.
There's a military junkyard down southern Missouri. I think it's Highway 63 out of Jeff City. And they have a bunch of stuff there. I used to have a 1943 military half track, and there was no bed on it.
Was it a white M3?
It was a white. It might have been. I don't remember the numbers. I'm bad at remembering shit sometimes.
Half tracks are M3s. Yeah, those are rare and valuable now. Did it have all the armor plating still?
No, it didn't have any armor on it. I sold it back in 2011, I think. I could have got more out of it. I got $8,000 out of it. I only paid $1,000 for it.
Yeah, you got a hell of a deal, dude. You got a hell of a deal on that.
Yeah, I wish I'd have kept it, but I was in a bad state. My wife and daughter had just got killed, and I got rid of a bunch of shit that I shouldn't have, and just sometimes.
What happened is in World War II, Dodge came out with what was called the weapons carrier systems. They're called WCs, and there were different versions: pickup trucks, ambulance, carry-all, van body, radio trucks. All these weapons carrier series got so popular that by 1949, Dodge started making power wagons for civilians because all them guys that came out of the military remembered how them Dodge power wagons, all them WCs handled in that war. And they came out and made the power wagon was like, it was part tractor compared to all the other trucks they were making. All right. There was sticker steel on them. There was just a heavier duty truck. And that is what ended up, like I said, in the 1950, they started making a new military version called the M37 series. And that they carried on until through the Vietnam War, but then stopped. By the 70s, all the truck designs changed. And then for a short period of time, from 1973 to 1978, they were using civilian Dodges. They just convert them over to a military and use them like that, instead of making the truck specifically for the military.
They was plugging in the 4-wheel drive, 6-wheel drive capabilities right in that area, right in the early 40s.
Oh, yeah.
40s.
Weapons carriers had 6-wheel drive. Yep. Some of the weapons carriers had them.
So, breaking news and segue into what we're talking about. Iran has said, "Fuck you, U.S. We're not adhering to any of that bullshit." So, war is back on. It's war again.
Game on.
Game on.
I think that I heard this a day or two ago where they did not expect it to go good, and they expected just this. So there was a bunch of people saying this was coming, and I think we already have assets already in theater, ready for that reaction.
Yeah, yesterday there was a lot of transports heading straight to the Middle East, and this morning 2 destroyers floated right down the middle of the Hormuz Strait and with birds flying.
Really? Yeah, I
heard so many people say that differently, and I know you folks are from all over the nation, and some of you sound different than the other. But how do you say, is it like Hormuz? Like Hormuz? What's the actual
The Strait of Hormuz.
Hormuz. Hormuz? We're talking about
Hormuz. Just say Hormuz.
I don't know. I think
Hormuse's
I think
ass.
it
That's what we used to call it. The Hormuse's ass.
The moose. Hormuz.
Every time back in the day when we would come into the strait right there from the Red Sea headed north into Kuwait, we called that the Strait of Hormuz's ass. You know, that's what we called it. And a lot of people, you know, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna put my opinion in. I'm gonna shut up. But a lot of people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. You know, it's a bunch of, I don't know what I'm saying. Listen, Iran has capabilities of known 5,000 to 6,000 underwater mines, and they have 16 unaccounted mini subs that's capable of laying mines.
Oh yeah.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The container ships and shit that's sailing in and out of there are sticking over in the Iranian waters for safety.
Right.
But if the Houthis, see, don't forget about those Houthis over there. If they shut the Red Sea passage down like that means every part of Europe, every part of Asia, every part of all of that is up shit creek. Up shit creek.
Right.
It don't matter. It's 35% of the world trade.
They don't even have to. They don't even have to mine it. They can just threaten.
Exactly.
Like, oh yeah, we did that shit. You know, it could be a lie.
The thing about them damn mines is they drop them mines. They don't know where they went. They can't keep track of that shit. They're not going to find them.
Those mines that you're talking about, those mines can be dropped from a mini sub, just to give you the technical end on it, which means that they can be submerged in water below wherever the keel of a ship comes through there. The detection of a keel on a ship or the detection of noise causes them to release from their cable or their chain. See, that's how they work. They float up. They're not just floating in the water as a fish. They float up. They release from their cables and chains. And when they float up into the bottom of one of those ships over there and blow a big hole in it, that's what they're saying. They have just known in the world of knowledge, they're known to have between 5,000 and 6,000 underwater mines in their possession.
Oh yeah, they've been doing it. They've been building this shit up for decades.
Yeah, so forget about this.
What I'm hearing,
the United States. Listen. I'm gonna tell you, the United States Navy does not have the capabilities to go inside there and solve that. They have to negotiate.
I think we do.
This event's it's already happening, Zombie. This is what my sources are telling me, that we have subs already in the water there, and Navy SEALs, and they're going through and clearing mines.
Let me explain something. When a battle ensues,
just today they had 2 destroyers going through. Man, two of our destroyers just went through today.
I don't care. When you start a battle, nobody's cargo is coming through. Period. Nobody gets anything through.
If anybody is equipped and knowledgeable enough to deal with mine clearing, that would be the United States Navy. Absolutely, the United States Navy in conjunction with the Air Force.
They have mine sweeping ships, man.
We got dolphins too.
Oh, I get that.
We got dolphins too.
I was envisioning
when they start shooting at each other, all these battleships start shooting at each other, and they're
the
shooting
SEALs
at people
too.
because of the landmine.
I mean, that's
then
the thing too. We got them SEAls.
Who's freight? Every one of that. It's going to have to be somebody else because Iran sunk.
We got submarines and Navy SEAls in the water right now as it's coming out of my mouth, clearing mines.
You start a war.
I ain't fooling myself. I've been watching credible sources.
They wouldn't start a war.
I'm just telling you, I got more of a positive attitude, man. I think we fucking kicked their ass. I think we're going to continue to kick their ass.
It's not about whipping somebody's ass. It's because the Trump admitted it right on stage. We don't need anything from over there. You see, we don't rely
Aquaman.
on
That's right.
anything from over
Aquaman.
there. And the fact is when they start, when somebody thinks they're going to go blazing saddles up in there and start a ship war and a ground invasion, then when you start seeing over 500,000 soldiers getting ready and prepped, they're not going to get there for 6 months anyway. So don't kid yourself. The prep behind that. The fact of the
We've
matter
already done the
is
prep
when
work.
that
We've already
happens,
done it.
when
We've already
when that
set it up.
happens,
It is ready. The
yeah,
invasion is
they're
like
just
they're just wait. We
they're
are just
using it.
waiting for the word. There
They're
are
using
soldiers,
leverage.
Marines, just waiting for the word.
Absolutely.
I
I
mean,
just
that's
have a
using
lot
it
of
for,
faith in
they're
our
poised and ready,
military.
dude.
That's all I'm saying. I have a whole lot of faith in the United States military of all
Yeah.
branches. That's all I can say.
I'm not
So yeah,
saying I'm not
I've
saying that
been one of those guys on the ship that they're
I'm not
sitting. We're
saying that
sitting there
it's not a
ready.
capability.
We're sitting there
It's
ready.
not
We're either going to go in by boats or we're going to go in by a fucking helicopter. One of the two,
Or Osprey.
right? Yeah,
it's
I never
not
got to.
based on capability.
Luckily, I never
It's
got
based
to
on
fly an Osprey. I heard they were
They've
there's a
got.
shit.
world record.
Did you
There's a
watch that
world
video that I
record of
sent you of the new technology? They've got new. They're not called an Osprey, but they've got some new shit, and they're badass.
I forget what they're
yeah,
called. Yeah,
and
those are badass.
we lost 7 F-35 flights over that property right now. The fact is if
Oh,
you
we
look
blew
at
them
the
up.
oil
We're like, fuck
tankers,
them.
the oil tankers, the oil tankers are on an all-time high. What coming to Venezuela and the Gulf of America? Go check the shipping channels. You'll see it.
Yeah.
It means that we're the world leader in oil and petroleum right now. We're making billions and billions of dollars in oil trade right now as we speak. And like I said, that nobody's going to win that war right there. Everybody's going to come out a winner. They're not going to start a battle because everybody else is going to have to suffer for that.
So yeah,
35% of the world trade.
I do see credence in that because this does play in to the agendas. This does, the UN agendas. This plays
Reset.
into the Great Reset. If y'all don't remember, remember what Klaus was talking about with the Great Resets and the oil and all that shit? Yeah, this is exactly the fuck he was talking about. They wrote books on this shit, on how to destabilize the world market. And this is how you do it. This is how you do it.
Donald Trump just said that the new world order, the new reset, the greatest reset. That's what he just said. The greatest reset. It's on Twitter. That's what he said.
Bring it, man. I'm ready.
What's up, guys?
Let's get this going, man. This has been the longest fucking apocalypse ever. How many fucking
exactly?
Right.
Who's the fuck? We got the power here in the country to say we don't have to get anything from anybody else, but everybody else, we got enough to give them some of it. So that's what's happening. They don't give a fuck about that fucking straight up hormones.
Why is my gas close to $4 a gallon?
Yeah,
I mean,
Trump,
what the fuck?
That's because
what the
fuck? Trump's been saying since the early '80s. Trump has been saying since the early '80s. There's video of it that he wanted to take Craig Island or whatever it is and take the oil and make it the U.S.'s oil. We don't need it, but he wants that oil.
Man, think about it as a strategy, though, man. I mean, that's a hard fight to do. I mean, that's a hard thing to do. I mean, not only do you have to take, hey, hold on. Not only do you have to take Craig Island and hold it, but you also have to go inland, and you got to hold that too, and you got to go in all the way in. So it's all or nothing, really.
I think we ought to keep that shit this fucking time. Quit giving it fucking back. Take it and keep it. Make us a new fucking Marine base right there.
That's what
call it Trump Island.
Trump has said since 2016 that he was going to take the oil. If we go in anywhere, he's going to take the oil and not give it back.
Yeah. They're in the process of starving them out as we speak. That's what they're doing, starving all those people out.
My big patent is starting to fucking come out.
I don't think they'd be bombing bridges and power stations and all that if they wasn't planning on going in deeper.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
they're starving them
And,
out.
That's the thing about
and
Trump.
Iran.
I can see him, Mac, trying to do as little collateral damage as possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The inner factions inside Iran right now are already turning on each other. They're turning on each other for power moves.
Yeah.
They're trying to get
That's what
rid
we
of
want.
all the people that's wanting to negotiate this deal with the United States.
That's a
Well,
good
They
idea.
that's
want to,
just that's how the Middle East is. Any country you go to
yeah,
over there, that's the way it is. All the factions turn on each other.
That's what he said. Right? And that just plays right into our game. That's that fifth generational warfare.
Yeah,
And
you know
Iran has
what?
been
Everybody here should know how fucking sneaky the fucking militaries and intelligence agencies are all over the world. I wouldn't doubt if fucking Mossad got into fucking Iran territory and launched fucking missiles at everybody just so they could fucking demonize Iran and everybody jumped on the same fucking boat. We don't know what the fuck really goes down there, man. But all I know is now we're in it and we gotta win it. All right, I'm fuck.
yeah. And
I mean, it's all or nothing right now. That's the point. We're at the point of no return. We cannot back out of this, and you can tell that they've tried a few times. They've tried a few times. Be like, you know what? We give you a 48-hour fucking ultimatum. You do this, or we're going to wipe out your civilization. Well, 48 hours pass. Okay, let's do a ceasefire, and now we see the ceasefire is going. So it's just bullshit, right? It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing at this point. And so we're fully vested, whether we like it or not. America is fully vested in this shit. So support your troops. For real.
Head over heels and shoulders involved in that one.
Yes, sir.
Michael, when I say that shit, I mean remember Y2K and fucking the Mayan calendar fucking apocalypse. How many apocalypses have we fucking lived through?
Everything they got in that desert is based on the oil economy. Believe it or not, they're what feeds them, what makes their cities thrive, and everything else. Kuwait's falling apart right now. You know what I mean? It's putting some suffering on millions and millions of individuals inside those countries. And if something shuts the fucking straight down entirely, even if it be us, the U.S. military, if we say, okay, ain't nobody fucking coming down through there because that's international water and you can't do that. So we tell everybody, like before, your 2,000 boats are stuck up there inside that fucking Hormuz Strait. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. They abandoned U.S. fucking boats up inside there when the U.S. Navy pulled out of there the first fucking time and didn't tell them. They just left them for their own without warning.
How is Britain going to do anything when Britain itself, the population, the what do you call it, the matrix or what, the population is mostly Middle Eastern.
So, they are dependent on resources of imports inside fucking Britain to even exist. People better understand that. If they didn't have
Russia,
if they didn't have their imports,
I mean, what's Russia doing? Russia's like poking Britain over there, man.
Russia
what the fuck?
Wants to come over there and fuck the fucking king up his ass. Don't kid yourself. He just does. And the only thing keeping him from doing that is fucking NATO. Well, once NATO falls apart and they say it's doomed, and we pull out of the NATO agreement, which means that you're on your own. We're tired of teaching you how to fight. Get up and fight for yourself.
Does that mean we got to stop watching for light blue helmets and white armor?
Yes.
No, not here.
No, United Nations is different.
Remember that, guys? Come on, man. It was just a few years ago. Everybody was talking about that shit.
I never once feared the United Nations, and I never once even thought they would even attempt to come here.
Well, what's funny, Mac, is
they're here already, though.
People reporting that they were already here, all right? And this is one of those things that happened years ago. And, people seeing lines of UN vehicles parked in the United States. I think it was up in New York or Pennsylvania. Right. And sure as shit, everybody was seeing the Google imaging sites and stuff, but it was a manufacturing plant that was working on those vehicles.
A lot of shit. We give them a lot of shit.
And they do a lot of training here. They do a lot of training here, so that's why you always see all their shit. They ain't stupid. It goes back to the Japanese theory of a rifle behind every blade of grass. And I know, I don't think a lot of countries fear us that way, but the United Nations ain't stupid. I mean, they are stupid, but they're not the plumb inbred, ignorant, retarded. They know they couldn't handle the fight just from the people if they came here. We'd tell them, shove it in their ass. You ain't telling us what to do.
Yep.
It's assured. It's assured. Your death is assured. If you put a hostile step outside the shore of this country, it's a for sure death. You know,
absolutely,
it just is.
Absolutely. So, hey, Papa's hit something right on the head, as he always does. Right there, you go.
I can't read it.
There you go. Elite lobbyists, one division of the people, and they are successful thus far. Georgia Guidestones gave you the layout. Yeah, absolutely. Which is why they took it down.
Yep.
Like,
well, I was just going to say, I have an alibi. I wasn't even in Georgia when that thing blew up, and I got to hear it because I wrote these big long articles on social media about the Georgia Guidestones when they were blowing up or taking down all the the monuments all over the country, how they started getting all politically correct and taking down Civil War monument. I said the only motherfucking monument that they've taken down was that Georgia fucking Guidestones, which I did see it in the 80s. And then it got blowed up. I just want everybody to know I was right here in Michigan and I got evidence proof.
You got alibis? Yeah. You got concrete alibis?
Hey.
Okay.
Where Trent on Vision Preparedness the other night his topic was touching on the AI software and everything involved with that, and then I got to say something, because right close down from where I live in Louisiana, they're building an AI software plant down there, big as Manhattan. You have to understand that.
All right.
It's as big as Manhattan.
You're all unsupervised at the moment.
It's going to have its own 10 natural gas powered energy power plants, its own power, and it's going to be supplied. I seen about that today. It's going to be supplied with a 36-inch liquefied natural gas line exclusively just for the power plants. The 10 that's going to go in, and it's the size of Manhattan. You have to understand that. Thousands and thousands of square feet. Thousands and thousands.
Excellent awkward pause.
Yeah, ain't it? So then you've got AI software data centers going in that require massive amounts of electricity. And then in the state of Louisiana, the company Energy has the one that has the contract that's going to be behind that. And they're saying that they're not going to increase the rates on their customer. So what do you think? You think that's a true statement or not? The fact of the matter is people better understand it's not 1945 anymore. Whenever the drones, you got to understand, when they got you under digital prison, you can't leave your digital prison. You can get up, go to work, you can do your daily tasks, but as soon as you step out of line, there's going to be something that's going to come along. It's going to put its clamps around your neck and it's going to flush you down the fucking toilet.
But you keep saying you, and you must be talking about the population, because if it gets that fucking bad, I'm going to be living in a fucking hole on a mountaintop some fucking where.
Yeah, we're going to have to. We're going to have to, Camo. Because that's what it's all based on. People don't understand how really, really powerful that really is.
Makes me just makes me want to fucking scream out,
yeah. I mean, you got.
I get suspicious everywhere I go. Where I lay my head, where I call home. A bang, 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 bang. A vamonos, vamonos. A bang, bang, bang. Vamonos, vamonos. Wow. Yeah. We are Unsupervised Saturdays. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Welcome. Please hit that thumbs down button, thumbs up button. I don't give a fuck what you hit. Just don't hit me in the nuts, please. All right. Skull, everyone.
Hey, my back has been hurting for 2 weeks, and then my dog jumped up and landed on my nuts, and my back actually quit hurting for about 30 seconds.
There you go, folks. There's a holistic remedy for your bad back. Thank you, Zombie.
Yeah.
What's up, boy?
That goes on the shelf that goes on the shelf right up there with the bees.
All right, so yeah, let me see if I can get this. Yeah, you're fucking bees, man. No shit. Let's see what.
You said we're unsupervised.
Hard.
Welcome to spring. My yard is green. I got the best yard the HOA has ever seen. Then one day came the rain, and now my green's got a yellow stain. Dandelions must die! Dandelions must die! I spray and pray. I weed all day. But no, nothing ever works. They always come back anyway. Dandelions must die! Dandelions must die!
Yeah.
So that's as far as I've got so far.
Yeah.
Yep. I write songs. I get bored. I just like fucking just make a song up.
I rewrote that Bruce Springsteen song "Going Down" the other day.
Going down. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Give it to us.
I'll do it some other night, man.
Come on. I rewrote the song. What was that song? Damn it. Pink Pony Girl. Yeah, I rewrote that song. Yep. It's pretty vulgar. Let's see if I can do it. If I can remember it. Go ahead. See, I want to hear this though. I want to hear this, Mac. Compose it.
Well, my mind's not there yet. That's why I said no.
You gotta get more motivation in you.
Well, I redid my elevator this afternoon, and remember how it was one cable went up through the pulley and to the carriage, and when that cable reaches the edge of the spool, it does that extra line buildup, and then it hops back over, and it ended up fraying that cable a little bit. It's been like that for months, but it kind of concerns me because of the rating of the cable and stuff like that. And I had 2 new rolls of cable, so I run new cable, and I put 2 pulleys at the top, and it comes up through one, and it goes through. I put a pulley on the carriage, so it goes back up. It goes through the other pulley, and then I dead man that other end over to the floor of that room that's on the other side of the elevator.
Mechanical advantage.
And it's a little bit slower now, but it doubled the pull on it, and it's a lot stronger now. So if you notice when me and you both was on there, you noticed how it bogged down.
Yeah, it was like, kind of jerky. Yeah.
And it don't do that now.
No shit.
You know what they say, man. You know what they say, Mac, is if no video here, man, it never happened.
Yeah, well, here's your receipts, bro.
I done a video of what it looked like, and now I got to shoot the other half of the video of what I did. I explained what I was going to do, and there'll be a video uploaded this week.
I love it. Pulleys with the whole mechanical advantage, the dead, like you said, dead man, pulley here, pulley system there.
That's what Mac reminds me of, Shad. He's like some post-apocalypse steampunk.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
What's up? A true artist. What's up, all Forest Kingdom? How you doing?
Oh, Forrest, good to see you.
Here's what I'm doing, Camo.
Wow, look at this thing. Damn. That's a piece of glass
I mean,
right there.
Wow. What is it? Show it again, because I got to X out of the chat to see what was going on in the pen. Oh yeah, I couldn't own that. It'd last 10 minutes. I can't own anything glass, brother. It's nice though.
I've had this thing for probably 12 to 14 years. It's got hashish in it. I've been smoking hashish here lately. I found a stash. I had some stashed up in my loft from several years ago, and I found it the other day. So I was like, "Oh, Christmas
I
time!"
heard that. I heard that on your stream, dude. I heard you say that. That's a nice thing to be able to find, ain't it?
Yeah. And I guess the point of telling about the elevator, I didn't take any pain meds. I just got busy, and I just got really, really sore and hurting, and I didn't take a pain pill until after I got on here, and it's finally starting, but the pain's starting to subside, and
right on.
After I get all cleared up, I don't know if it'll be tonight, but I'll sing that song for you at some point.
Hell yeah.
I've had a song stuck in my head all day long, man. It's, oh, show me the way to the next whiskey bar. Oh, don't ask why. Oh, don't ask why. For if we don't find the next whiskey bar, I tell you we must die. I tell you we must die. I tell you, I tell you, I tell you we must die.
That's very nice, Ken. We do now. Thank you, Campbell Carl. Thank you.
Hey, friends don't listen. Friends don't let friends listen to country music.
Hey, I like some
that's
country
bullshit.
Music.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, I like some country
music. I
music.
like Hank Williams, Senior, Junior. I like country. I like everything but disco.
Waylon, Willie, and all the boys.
Sing around if you let me.
Johnny Cash.
I was drunk when my mama got out of prison.
And I went to pick her up, in the
rain.
By the time I got to the station in my pickup truck, she got ran over by the dang dough train. Ain't that it? Something like that. Yeah.
Got ran over by a damned old train. I'll hang around if you. And that's a song that if you've never been in it, like everybody sings that.
Fucking David Allen Coe.
Everybody goes on. That's a participation song. Let me hold, right? Everybody's singing it, man.
Now I'm gonna get your right foot out. If you don't, piss me off. You fucking good. You get on my nerves.
One morning while making the rounds, I took a shot of cocaine and I chopped my woman down. I went right home and I went to bed. I stuck that loving 44 beneath my head.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna cruise.
Cocaine Blues by Johnny Cash.
Channel and they're gonna ask themselves, what the fuck is going on here?
Written by
if they don't know, they don't need to be here.
Hey, we're unsupervised. That's right, unsupervised here. So
no one's in charge. If they don't know, they don't need to be here.
That's right. I knew this young filly. She was from Tennessee. She worked at the Pink Pony Club. She's gonna marry me. She's gonna. Fuck! I forgot. She's gonna. When she dances the club, she's gonna create a scene. Cause when those big titties jump, you're gonna hear her mama scream, "My God, what have you done? Your titties popped out while dancing at the club. Oh yeah! Oh, I'm just having fun. We're doing body shots. Her nipples taste like rum. That's where I belong with my big titty girl. I'm gonna keep on sucking on those big titties, girl. I'm gonna want for nothing. Heard you got them down in West Hollywood. Wow, they're really something. Those big titties, girl. Big titties, girl." Yeah, I rewrote that song. I got tired of the fucking bullshit.
This
gayness of it.
reminds me of the last unsupervised Saturday. You know, I had a gal ask me, I heard you guys were going really crazy over at Shad's the other night. I've had people ask me about that last one, Shad. What the fuck?
I have this plan. Like I want to like make the music and make the because you know me. I do songs, I do voices, I do all kinds of stuff. Encore. West Hollywood is Homotown. It's also like one of the biggest places where
someday I'm gonna watch you with your fucking hatchet do a fucking dance around the fire pit while you were singing some shit like that. I see it coming. I see that that's gonna happen. I saw a vision.
How's the song go? Go ahead, Zom.
Now you speak my language, Mad. It's because, you know, once you have to deal with a damn lesbian that's trapped inside your body, and she has a tendency to listen to Cyndi Lauper sometimes.
So, all right, listen. Yeah, you got a point. You got a point. Here's my point, and here's my question to you, Zombie, because you claim that you're a lesbian, and my question to you is, do you have a Subaru?
No, but I would like to have one.
Okay, all right. Well, you're partial. You're close to lesbianism. You're not a true lesbian unless you have a Subaru.
I got a question.
Wait a minute. I thought VW was counted.
You got to be VW
Zombie. If you be a real lesbian, you have to also have the ability, if desired, to get some dick. Do you have all the equipment to get some dick?
Let me give you some advice on this one. There,
now that you mention that, Mac, all the lesbians I've known have a whole drawer full of them.
Right.
There you go. Look, so whenever you get older as a male and you still desire to be with a woman, then you got to turn lesbian. And a lesbian, the best part of her is her mouth, right? So then, you're behind. Your thinking's behind, man. I got lesbian convert school that I want to teach. You know, how to convert men to lesbians. Because it's all going to come down to that in the bitter end.
Do you wear a strap on too?
Right. Watch out for the peg. The peg leg.
You wear a strap on too?
I mean,
you know,
I guess I can safely assume that Zombie has a strap on, but he never takes it off, right?
Hell yeah, man! You better be equipped. And look, if you got money in your pockets, fellas, go out and buy some for the future. Where you can have capabilities of pleasing that woman, and if you have to be a lesbian, even better.
I mean, no, tell you the truth, I don't want to please them, really. I mean, if they get pleased, they get pleased. But if it's a lesbian, then I just want to ride in the
Subaru. Yeah, there you go. I always liked them Subaru Brats. Remember the Brat? It was like a little pickup.
I see them from time to time.
It was like a mini.
Dude, I've been on the inside. Listen, I've been on the inside. Listen, you guys, I've got inside information, all right? Because I actually lived this. All right, back in the mid-'80s, all right, I went to go visit my sister, all right? And when I got there with my girlfriend, she's like, "Oh, you can use Terry's room." And we go, me and my girlfriend go the first night to go sleep in this, it's supposed to be her roommate's bedroom. And I'm looking around, it's all my sister's shit that had fucking in storage, all right? I knew it was all my sister's shit. So, like, the next morning, me and my sister sit down to roll a joint, and my girlfriend and her girlfriend leave to go shopping. And first thing out of my mouth, I looked at my sister, I said, "Are you fucking gay?" And she looked at me with, like, shock for a second and said, "If you tell Mom, I'll kill you." All right, so I kept this secret for, like almost 15 years, all right? She finally came out of the closet, but I figured it out really fucking fast that she was, living with this chick, and they were living in the same room together. Didn't take a fucking genius. But at this moment, this is a visit. I eventually moved down there. And I was like accepted into a whole lesbian community. I fucking shit you not. Right up in the fucking mountains of North Carolina. This whole fucking, every house in that whole neighborhood was a lesbian couple. And they all got together and played cards and hung out together and
best
did those
houses, the best. I bet all their cars had oil changes, and
Dude, well, this is one of the things I know. It's usually like this. There's usually like a butch one, and there's a beautiful one. All right, like there's usually one that's really butch, and and then there's the other ones will be beautiful. All right, and them beautiful ones will flirt with you. All right. In fact, if you let them fucking lesbian couples, they'll use a man. They'll take you home with them. They'll they're into that. They'll do that. A lot of them will do that shit. Don't let them fool you.
That's what I'm saying, man. You gotta be careful. You gotta be fucking careful. Yeah.
Hey, right on. I support lesbianisms. Fine, go for it.
Put your lesbian camo on just in case. You know what I mean? You can sneak in there. You can be a part of it.
The point is, don't call yourself a lesbian, zombie, because lesbians still like dick. All right, they just got them in their drawers.
Yeah, right. I get it. But it saves you the trouble when you do get older, because you'll say, my back just ain't in it no more, sweetie. You know.
What's up,
Give
Tim,
you
man?
a break. You can watch some TV, listen to a good song,
Right, eat a sandwich.
Yeah, hold my beer.
Right. Yeah.
I guess I'm kind of the odd man out. I don't like homosexuality, period, whether it's men or women or.
Well, it makes no damn sense to me, Mac. It reminds me of being like kindergarten with the kid trying to put the fucking square in the round hole. It don't make no fucking sense to me at all.
Yeah, it's a sticky topic,
Right. I mean, yeah, ideologically, I'm opposed to it, but if we had to keep any kind of homosexuality, I think the lesbians could stay. I get a free pass.
I've had a few experiences with two women at a time, and it was enjoyable. That was the old Mac.
Really?
That was the old Mac.
You know what? They probably changed your oil. They probably fixed your plumbing. They have the capability to put on a new roof. I mean, hey, what's up, Ganagen?
Right. I mean, a lot of them don't like us. I get that, man. But the joke's on them, because gay people need us straight people to make more gay people, or they're going to go fucking extinct.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's true. That's true.
That Chinese. Yeah.
Year of the Pig. Is it really Year of the Pig?
No, it's going to be the year of the horse.
It's not? Okay. All right.
I'm wearing the right shirt tonight.
Hell yeah. And I love Chinese culture. I really do. I've been a big fan of Chinese culture and Japanese culture, and because of the martial arts and all that for years since I was a kid. But yeah.
I've been sitting here laughing my ass off. Thanks, guys. I needed to laugh.
Hey, that's what we're here for, man. Free therapy. Here we are. Skull.
Mac, I enjoyed the heck out of those sheaths you were showing and stuff the other day.
Oh, wait. Okay.
I enjoyed the heck out of those sheaths and stuff you were showing.
What do we got here?
Is that Japanese, Mad Shad?
I think it's Japanese. It looks Japanese. I'm not sure though. It could be because Japanese comes from Chinese.
Might be Hoodnese.
It's part of a wind chime. I've had it for years, and 3 of these little pipes fell off years ago, and I just found them the other day, so I put it back together.
Are made from the bones and splinters of the weapons of your enemy. Right?
I didn't even know it might be Korean. Korean's kind of close to that too.
I'd say no on Korea. Korea has a definite style. They have a lot of like closed boxes and little X like right angles. Japanese is actually derived. The Japanese kanjis are derived from Chinese, and then at some point in the history, they were all speaking Chinese and writing Chinese. And at some point, they said, "Let's make our own because it's too fucking confusing." So they made Japanese kanji, which that does look Japanese, but I don't know. I don't know.
How many kind of knees are there, Chad? How many kind of knees are there? Japanese, Chinese, Taiwanese. How many knees are there?
Siamese, weak knees. Look at these.
I think
Siamese,
Chinese
big
style,
TDs,
there's many.
small TDs. I don't know. There's a lot of needs. Bees
And there's
You
like
knees.
know,
a
the Native Americans, and all of the some of the South American Indians, they say they share the same lineage of Asian people.
They do. Most of them are kind of they're Denison. It's called Denison. If you go all the way
Yeah,
back to 300,000 years, the Denison is more like a Mongolian.
Mongoloid?
Yeah, a Mongoloid. But the Mongolian line, the Mongolian genetics it came from the steppes and kind of spread out towards European as well. So that's what they when they talk about Indo-European, you'll see a lot of similarities. If you look at you look at the Mongolian culture, the Mongolian language, the Mongolian stories and their lore and stuff like that, there's a lot of similarities with the Indo-European, the Viking, the Celts, the Gauls, and the Chinese, and all that. And you see kind of how it's spread out. So instead of like just what we're starting to understand is instead of like there being one birthplace and everybody exploded from, there seems to be several origins that people.
If you go back far enough, we're all fucking related, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We all share the same chromosomes. We all share the same markers.
Right on, brother. Right on.
Well, isn't there something, Shad? Isn't there something about Genghis Khan's genes are still in?
Oh, yeah. Genghis Khan. Okay. So, yes, he is the most prolific.
Yeah.
That was his thing. He spread his seed. It was part of the because he was a god. He was
a master plunderer. All right, he was a master plunderer.
Yes, yeah, and they were the largest empire the world has ever known. The largest army, the largest empire, the largest and the longest. Yeah, I don't know if Genghis Khan was hung like that, but he had a lot of wives. He had a lot of kids.
He did a lot of shagging. If his DNA is still in a lot of people.
Oh yes, sir.
Oh, dude, what he would do instead of like conquering your villages, he'd go, all right, I'm giving you my daughter, and you're giving me yours, and we're going to become family, and now you work for me.
Yeah,
and it was either that or either
that was it. It was political.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah,
that's how you did it. Ooh, wow. Someone calls born in Hong Kong, 45 years, Wing Chun, man, hell yeah. That's what's up. Yep. Wing Chun. Wing Chun's pretty good.
I got another question, Matt, Chad.
Yep. Go ahead, Matt.
I watched The Karate Kid the other night, and Miyagi was from Okinawa, he said.
Yes.
But he kept saying bonsai, and I thought bonsai was a Japanese thing.
Mm-hmm.
It is, but okay. So let me give you some history about Okinawa. Okinawa and Japan and karate. A lot of their karate came from Chinese kung fu. A lot of it did because they did a lot of trading. And the early history of Japan and Okinawa think of very tribal, very they very 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 weird, very alien.
The Chinese weaponry was often farm equipment. That's where commas and fucking nunchucks, all that shit.
Yes, but no. Yes, but no. It's you think about this. You think about you're just a farmer, right? And this goes it's not only indicative of Japanese and Chinese. It's also very indicative of Indo-European and European and stuff like that. If there's a war going on and they come to you, Carl, and you're a farmer.
Question. What did they have? Yeah. What did Chinese have to counter something like a shogun?
A shogun. Well, a shogun was a big
samurai. Samurai. Yeah.
The same thing. The same
They
thing.
did. They still had the same type of arts.
Well,
at that
basically.
time.
They also
Kind
created
of.
different weapons too, Carl, like the sai, the nunchucks.
Well, I mean, think about this. Think about you're being called to war, and you're a farmer. So what are you going to bring to war? You're going to bring your
whatever you
pitchfork.
got.
Yeah,
My
exactly.
AK-47.
Yeah, your AK, right? So there you go, and that's what. Now you could also make. You had an axe. Axes throughout all cultures throughout the world were used in every fucking battle, because an axe is so easy to make. You take a piece of metal or a rock, you put it on a stick, and there's your axe, and it's brutal.
Well, now
It is.
remember that they also invented gunpowder.
You take a spear. Your spear was the king of battle. Your spear and your pike were the king of battle. So you took a sharp knife, you put it on a long pole. There you go. You're going to war, right? And so there's so much going on. The classic.
Well, I forgot too. Yeah, they got to give them credit for inventing gunpowder too.
Yeah, that was Chinese.
What's always divided the Japanese from the Chinese mainland was the people that called themselves the emperors. And whenever the emperors of Japan say, hey, we're outnumbered, if we had to defeat the Chinese armies, then our warriors must be formidable. They must all carry swords of samurai. Like when World War II ended, a lot of the military members of Japan had to give their samurais, their family swords up, because they had to be so heavy. They had to be so heavily armed.
I used to have one that's
You guys are making me think I fell on some false propaganda a long time ago, because I thought I read where it was the samurai that made them, no one could fuck with them. Once the samurai were established.
That's true. In feudal Japan and Maccabeus, you're talking about the gunto mounts, gunto swords, the gunto mounts. I got a cool story about that. We found one in Okinawa in the jungle. Yeah, badass. But the gunto mounts, these swords were passed down from generation to generation, and they went to war. Like you would send this sword with your son from your family, because it's all about family, right? And you would send your son to war, and if he died, the sword came back and stayed in the family, stayed in the house. It was revered, and that's what they did in the war, right? Yeah, the samurais were so badass that they whooped they kicked Genghis Khan's ass, because Genghis Khan tried to invade Tokyo or invade Japan and Okinawa, and I think it was 5,000 samurais fucking wiped them off the fucking shore. Boom, done. Just kicked their ass. They became masters. They're the masters of warfare, because they had 500-year wars, 300-year wars, shit like that, with each other in the feudal Japan area. So and they took what they had. They took what they learned from the Chinese, in their early trading days, and improved on it. And so Japan, their true skill is to literally adapt, change, and overcome. That is their greatest skill in the world. So look now, segue into what's going on now. Japan is hurting for oil, right? Watch them retool, watch them change, and watch them excel. Anyway, I yield.
What about Okinawa and bonsai?
My mother. I was going to segue into something Chad was talking about there, and what I'm saying is you have to understand the culture to understand the people. And whenever Chad was saying about the family swords, some of the swords that were surrendered during the end of World War II, when the emperors come aboard the ship, and they had to be ordered to surrender their family swords. Well, my mother teaches fencing, by the way. She's a swords person. The fact of the matter is, a lot of those military members had the right to keep some of the spoils of war, and some of the most highly regarded samurai swords were brought back into the United States.
Oh yeah,
they're worth millions. They're worth millions of dollars.
The one I used to have
So when,
was like
yeah.
that. And I gave
So
it to another
whenever,
Marine down in North Carolina that I was real close to, and for a birthday
whenever that
present.
sword,
That's why I don't have it
whenever
anymore.
that
So,
committee of people in Japan over there
all
wants
right.
to retrieve some of these swords, and they ask for people to turn them back in, and they're going to get compensated for it.
No.
There's
Yes,
already
but
been a
no.
couple of people that sent it back, but they never got compensated. They just
All
took the
right.
sword
Let
back.
me explain that one
I
because
don't
I
know, but I
do have
really
firsthand
starting to
knowledge,
dig this Tin
actually.
Man guy. I really started to dig Tin Man. He knows who Raja Ghul is, man. This guy, he knows some shit.
Yeah,
Tin Man.
Right on, Tin Man. Yeah,
Makes
Tin Man is
sense.
badass. So the thing about the
yeah,
swords, right? The Japanese swords, the gunto mount swords, right? You got me fired up. I'm going to get historical. Here we go. Yeah, my historical rant. Bonsai, yes, bonsai. It means divine wind, right? It's Japanese, but there's also the bonsai tree. Just to answer your question real quick, bonsai is the art of tree, cultivation, the miniature. Also, the Chinese do that as well. But the Japanese really got into it. They ran with this whole like minimalist Buddhist Zen kind of thing. So they basically took everything from China and improved it. Kind of like what we did with pizza. The swords, the gunto mount swords, that's what they did. It was a family heirloom, 500-year-old sword, whatever. Been in like five or six different battles, Tokugawa, Edo period, that kind of thing. Throughout the history, and then they sent it with their warriors in World War II, right? And
yeah.
so they brought them back. But the thing is, and I have firsthand knowledge on this, is they will not pay for it, right? It is expected that you give it back like freely. Like, here you go, here's your sword. I found this to the family. There's a big ceremony. You're invited, but they don't pay you for it. What they do is that they donate, and you never have to want or need for the rest of your life for a while, right? It depends on it depends on how you give it back. If you just send it back, like, here you go, here's your fucking sword back, congratulations. Yeah, I found it in the dirt, and I don't know who the fuck it is, whatever. If there's disrespect with it, they'll be like, hey, thanks, fuck you anyway, you're not getting shit. But if you go through the whole meaning and purpose, right, and give purpose to it, like, here's your sword back, and they will accept the sword in good faith. Thank you very much for bringing back the sword of our family, because it means a lot, right? There's a lot of meaning. That's the thing about Japan. Everything has meaning. Everything. And that sword has a lot of fucking meaning. And if you're very sincere,
even World War II officer swords had a value back in the mid '90s. I pulled a trade on. A buddy of mine's dad picked a bunch of stuff off of dead Germans. Had a whole coffee tin full of, iron crosses and armbands and shit, and he wanted to get rid of it. So I was a vendor at the old Novi gun show here in Detroit, and he brought that shit up, and I took that tin full of German stuff and traded another vendor for a World War II Japanese officer's sword. And it was priced at, I think he had it priced at $7,800 for that sword.
Yeah.
And he traded me even up for that little coffee tin of memorabilia, straight up. The guy was happy. Everybody was happy,
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The thing about the Japanese swords is that when you bring that back, and you like Tim S says, with honor, right? They don't give you monetary compensation. They give you a free trip on a yacht around the world. They give you free food for the rest of your life. They get, you know what I'm saying? Wherever you go, you can go anywhere in the world or anywhere in Japan, and you never have a want, never have a need, right? Everything's comped. Everything's comped. Everything's free. You're just like,
There's
wow,
no,
you're that guy. Congratulate. Come on in.
noble.
Have a seat. Here's and hospitality is huge. Hospitality is a huge thing in Japan, right? So, especially if you show that kind of honor, and you were part of that process. Oh my God, you're not going to be rich, but you might as well be because you're going to live like you're
They
rich.
can, they still consider noble. You know, certain people on the world still believe in noble, to be noble.
So
Oh
what
yeah,
about
That's
the
the most
ninjas?
honor.
powerful
Are
thing to do.
are the ninjas everything that Hollywood makes them out to be?
No, no, no. I'm
Honor,
frozen.
honor gets you,
So
honor
the
gets you
ninjas.
respect.
You want to talk about ninjas? Your ninjas was a shinobi. Was literally anybody that wanted to gather intel and information. That was shinobi. Now there were
they involved
the
in the
real
mountain.
ninjas. No, the real ninjas were samurais. Literally samurais because they were trained in the art of war, all aspects of the arts of
So is
war.
all that shit about ninjas warring with each other and shit? Is that all fucking bullshit too?
No, it's not because samurais were. If you're a samurai, right, and you're what's up, lawfully armed. If you're a samurai, you're in the service of a shogun, right? You are expected to be like a general. You're expected to be a general. You're expected to be a general on the battlefield and know tactics, strategy, all that shit, right? You're expected to know administrative things because you're in charge of a prefecture, and so you've got to deal with all this stuff coming in and farming, and it was kokus. It was called rice. You got paid in rice. 1,000 kokus. If your area you were in charge of that. There's a lot of administrative shit. You also were in charge of surveillance, subterfuge, and deception, right? And assassination,
And
right?
assassination. Yeah.
Right. So they were samurai. Those guys, those special ops guys, special ops, the ninjas, the shinobi, they were samurai that were highly skilled in basically like special ops shit. Now there was also the geishas. Geishas were very, very valuable in gathering intel and information, right? Because they talked to everybody. They were highly regarded. They were like doing the tea
Did
ceremonies
they
and
have
talking
an
to
island
people.
of geisha? Did they have an island of geisha? Like the island of Lesbos? I just
Kyoto, yeah, Kyoto was a party town, and it was nothing but geishas. And now a geisha was a pure woman. She only slept like if she slept with anyone, she was a high dollar hooker. Like she only slept with dignitaries and shit like that. Like, but you had
I've
your
heard that some of them
Now
were
we're talking.
trained as assassins. One of the wickedest ways I can
yeah. I mean,
think of
yes,
killing somebody.
sure, and
Well,
that
I've
has
heard it
happened,
like this.
but it was
Shad,
few and
I've
far
read
between.
where they would have a big long hairpin in their fucking hair bun, and while the man was sleeping in the night, they could take that needle
Yeah,
and shove
it
it up their
happens.
nose and puncture
There's
their
a more,
brain.
Like this?
yeah, but it was outlawed.
They didn't
That was
have
outlawed.
autopsy. It would be a mysterious death. There were ways that they would kill the people in the night that would make it look like a mysterious death, like
And
a
yes, Reach
demon
9,
did.
they were. There was a more intricate one. They had a razor blade mouthpiece. That's the more interesting one. Is they had a razor blade mouthpiece, and they call it dancing. And then when they went in for a kiss, they would deploy the mouthpiece and cut your neck. Oh, gotcha.
What didn't the Vietnamese have something like that? The women during the Vietnam War. So I've heard stories about guys that they get down there and get ready to go in, and it would just cut their dick up.
Oh yeah. The Philippines are famous for that too. Yeah, and they had
I was gonna say.
they got amazing control down there. they practice their kegels, or let's just say they are blessed when they're born with amazing kegel ability. So yeah,
You had one. You had one
I've been to the banana show. Okay, I've been to the banana show, and literally a banana got shot out in pieces because she had like razor blades in there chopping that shit up.
That's a damn thing about it. Is like when you start trying to understand the old cultures and the warrior cultures, and it's easy to understand this, and it's stark to know this, but if you're operating as a warrior underneath an emperor, and yeah,
or
you're in a war
Shogun
with
or
a you're in a
Bugyo.
war over there with a faction in your neighborhood, and you're in there kicking everybody's asses. Eventually, the emperor is going to say, "Well, that's a badass kicking motherfucker right there. Put him in charge." Why?
No, that
Because
was
that's how they
actually
rule.
before the emperor. That would before
Yeah,
the emperor. The emperor came about
fucking
at the Tokugawa period, and they started to do away from the samurais.
yeah,
And of course,
biggest.
they had their butchikers, the arc butchers, the gun, right? So the gun kind of did away with the samurai. Yet they still had samurais because they were highly trained and very knowledgeable in everything. You know, but talking about hookers, geishas, they also had lower like these women put on komodos, and you knew they were like street hookers because they carried their own tatami mat. So that you would just be walking around in town, like say you go to the sake bar and you get your sake on and whatever, or you go to the yakuza and you start gambling, whatever, and you walk outside and there's this lady just walking around with a tatami mat. And she walks up to you, she's in a nice komodo, whatever, and you're like, how much? I'm like, $5, okay. And she takes you around the back, lays out the tatami mat, you know, do your thing and leave, and there you go. Yes, men were also part of that as well. Yes, there were some geishas as well, but it was kind of looked down, frowned upon, but they still had them. But your geishas were revered for their beauty, for their poise, for their the donkey show, for their etiquette. So it was, that's why they wore the white makeup. And the white makeup would cover their whole face, their arms, their neck, and if you smudge that, you could die. They could kill you on the spot for that. You know, it was like, how dare you? I mean, it was like a parade. They would do this walk, the geisha walk, and she would walk really slowly. That was the thing too. They walked really if you were a badass or you had power, you would walk through the whole village, walk through the whole island really fucking slow. I mean, really slow. Yeah, and so that's the thing I wanted to touch on as well. Your real shinobis, real ninjas, were your street vendors, were your hookers, were your vendors, were your shop owners, and they got paid because they knew, like, say, you know, this shogunate and his people would come through here, and they knew intricate knowledge of the workings of what's going on. So they were the true ninjas, and there were thousands of them employed, and all they did was just keep their ear, right? Keep their ear to the ground and listen and take notes. So, you know, yeah, a gusha. Yeah, but you also had to be well versed in music. You had to be well versed in their music. Dancing, which, you know, it's not what we call dancing, but it was more different. The tea ceremonies, it was a whole freaking. You had to spend years to master the correct calligraphy. You had to do it a lot, and you had to have the best komodos and the best smelling perfumes, and geishas. A geisha got paid big time. And they were it was weird because we look at beauty And like, oh wow, they got big tits, they got big ass, they got a beautiful face, and whatever. No, for them it's a different. It was on a higher level. Yep.
So today, all our politicians are ninjas because you never see them and they fucking rob us blind.
Masters of disguise.
All right, unsupervised again.
The skill. I'll wait till Mad Chad gets back.
All right.
You know, Mac, who the smartest people are in the world, and a lot of people don't even think about it, is the Swiss.
Yeah.
You know what? That's where all the money is in secret bank accounts. It's 7% habitable. And they made it through 2 world wars and never got touched. Every home has a firearm in it. Yeah. There's hidden facilities in the mountains with tons of armories and gold and everything. Yeah. And they were never touched in 2 world wars. Nobody even thinks about them. They're so-called neutral, but that's where all the money is.
And they make really good watches.
You know what? I was in Zermatt, and most of Switzerland, there's no cars because you can't get up there in the mountains with them, right? So you take trams up, and there's horses and buggies. And I was in the window looking at a watch that was $100,000 in the window. Wow. Like, you ain't going to put one of those in our hoods. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. I had to drain the main vein. Maccabeus, you were going to say something?
Yeah, the ninja. Okay, you see on the movies where somebody's shooting at them and they're able to chop the bullets up and all this or deflect the bullets. Back in the older days when their firearms were slower, was that an actual skill or?
I mean, I don't know.
Like black powder,
Yeah, that's I don't know. I haven't heard really. I mean, that's the whole thing too. Is you had this propaganda, right? And so it's like mystical. The whole mystical things. We hear about the koga and the togas, and now you've got this whole anime thing. The anime thing with the Naruto, and they've got these special powers, and they do these symbols and shit, right? It's all part of that mystique, and it actually does it. Like I said, we're samurais, and so what they would do is when they became Ronin after the samurai class was discontinued. These guys had no jobs. Like, oh shit, I'm out of a job. I can't do war anymore. I'm a fucking war expert, and there's no war. So I'm going to open up a fucking ninja school. That's what I'm going to do, and that's where the koga and the toga and all that comes from. And these different ninja clans, right? They were fucking samurai that just were out of a job, and like, okay, we're gonna do the art of subterfuge and deception and assassinations and intel gathering. A lot of intel gathering. As far as like their skills, there were probably samurai that could have done that, but I don't know if any of that was survived, nor do I know of any accounts of any of those.
You hit the word.
I figured it was just Hollywood hype, but it's better to ask somebody that knows. That way, for sure instead of just assuming that you're right.
Yeah, I mean,
I know it seems kind of stupid to ask, but I want to know.
You got to understand that what it's trying to say is it's called propaganda. It means that it has many skills. It's capable of making fear in the enemy, even though it doesn't exist. Like kabuki theater, they were famous for the kabuki theater shit. They're masters of spies, and they're masters of spies and masters of deception. That's who they are.
That is 13,500 feet, the highest point in Switzerland you can go on a tram. And below on one side is Zermatt, and the other side is Trevina, Italy.
That is cool.
So you can see I'm above the clouds.
I'd love to hang glide off that.
That's awesome. I was just looking behind. You guys were all talking. I was looking behind, and hey, Carl, you'll like this. So you know who that is.
Oh, damn it. Hold on. Let me do this.
Carl will
Oh,
dig this. Oh, you guys like Ted Nugent. You'll like it too. But
there you go.
you see that, Carl? On the other side of it, if you guys can read that, it's not backwards. I sent him a knife. It
Yep.
was custom
Great
made.
knife, my friend. Thanks. Yeah, we can read it.
I can't, but
I'm
blind.
All right. Great knife, my friend. Thanks. I truly appreciate your kind generosity. I love knives. This one is a beast. I will use it in good health. Good something, blood brother Ted. Godspeed. God's yeah, right on, man.
That's cool.
Hell yeah. Ted Nugent. Ted Nugent. Hell yeah.
They were sitting in behind all these pictures.
Badass. Yeah, wow. Welcome to Unsupervised Saturdays. We were talking about freaking all kinds of shit. Next topic of discussion will be I don't know.
Can anybody name a product in the present economy that has gone down in price?
No. License plates? I don't know.
Price.
Don't that fucking suck?
Milk. I used to know one that made milk for all the schools in Tennessee.
I don't know the value of our dollar.
Eggs, the beer. Oh, I haven't dropped a link in a while, huh? I should probably drop
I saw
link.
a roast. I saw a roast today, gentlemen, ladies in the chat. A roast. $81.
Man.
Damn.
That's kind of what my remake of I'm going down is about the economy.
Oh man, come on.
The Bruce Springsteen.
It ain't that bad. It ain't that
Yeah,
bad. It's
whatever.
like, look, you got
Whatever.
you got this good looking fucking bitch you're married to called United States of America. And every once in a while you get down about the cost of the credit cards
Lovely
and everything. And she's spending too much money till she wags one of them fancy little tanks and planes in front of me, and you say, okay. You know, so it's your fucking problem. It's our problem. It ain't any single person's problem. This fucking price is shit. You know,
It's definitely a problem. I see it as a problem.
Yeah, it's the president, all the politicians, all the corporate greed. Yeah, there's a lot of people responsible for this. And the American people, because the American people kind of put themselves in this position too by making bad choices and going along with a system that was destined to fail anyway.
What I don't understand
is
these elected politicians making, $150,000, $200,000 a year, telling people living on minimum wage that they've got it good. You should be thankful.
Right.
Bullshit.
And they have immunity. They have wrote-in immunity too. See, so you can't fuck with them because that's how it is.
When I see videos of people saying it's cheaper to take their family to McDonald's to get supper than it is to go to the store and buy it and make it themselves, there's a real big problem in this country.
Oh shit!
And when the fuck did McDonald's become a fucking luxury inside our fucking country? That's what I want to know.
Shit.
Everybody thinks it's a fucking luxury now.
Well, Donald Trump eats there every day.
Yeah, so it must be good, right? Never mind never mind the lab grown meats that you don't know what's in. Never mind literally the salad is genetically modified. Salad.
What's that thing that they say that they call it if it's canned and it's that fucking lab meat? What do they call it?
Pink slime.
No, they call it something. It has a name that
genetically enhanced, lab grown. I don't know.
I don't know what the fuck they call it.
They keep wordsmithing the hell out of it.
Yeah. And it's on the shelves and coolers right now. All that fake shit.
It's called excreted. It's called excreted a protein from a vegetable substance of mildew. That's what it
I
is.
seen a video about 10 years ago in Japan. They perfected the process of taking human sewage and turning it into a meat product.
Yummy. Thank you, North Korea. They've been doing that for a while.
Yep. Bon appetit.
Yummy. You will eat the bugs and you will like them. Right? Blade Runner 2149. Yep. Yeah.
Free Jack 1993.
Ooh.
Hey, don't you know anything? It's going to come down to where they're going to say, hey, you got to eat this or go join the rest of these crazy fuckers out here and start eating each other. You know, we don't care.
Well, they raised the age to 42 to get in the Army, and I guess there's been guys showing up 42 years old.
Guess what?
They're all wishing.
You're all
wishing we're just going to
unsupervised.
kill ourselves down to 500 million. You know, one way or another, we'll kill each other down to 500 million, or they will. So they can start all over again with their more powerful elite weapons and security without all the people.
I think we're going to have a famine. I think, you know, because a lot of the world's fertilizers coming through the Straits of Hormuz, and that's not good for the farmers. There's farmers around here that's not planting or changing their crops, trying to grow something that doesn't need as much fertilizer because the fertilizer prices are going through the roof, worse than gasoline and diesel.
They'll use a bacteria. They'll kill us all with a bacteria. Most of the majority with a bacteria. And after the smell goes away, people will sure get busy cleaning up all those bodies, won't they? It'll get everybody busy and back to work, so the good government can pay them well for that, right?
And the pods that everybody thinks that it's going to turn to, where they're going to move everybody to a 15-minute city and put you in a nice little pod. It ain't going to be a pod, people. It's going to be a ghetto. There's another one of them long, awkward silences.
So according to American tradition, I think that we should get us some people together and go down there and take some kind of territory away from Mexico that don't belong to anybody. It's just desert, and call it America 2, and it's not connected to the United States. It's just called America 2, and see if they take it away from us.
Oh, then oh, you dear Allah.
It's like, fuck it, we're taking it. It's ours.
Oh, then oh, you dear Allah. Let's go.
Hallelujah.
So, I've been working on that too, of course. The first Hegva Manokana means hew down many foemen. Hew, like you hew down a tree, like you hew a tree, whack, whack. And then Odeno Yadir Allah means Odin owns you all. That was a popular war cry to the enemy, basically saying, I'm going to sacrifice you to Odin. Yeah, I was in the sagas. So, and then of Hegva Manokana comes from My Mother Told Me. You know, that song, My Mother Told Me, for a ship they will buy, they should buy, a galley with good oars, held to distant shores. You know. Yeah, so that song. There you go. I've been working on that too. There's another song for you. Let's go.
So if the Vikings and the samurais would have ever went to war, who would have won?
That's a really good question. And we do find a lot of Asian artifacts in Viking burials. They were master traders. They loved stuff. They loved just. So we don't know if they went there or they did some trading, to get it, because there was a whole trading like consortium across the world that shit was just showing up everywhere. That's a good question, because is as far as like you had two kind. You had to go Viking. It was a verbiage actually, to go Vikinger, was to, I'm going to go raid, pillage, and plunder, and it usually meant, well, if you ask Northumbria and Britain and all them, and Scotland, and Ireland, literally it was the monks got it. It was, they went in, they went for soft targets, right, in the middle of the night. Boom, 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 bang, 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 and we're out, that kind of thing. And then there was the whole let's go to war, right? And that's where you get the horrifying hair, Ivar the Boneless, and Bjorn Ironside, where they just went to war. And they went all the way through to the Mediterranean, got their asses kicked, by the way, by the Caliphate, and they made it out. So I would say both were very highly skilled in warfare at the time.
A lot of people would have died.
I think. Oh man, I don't know. My money would be on the Japanese. Yeah,
when in northern Scotland, up on the Orkney Islands, I was there, and there's a place near Kirkwall, up in the Orkney Islands. How the UK got that land was from a wedding. A Norwegian prince married a UK princess, and the gift, because they didn't have the cash, was the Orkney Islands. And while I was there, I visited the Rings of Brodgar, and if you've ever heard of them, it's bigger than Stonehenge, and it's older than Stonehenge. They created that ring of stones like 3,000 years. It was craziness. And they had underground houses with furniture.
All right. Take care, Wolfgang. Have a good night.
Literal, nice furniture, tables, pottery, all evidence found in these underground huts and apartments, really. It was very cool to be there. Just look up Rings of Brodgar, and you'll see what I mean.
Yeah, I remember some of these stories. Tin Man. So not only did the Japanese have their ninjas, the Norse had their Ulfhefnar, which were the wolf-man berserkers, so to speak. Well, they were not berserkers. There were two kinds. There was Ulfhefnar, the wolf guys, the wolf pack, and then you had your berserkers, fucking bear skin, bear shirt. Berserker means bear shirt, one-man army kind of thing. But the wolf pack, the Ulfhefnar, were super fucking, they were ninjas. They were ninjas of the Viking time. They would sneak in, they would kill you in the middle of the night, stabby, whatever, poison, whatever, and disappear like mist on the fucking sea. So I don't know. Like I said before, in all out war, like it's war, I'm going to have to give it to, that's a tough one, but I'm going to have to give it to the Japanese. I'm going to have to give it to the samurai. They were masters in arts of war, but so were the Vikings. Because think about it, before the Viking Age, they were already the Vengarian Guard for the Romans. They were already mercs, going out into the world and being mercs and getting money that way, and making a living doing war for everybody else. Then they came back and they did this whole Viking Age where they literally took over, the known Mediterranean and European world, in parts of Africa as well, right? So I don't know. But like I said, the Japanese beat the Mongolians. They kicked them off their land, off their island. So that you gotta take that in, and there wasn't a lot of them either. Like it was like some Spartan shit going on. If you check that out, check out some of there's some amazing stories about that. Where I want to say it was 5,000 against 500,000. And that's the whole thing behind the divine wind, because once again the sea fucking took a lot of Mongolian ships and things of that nature. But once they got on the land, the Japanese just picked them apart. I mean, just boom, boom, boom. They would go frontal warfare to backing up and ambushing them from multiple locations and multiple angles. But the Vikings were well versed in this as well. So, and they had relatively the same kind of equipment. I mean, really, your axe, your spear, your bow and arrow, your sword. The Viking sword was, especially during that Japanese time, was it's called, what's it called? They made some advances in their metallurgy that were amazing. It's where crucible steel came from. Damn it, what's the name of damn it, I can't think of the name, but it's hard to make. But they made some advances in their metallurgy that were actually far superior to the samurai. The samurai sword is actually a far more inferior metal made in a process than, say, your medieval swords, your crucible steel, your Viking swords. They use slag metal, or what they call pig metal or pig slag, to make the swords, and that's why they're bigger. That's why they're wider. Whereas your European swords were lighter, or heavier. The samurai swords are heavier, and it was purpose driven, right? It was for chopping a motherfucker in half, or putting a hole in their head, or whatever, and it was made for like one strike, done, right? And there was no bend. There's no bend in a samurai sword, whereas you had your Viking swords and your medieval swords had bend. They spring steel, so to speak, crucible steel, spring steel. So when you hit that shield wall, a lot of swords would shatter, because they're hitting an unstoppable force. But after that crucible steel or spring steel came about, they would bend and still be able to be useful, and come back to true form. So I don't know.
The biggest thing was archers, though. Archers were the main. That's what killed a lot of people.
Not really. Not really. No, the spear did. The spear was the king of battle. The spear, because
on the onset of battle, normally
you would set up your phalanx. You would set up your phalanx.
Thousands of arrows.
And also, you think about both of their cultures, right? They were honorable, right? The bow and arrow was considered slightly dishonorable. It was in both cultures. They wanted to meet each other on the battlefield face to face, right? They basically had the same kind of ethos, warrior ethos. I want to face you face to face and cut you in half, right? And so it was kind of seen as dishonorable to use that bow and arrow, even though both sides did, but not to the extent where it was advantageous, right? Like the Chinese, they're known, or the Persians, the Chinese, they were known for 1,000 arrows would blot out the sun. Your phalanx, which is what the both sides use, I have to say the Vikings, the Norse, perfected it with the shield wall and their interlocking phalanx, spear and sword through shields. The Japanese did the same thing, but they kind of wore their shields on their body, which they got from the Persians, by the way, with their 500.
Damn you, Shad! You got my mind going 100 fucking miles an hour now.
That's what I do, bro. That's what I do.
Skid marks.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something about that. He's all over Shad's all over the shit that he's talking about, and I'll tell you why. It's because whenever the warriors become of nothing to do. The most powerful force inside the imperial dynasties was the priest and the top advisors to
Lawfully
the
armed.
emperor themselves. So whatever, the
Something
other night
lawfully.
when we were talking about that,
I'm sorry,
Shad
lawfully armed.
mentioned Genghis Khan and how he sent his most fierce warrior in there and killed all of those motherfuckers.
Yeah,
You see
Sutai.
what I mean?
Yeah.
And fought his way back out. The thing about it is whenever they done so much battle and they done so much inside their life, then a lot of those guys become priests. They enter the priesthood, and they're very, very religious, but they're very, very formidable. And that still exists inside the world we live in to this day. That order still exists. It never went away. You don't destroy that. The warrior mentality.
Absolutely. Little thank you for that. The Shaolin Kung Fu. Everybody believes they're like all about love, peace, and hair grease, and let's not harm a living thing. Not even an insect. Yes, that's true. But they also had a sect, the warrior sect, that would fucking kill you. Just like you're a threat. You're a threat to Shaolin. You die. that existed. That and still to this day, right? So,
it existed in Europe. It existed in Europe and all the kingdoms of Europe.
You see it today too. AK preacher.
It's like whenever they founded the priesthoods of Europe, they invented banking, they invented war, they invented a lot of things in different ways. But the priests were behind the biggest advisors to the kings and the queens. They were the advisors. And they were warriors too. They were warriors.
And they had extensive records, like going back thousands of years, right?
They had the fucking receipts, didn't they, Shad? They had the fucking receipts.
Yeah. Now I'm on Shaolin. Shaolin, that's mind you, here's a fun fact. Shaolin, as of what we know today, is only like 40 years old. Yeah. It doesn't go back thousands of years. They've lost that. It's been communist. It's been communized. It's been socialized. It is a farce. Yeah. Sad to say. But it still exists, right? That culture still exists. It's just not there. It actually exists more in Thailand and in the mountains than it does in the Shaolin temple or Shaolin village, so to speak. It's been rebuilt and razed to the ground like 5 or 6 times, and that's the thing too. Is a lot of the Shaolin monks were. What do you do? All right, think about it. What do you do if you're in a war or if you're running from the government because they want to kill you, right? You join Shaolin and you survive and you become Shaolin and lawfully armed. I'm loving this fucking colors going on here. Hold on a second. Let me get you. Damn it! I can't get you on big screen. Stand by. There we go. Boom! Look at this. Skull.
Yeah. There's some strobe light going on too.
Well, I love it. I love the aesthetics. I love the aesthetics.
There you go.
Get the black light going. Wow. I need to dig my thing out.
007. Looks like one of them 007 fucking ad campaigns from back in the day.
It looks like a club I've been to. That's what it looks like. I've got that light too. I got the donut. It changes colors and all that shit.
Yep.
I need to dig that thing out. I haven't played with that thing in a while. But yeah, and so there's been like numerous warriors that are on the run or whatever, or just had that fucking epitome in their life. They're like, I don't want to kill no more. And they join Shaolin. It's kind of like the Foreign Legion. You go there and you disappear and you become part of that fabric of Shaolin. And then when the emperor is like, hey, I need help. Can you help me? All right, cool. We have an ex-general that's well versed in tactics and strategy, he's going to come be your personal bodyguard. How's that sound? And so, and then of course, later on that emperor dies or whatever and changes color. And they're like, oh, you know what? We don't like you, Shaolin. So we're going to just fucking wipe you off the face of the earth. And that's what they did multiple times. And that's where it segue back into Japan. That's where they got a lot of their Okinawa karate, and then mainland got their Okinawa and Brazilian jiu-jitsu and taekwondo and all these arts came from that Shaolin lineage of just motherfuckers just being on the run, refugees. Like, oh shit, I gotta get out of the country. They're gonna try to kill me, right? And so they leave, get on a ship, and go to faraway lands and set up and think about it. What have you been doing all your life for 30 years? You've been practicing kung fu and Buddhism, right? Meditation, all that stuff. So why not get into that same business? Open up a dojo, open up a school, right? Be an advisor, or whatever. And that's what they did, and that's how it propagated. A lot of it propagated throughout the whole world. So Shaolin has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, you got to remember Kim Jong-un of North Korea. He had his fucking uncle removed from the seat, took out, and executed. Kim Jong-un did that in modern day times. You see, the ruler of North Korea just took him out of his seat. His people did, and took him and executed him, and he took over.
I think he's going to make a military move soon.
You think so?
So,
yeah, I think we're going to see another theater open up.
Well, they're going to try to busy themselves selling arms over to Iran, and they're already getting hit for trying to supply people. Like they said, they're going up on the tariffs 50% if they do.
Probably got, I would say, more arms and tunnels and everything over there than Iran has.
Yeah,
they've been stockpiling since the first war in 1954 or whatever it was.
Yeah, but they have all Chinese hardware. That's the only drawback. That's the only bad thing about it. But yeah, that all of North Korea is heavily fortified underground, heavily fortified, and has been that way for some time. And we know about it. We do. We've mapped everything. But how are you gonna? We're gonna need a lot of bunker busters. We're gonna need a lot of those JDAMs and whatever they call them. What was that new one that they popped out? Was it JDAM? Moab, yeah, the Moab, the JDAMs, all those shits to really. But there's a company. I remember this. The world's leader in fortification, under subterranean fortification, is in Germany, and they came out. It was years ago that they built a lot of those bunkers in North Korea, and they're like, yeah, good luck. Those things are heavily fortified. Yeah,
there's a series of books that people should read. It's on a recommended reading list from Zombie Force. Is the Neptune. It's the Neptune. Just key Neptune in, and it'll tell you about the war of the oceans, who controls the oceans, and how that controls the nations on this planet. It's interesting because the Department of Navy still studies those same guidelines inside their institutions presently. It's real interesting to know what happens with boats. It's the sea. The sea has responsibility for transporting weapons, fuel, everything else, because it's impossible to have to put everything we have on an airplane. It's impossible. We have to have ships. And presently, I think we're building some. I'm just scared by the time they get them built, they're going to be outdated.
China about to go ham. I mean, I'm not worried about China. As a military force, I am not worried about China. And nobody else should be either.
No.
They are a paper fucking dragon. Seriously. Everything they have is shit. No, everything they have is shit. Everything they have is shit made by people that don't give a shit. And if pressed against the wall, if pushed in a corner, they're going to fold. They're going to absolutely fucking fold. They've already folded. They've already given up. They're like,
Their biggest downfalls, their whole fighting force is forced into a slave life.
I mean,
it's you want to eat. You know, the average person, the highest paid fucking person that makes all the money, like what we would consider like, not even middle, like high class, middle class. Well, high class you'd have to like be, part of the hierarchy or whatever, the government. But their middle class only makes like less than $1,000 a month. Middle class, and that's high. That's well paid. It's crazy. China's shit. China's fucked up. They're on the verge of revolution. It wouldn't take much to see a revolution in China.
Their technologies are in plastics and petroleum-based materials and stuff like that, but
man, they steal everything. They don't know shit.
Yeah.
They don't make shit. They don't innovate shit. They just steal everything. Good night to you, Tim, man.
Chinese knockoff.
Everything's a knockoff and everything's fake. Everything's a fake. Everything's a lie. That's China. Yeah. Everything. Take care of yourself, Tim, man. Thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight. Have a good night.
They're focusing. I mean, the China is focusing its interest in with Russia and the United States and some other stuff like the Iranian thing going on right now. Well, just previous to Trump saying, okay, we're going to cancel the nuclear agreement on Iran. Well, the second that happened is when shit starts hitting the fan again and again and again and again until he gets in there and says, okay, we're going to renegotiate the dollar, the oil. You see, that's what it's about. And it means that China and Russia and the United States are trying to put efforts on the table once again.
What's up, Carol Ann Henderson?
Negotiate with this.
How you doing?
But the Houthis and the other Yans, whoever they are, their factions are warm with each other right now because they don't want to negotiate this. They want to be able to control all of everything coming in and out of that strait, and it's not going to go that way. It's not.
I mean, I have to agree that China is actually making a lot of money off of this, the Strait of Hormuz's thing, because that's what the Iran is demanding that everybody pay in the Chinese yuan to get in there, and it's all about that BRICS, right? So we're seeing, but it's some shady shit. It's not going to hold up, Now, China's smart, of course. Yeah, China has some intelligence, right? So they're trying to get, but tactically and strategically, they ain't got it, man. They just don't.
Yeah, that's what I would say. And I mean, people better believe this. It's like you go to the ship map chart, push play, and watch the ships coming in and out of that area. And the mass majority of oil tankers and cargo containers are coming around the south of our Africa tip, and they're sailing right into the Gulf of America and Venezuela. That's where they're going to get a refill on some premium fuel. It's coming to them at an inflated cost, but we're the ones controlling that right now. Even China is buying fuel that way in mass bulk containers. Everybody's doing that. They're coming across the Atlantic Ocean.
There's Chinese ships, a whole bunch of them, that are still stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. They're still stuck there.
American ones in there.
And China. I'm going to focus on the Chinese thing, and this is how fake China is that they're literally manipulating the GPS for the rest of the world to show that their ships are moving, even though they're not. Like there's Chinese ships that are sitting there going, what the fuck? This GPS says I just moved. I can't move. I haven't been given the go ahead yet. Matter of fact, we're starving out here. We got Uber Eats. We got Uber Eats in a dinghy bringing us sandwiches and water, and I'm stuck in this fucking ship. And my country, tis of thee, is saying that I'm moving. I'm not. I can't. What the fuck? It's all fucking smoke and mirrors, man.
Yeah. I mean, they're getting a million.
Thank you very much.
They're getting a million barrels a day south of the Hormuz Strait on a line that they got coming there from Kuwait. They also got another couple of them that goes over into the Red Sea region that produces around 100 million. It's about 100 million barrels a day.
That's the thing too.
That's all they got.
That's the thing too. Is a lot of these distilleries and whatnot, they've just shut down because they can't get ships through, and they're backed up. They've got so much oil. Backed up and blown up because Iran just sent a drone over there or a missile over there and go, ha ha ha, here's a structure fire.
Yeah, just keep pumping. See what happens to you. You keep pumping.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so it's weird. It's a weird. It's a quagmire. That's the quagmire, right? They can't. They just have to stop producing, and once they stop producing, it shuts down because that whole system is built on constant movement. If it stops, it stops. They got to work for years to get it back up online. What we're looking at, what we're facing, what the rest of the world is facing, really, and you made a good point there, Zombie, is that the rest of the world is going to be without oil for years. And
we're booming, baby. Drill, baby, drill.
And we're standing on the precipice of being the next Saudi Arabia. Yet our gas is nearly $4 a gallon, if not $5.
We got diesel down here at the pump for $5.50.
Maccabeus, you had to say something. You were going to say something?
I don't think so. If I did, I forgot.
Oh, you were just chewing food. Lawfully armed. You haven't said words. Lawfully armed. Say words.
Words. I was waiting to get in on it. You're out of my breadth of knowledge.
All right. So, what the fuck about ammunition, man? What's going on, bro?
I'm in no need. My supply is good.
The distributors don't have much right now, but I don't think there's actually as much of a shortage as you're hearing ramblings about. I think it's this time of year every year, because all the distributors try to run out and the manufacturers try to run out at the end of the fiscal year.
The DOD put a hold on a lot of the sales. They're getting almost everything that's common caliber.
Like I say, that kind of stuff that runs rampant every year. And whatever's in the news about February to April every year is all the ammo companies' excuses for you better buy it now, it'll go up, or there's going to be a shortage. And they say that to get you to buy heavy during the buy group season.
One of the main manufacturers is right here in Missouri, down here by Kansas City.
But I'm not saying that individual companies don't have steep contracts with government. But they say this stuff every year. That being said, I've bought extra too. So I mean I'm guilty. I'm not telling you to do one thing while I do another, but for me I like the price of what I'm looking at right now that's been working for me. So I went ahead and just got several cases of it. And that way I've got all summer to go shoot however much I want. Locked in at this price. But no, I don't think, as far as availability, I don't know what the future holds. I don't think in the next 6 months you're going to see prices get any lower. So if somebody local to you or your ammoplace.com has it at the price you're happy with, maybe get a case or two. But what happens is it's a snowball effect every time. And us as gun owners, we're the worst. We do it to ourselves. These highs and lows in the ammo market is we all make our mind up collectively because somebody else said, hey, there's going to be an ammo shortage. And you're like, well, I don't want to miss out. It's that FOMO. So we all run out and buy a bunch of ammo. And then sure enough, we create a shortage. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And it makes the market nuts. Sorry, go ahead.
I think it'd be
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah. I'll just say I don't need ammo. All my firearms were lost in a boating accident.
Poor Canadians.
No, I was going to say lawful arm there to say, it'd be interesting for somebody to make a bona fide fucking video that shows all of the fucking ammunitions manufacturers in the United States and where they're at on production. You see, and I think people would change their mind about this ammo shortage. If it's anything, it's going to be a shortage of brass, because brass is on an all-time high, which means if brass goes up, so do bullets. You see, so you got to look in the recycling bin on that one. Whatever they're paying for brass at the scale is going to be reflected to the cost of ammo. Point blank.
For sure.
It just
I mean, besides gunpowder, all of your loaded ammunition literally is semi-precious metals. So I mean, and that's one argument I have heard.
Lead's way up too.
Yep. Gun cotton, gunpowder, all that notwithstanding, copper has gone up and tungsten has gone up. All of the drone warfare being used in Ukraine right now, has drove the demand, like the the demand for like government contracts of tungsten shot, particularly just for shotgun shells. Canada, this certificate, I don't know, it said something.
Right on, Kennedy. He passed his Canadian gun safety course. I don't know. That's cute.
Many years ago.
Oh, many years ago.
Aluminum's doing real good, and the futures on it, they're looking for it to go a whole lot higher because from all the missiles that we're shooting and the strait being shut down, because there's certain good portion of aluminum comes through that strait too, I guess.
Well, actually, the largest supplier of aluminum to the United States is north of you, right here.
Nice.
But there's tariffs on it now.
There is a huge aluminum processing thing in the strait, or the Gulf. But I wanted to touch on the ammo thing. What I've noticed in a trend around here is that ammo is kind of scarce, like your 9, your 5.5, shit like that. But what I'm seeing, instead of like say Remington or Winchester or Hornady, I'm seeing like Blazer come up with these deals. Your Norma, that you could buy a case for like less than $300, and you're like, oh shit, like literally, I went to a fucking gun store today. They had pallets of 9mm just sitting there, pallets.
Good.
It was all Blazer, which hey, you got to train, you got to shoot, you got to they own a fucking gun range, so they're like, buy our ammo, shoot it at our gun range. It just hand over fist making money, right? So the ammo's out there. I think a lot of these smaller companies are stepping up, just ramping up their production. Like, oh, really? Okay, let's go. Let's make money. Fuck yeah!
And just a brief message from our sponsors, boys and girls. Remember to Remember to dial in your sights with the ammo that you got on hand. Don't dial your sights in with an ammo that you practice with.
Right, and so a lot of the gun store owners are demanding deals from the ammo companies. They're like, hey, give me something, give me a promo, give me a special, give me something, give me a discount, whatever.
Yep, that's
yeah.
that's the name of the game right now. So we spent 2023 was like the leanest year.
Some random dude, what's up?
I remember stories of my grandfather. He shot a deer with finishing head nails loaded into his shotgun shell.
That's gangster.
So that's how they were resourceful. Let's call it that. People were a little more resourceful previously. You could create your own capabilities.
Oh yeah. The range, the membership I'm part of, they got a large reloading community. And they hold a lot of seminars and teaching things and stuff like that. And they basically own the fucking rifle range. They do. I got a year membership there, and you'll see these guys. They'll shoot their guns, and they'll literally pick up their brass afterwards, and then they'll ask you, "Hey, what do you shoot? 9mm? Can I get your brass?" I'm like, all right, yeah, sure. Sweep it up, man. I don't care. We got to sweep that brass.
I knew a guy. His name was Dennis. He wouldn't shoot at a range. He had his own berm on his property, and he created it so that he could recycle the lead.
No shit.
Right? Oh, this guy was like resourceful.
Yeah, Canajan, I admire you because you always come up with some really intelligent conversations, like the nail and I know I got my family's in Canada too, Canada, and you're sucking your ingenuity, and what I means is this like people need to know ingenuity outside of basic firearms and stuff like that. A little bit of protein, a little bit of pipe, a little bit of bolts and nuts, and some used newspaper. Bam, baby, you're done. You see, it ain't about. It's like just like Shad was talking about earlier about people that went to war. They what did you have on your fucking farm? What do you got? Some fucking nails. I got some fucking this. I got some fucking that. The object is winning. Don't take a dirt nap.
There's where there's a will, there's a way. We hear those. Oh, you cat. Is that a big Maine Coon?
Not quite.
No,
just a American long hair.
I got a set of dies, but I got to get a machine to. I'm contemplating joining the reloading circuit, just in case.
Yeah. You got to know what you're going to have to be facing, I suppose.
My father-in-law, God rest his soul, when he passed away, he gave me this suitcase and had his old scales for the gunpowder measurements and an old clamp-on shell compressor and about 3 boxes of Italian shotgun shells. The orange Italian, I can't remember the name of the brand.
Celebrate.
I'll go grab one after, but my cousin, his nephew saw it. And when he saw the shells, he just about shit a brick. And I said, hey, listen, why don't you take, half a dozen or so for old time's sake? And you got a machine. Go make yourself some and just, hang them around. But my father-in-law and my wife upstairs used to help him make shells. He was from Italy, and he used to say, hey, Jetty, I make a couple of shells. When you shoot at the bird, and make a fucking hamburger.
You make a fucking hamburger. Nice. Hey, Calabish, Bafandu, make a hamburger.
They were heavy loads, man.
We used to use, my granddaddy taught us how to use a reload on like a 22 shell, a little small one. We would take lead shot, real small lead shot, and put that in candle wax and shape it and crimp it. Just shove it in the end of a 22 round You know,
Mm-hmm.
and believe it or not, that was enough for a rabbit or
Yeah, we call
squirrel
those
or
rabbit
bird.
loads.
Yeah, and
Cha
we would
Cha,
do all
I'm
that
sorry.
stuff.
Well,
Lady Blue Cha is
how did you,
asking you, Maccabeus, what you eating?
peanut butter.
All right, go ahead, Mac.
On the 22 reload, how did you do a primer? The rimfire
Pretty.
ignition.
You could use a couple of things. You could use the top of a strike anywhere kitchen match, and the bottom compressed in there with a little bit of powder. Just keep it tight. You have to keep it tight, and then put a little bit of paper wad and just get you one of these little punches like you punch holes in paper. You know, the little hole punch.
Right.
Get you a good stack of that in against that black powder, and tighten
What
it against that fucking match head. And
I
when that thing
understand
takes
that
a
whole end
strike,
of the process. Hold on.
yeah, you
I'm
don't.
talking about the way the casing's made. It's in that. It's got a rim on it, and it's right
Yeah,
there on in that rim. So we're
it's a rim shot.
right.
It's a
So
rim shot,
there's
like a
no
30
spot
30,
for a primer to be
303.
put
There's a
in.
bunch
So
of
how
them.
do you do that? You got so you use the striker enough of a strike anywhere match.
You
How do
got,
you get
you
it?
got it.
How do you get it in the casing? Let me
Brass.
finish the question, or you can't understand it.
I hear you.
Okay, in that rim, I'm asking because I want to know. How do you get that striker to stay in that rim on a rimfire 22 casing?
You
There's
have to
no hole
press it.
there.
You have to press it in that little. I know where you're talking about, in the rim. Some of them strike on the rim. Some of them strike off the rim. So you got to remember, when you place that round back into a chamber, that it's not going to be in the same place every time. You understand what I mean?
I
You
do.
might have a shell. When
Wait,
we would have a shell sometimes that would have 3 dents in it or so. You know, yeah, he's got the right idea. And when you got that rim in that shell, some of them shells, we would use them 3 or 4 times, but after that, my granddaddy would say, don't use them no more. We would do that with our 30-30s. He had 303s. He had some British rifles. He had some old stuff like that. And I know what you're talking about, you know. And then we always had plenty of reloads for the shotgun shells because we used a 22 round in a brass shell, and we had the right hardware to put it back together.
Maccabeus.
So
I don't know because I've not ever done it, but I have a friend that's a couple of years older than me that just for the satisfaction of having done it, bought a kit online several years ago. I say several, like nigh over a decade ago now. I'm old enough I can say that now. Using the strike anywhere matches, you whittle them back, you whittle that match material off the stick,
Right.
put them into the once used cleaned 22 casings, and then you're supposed to put it in the oven until that strike anywhere match compound, which I'm too inebriated to tell you the compound, but you can Google it. Reliquefies and then uniformly fills the rim head, so that way wherever it strikes, anywhere 360 degrees, it ignites it. And it came with some kit, some tooling to like undent the rim, or whatever.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he did many
Well,
in
you wouldn't tell
practice.
them the process.
Yeah. Well, it was more of a I want to do this to say that I did it than it was like it's practical to do it a bunch, in normal times. But so that he could say that he had done it, he supposedly did a few. I didn't ever see him shoot any that he reloaded, and I never participated in it. But that's my understanding of it.
Yeah. It's like sometimes people don't understand, like even an incendiary round is capable of setting off plastic explosive, but a regular round will not. You have to understand that. It's
I
that
understand it.
part he's talking about, that strike anywhere surface. It makes a tracer round. That phosphate is the name of it.
Right, but you
It's
wasn't
called
telling the whole
phosphate.
process of how you got that
Yeah.
strike anywhere match into that casing.
Yeah.
And he explained how his friend does it. He puts it in an oven and it melts down and runs over into I guess it's hollow all the way around there.
Yeah, phosphate.
That was the missing key in your whole story, and that's what I was trying to get to.
What's up, KP?
I understand incendiaries and all this.
Yeah, it's a phosphate.
Oh God, is it 12? Yep, it's 12. Okay.
12 o'clock. It's only 11 here.
It's either that or a flint.
You're living in the future.
You know what I mean? That's all we got.
I can't wait to shoot my shotgun. Damn it! I got to do it outside though. I don't want to take it to the range because I know what's going to happen. Oh, I got the A300. Yeah, I got the A300 Beretta.
Cool.
Yep.
I wonder what temperature you'd have to get the oven to get that stuff to liquefy.
See, that's what I don't know. I don't think it's real high because you'd be worried that it would like cook off.
Yeah, is it slow and over time, or is it a real quick heat you put to it?
I think it's kind of like a low and slow, but like I say, we're talking probably nearly a decade removed of having the conversation of how it theoretically works.
Yeah, because I went and got a casing to show. There's no place to. You'd have to drill the casing out or something to install a primer, and then make sure it hit just in the same spot.
Yeah.
That's why I was needing to understand that process, and that wasn't the information. I wasn't getting that information about the oven. That makes a little more sense now.
Yeah, for the rimfire, like the idea was, as I recall, you had to basically sit and whittle on like a whole box of kitchen matches. And let that powder kind of cut, like you're cutting Coke or something. You whittle it down, and you measure off an amount and pour it into each empty. It comes with a tool to undent the previous firing pin strike, rimfire strike. And then you take all these clean prepared cases, pour a predetermined amount, and I don't know the amount of the match head shavings. And then I guess the kit included the like de-priming tool and then like a rack to set all these prepped cases in to the oven. And you just cook them for a while till that match powder liquefies and runs, almost like candle wax back into the rim uniformly. And then you put whatever powder is acceptable for rimfire in there, and then I don't remember how the bullets formed because I know like in like actual factory manufacturing that bullet is basically swaged in there. Like a rimfire bullet is basically like poured or molded into the neck of the case. It's not like a centerfire cartridge where you press a bullet into the neck. I don't know. To me, it sounded like more work than was really feasible.
Yeah, it sounds very, very fucking tedious.
All of the labor spent doing that, you could be loading centerfire ammo and kill things worth eating.
Yeah.
But,
you'd be amazed what an old guy that's 90 years old will make you do as a young lad sitting around the fireplace in the cold winter day when there's no outside going on.
Yeah, and this friend of mine that endeavored, that did this or bought the kit to do this, I don't know if he actually ever executed on it. It was explained to me in theory more than in execution. Is kind of an old spirit. Like he does stuff just to do it, not because it monetarily benefits him. Like he doesn't come out ahead. He's got
It's kind of like in a pinch. Like I need a bullet. That sounds like some MacGyver shit. Like I need a bullet now, right? I need a bullet, and it would probably be more economical and whatnot to just go ahead and get some primers, right? So go ahead and get the helmet.
It keeps you from having to do this shit right here. This right here. Oh shit! Just wait a second. I gotta get.
Hey!
Before I shoot you.
Quit jacking your load. Quit jacking your load on live stream there, zombie.
As far as homemade ammunition goes, you would come out infinitely ahead to reload your own shotgun shells, like Dave Canterbury.
Right.
The Self-Reliance Outfitters
Talformitis.
guy.
Yeah, Talformitis. I like him. Greg.
Well, no, different guy, but yeah. Dave Canterbury was the guy that was on Dual Survival or whatever with Cody Lundeen. You know, one was the allegedly ex-sniper guy, and then the other one was the hippie.
Right. Barefooted hippie.
Dave Canterbury has got a whole series on his YouTube channel talking about how his like one end of the world self-reliance prepping outdoorsman gun. Let me let the cat out.
Single shot shotgun.
Yep, Max got it. He's seen it.
Yeah, I've seen his videos. They're pretty good.
He does the black powder reloads
with
the 12 gauge shotgun.
He also
even a fan of the chamber inserts.
And he you can take them casings and how was he doing it? I don't remember if he went and bought primers, but was hand setting them and loading the single shot like a muzzle loader.
Mm-hmm. Yep, reusing the hull like a quality high brass hull, and then packing them with an amount of black powder and just front stuffing it.
I saw some really innovative conservation methods. My buddy in Texas saw a video because he has a ton of wild boar, and he says, I waste so much ammo shooting these things because like they have 4 batches of 12 to 16 piglets every year, and there's hundreds of them on his property. So he strategically placed some tannerite with some nails. And when, 15 or 20 of these suckers come in, he just hits that 10.
Yeah, I'm subbed to a guy. I think he's in Texas. No, Oklahoma. Moti Hunter. Yeah, that's what he does. And he's got the cam on his gun, and he shoots tannerite. Just boom, just pigs fucking just laying on their back, twitching.
Chunks, legs flying.
Oh yeah, it's fucking brutal, dude.
I don't know if it's true or not, but in high school I had a friend that him and his father participated in Civil War.
I had a friend too in high school.
Yeah,
I had one friend too.
They're overrated.
They participated in Civil War reenacting with the Sons of Confederate Veterans. Whatever unit they
were. Yeah.
One of the dudes in the unit had a reproduction mountain howitzer, and allegedly the story goes that during black powder season every year, this guy would like shoot a shot to like train it in over bait, and him and 2 or 3 buddies would just put out lawn chairs and they'd sit and load it with grape shot. And when some deer came out to like eat on the corn, they just stoke it off, and then everybody go down range and pick up a deer, tag it.
Gotta get compensated somehow.
Yeah,
hey, you know, a damn potato gun comes in metal too instead of PVC plastic, and it's kind of an thing to think about there.
Potato guns. I almost killed myself with a potato gun. That's another story.
Yeah, you have to have some skill with it, or you'll blow yourself
just
up.
As good as metal plastic.
Oh yeah.
Wear those safety glasses.
And I forget where it's at, but they got the pumpkin chunkin contest, and they do that with the it's basically a high fucking velocity potato gun, but they're chunking fucking potatoes or pumpkins as far as the fucking eye can see. Boom! Oh man, those things are amazing.
Did y'all see that one? There's a real big channel. Is it like Survival Dispatch or one of them guys? And their whole crew got together, and if they didn't have any more firearms and all this, and they built a catapult, and it was pretty badass.
Those trebuchets and all that stuff. They're pretty cool.
I hope it don't come down to that.
See,
yeah, I'm a little too old for all that.
I mean, I tell you what, I've always wanted to build a trebuchet. I have, but we have so much mechanical advantage nowadays. I mean, there's some amazing shit you can make. We can fuck some shit up. Go ahead and take all the guns. Go ahead and take all the gunpowder.
Just imagine, just picture the faces of people if you were, you had a little bit of ingenuity and the shit hit the fan, and you were smart. Let's just say this happened, and you and your neighbor, you get along. They have firearms, and you each have a couple of cases of tannerite. You block the roads so nobody. And if somebody does happen to wander aimlessly, and all they hear is boom.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll get medieval real quick.
Oh yeah.
Hell, I'll even put a little whistler on that fucking thing. You know?
They'll be like, "Sir, they're crossing the moat. They're on the gate. They got a batter ram."
What's up, JoJo? He's from the Matrix. How's the Matrix? How's that steak taste?
There's going to be some folks that would need underwear. Let's just say that.
Man,
I always need underwear.
The hell I can unleash, man. Just going back to historical times. I mean, you know, Vlad the Impaler comes to mind. Before you even get close to my compound, you're going to have to go through the forest of the impaled. You know what I'm saying? Just to get to me.
Strategically placed bear bangers and all the goodies, you know, dragon's breath and
dude, punji sticks. Punji sticks, logs coming out of nowhere with fucking impaling you and taking out your vehicle, right? I mean, whatever you want to do, and all that's going to be covered by fire as well, right? So, allegedly in Minecraft, yeah. I mean, dude, no, it ain't going to go well. It ain't going to go well for anyone to come on this land. And it's not going to go well for anyone to wage war against the people, right? Of any kind of Western nation, because we all about some violence, man. We all about some ingenuity. We'll make shit
cool 2 hours.
It would be a contest. It would be like what was it, Zombieland? You'd see like. It would be like the lady was like, okay, here comes the zombie, and she pulls a rope, the fucking piano falls on the guy, on the zombie. It'd be shit like that. It'd be like, what's the most ingenious way to stop this invasion? Right?
Every time you take out a zombie, you have to say, "Zombie force."
Right.
What's that Woody Harrelson's character? You know the mare's leg he carries?
The last Twinkie. Yeah. Right, V? I mean, talk about a galvanizing event. Let some rogue nation or near peer nation, which it's obvious there's not really any, invade this land. Even Canada. I mean, like something happened in Mexico, we wouldn't really care. But Canada would be like, oh, hell no, let's go.
Even here, Shad, I think in Ontario, if I remember correctly, the last rough count, there's something like 600,000 firearm owners.
Right.
Still.
Yeah.
Still.
So I hear that y'all have been ordered to turn in your firearms, or they're going to go door to door. But of course, the memorandum is the deadline is passed, and nobody complied. Like maybe 1% of people complied with turning in their firearms. Is that true?
What they were doing was trying a buyback program.
Okay.
Right. For the certain firearms that they deemed as unworthy or whatever, and it didn't go very well.
Threatening firearms that were threatening.
Apparently, the dark persuasion with pistol grip or something, and that were made in around 1956.
Right, your semi-autos, your bolt actions, anything that looks scary. Yeah,
it's the dumbest thing ever. So,
yeah,
nothing in the line, nothing allowed in the line of an AP round, right?
You know, the sad thing, I say it
Yeah.
with, in all humbleness, is that these people still get elected. You know,
Yeah, they said they were going to go door to door they didn't say it was a compensation. They said it was what that fucking guy.
gathering.
Yeah, like a mass collection event. And the guy was like, "Good luck with that. Good luck with that. You're not going to get shit."
Well, also, I think Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario told them to get stuffed.
Yeah, like the people themselves and their whatever politicians, whatever the local politicians and the whatever region politician said, yeah, good luck with that. It's not going to work. And what's that guy that he's some kind of he's Indian or Pakistani?
He's not even from here, and he's the head of public safety.
Right.
He can barely speak the language.
Yeah,
he doesn't even have a firearms license.
Hits him with sticks, like the Punjabis.
So here's the funny thing, Shad, is that firearms license. I took my firearms course at the Royal Canadian Mounted Police College.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, and I'm not bragging or anything, but I got 100% on the written, and the guy told me he gave me 99% on the practical because it didn't look good if I got 100% on that too.
See, yeah,
right. So, and I took my course at the Royal Canadian Mounted Police College, and got 100% on everything, and I'm an honest, law-abiding citizen, so-called. I'm not a felon. I haven't robbed any old ladies or anything. But some Indian guy that came here and ran for office is going to dictate to Canadians what they can own.
Right. Yeah. What a major insult, huh? I see what's going on in Ireland. Y'all see that? And what they have there is a Canadian tie. That lady, there's a lady that she was part of the government or the police force that took down the convoys in Canada.
Yeah,
she did that mass surveillance. She did the mass surveillance and targeting for all that convoy that was going on, in Canada. She's now in charge in Ireland for their convoy protesting and going nuts. I'm telling you, on my bingo card is Ireland. Okay, Southern Ireland. It's going to go down. Those folks are already like beating the shit out of folks. They're beating the shit out. Oh, are you halal? Bam! Oh, you're Somalian. Boom! I mean, it's the Irish fighting Irish, right? So they've had enough. I've seen John H. I don't know where you're at, John H. He's from Scotland, but he sends me shit all the time, man. Where it's just they've had enough. They've had enough, and they're tired of the bullshit. So on my bingo card, I got Ireland as full on revolution.
I think when I was in Ireland, I think the population's like 8 million now. It's less than it was. There's more Irish people of Irish descent around the world than there are in Ireland.
Yep, replacement migration. Same thing in Britain.
It's only been 25 years since the IRA stopped fighting over there, so a lot of their resistance is still fresh in that generation. Where most Western countries, it's far removed, and I wish we would stand up as quick as the Irish would or have. I think Americans need to be beating some ass in the street.
Those people.
It's not to that point yet.
I think everybody knows the Irish. They're such jovial people. But when I was in Dublin, I went for a tour up in the I think it's the hills of the Glens of Antrim or whatever it is, up in the hills above Dublin. And it's just absolutely breathtaking to see. But the lady who did the tour was telling us that she used to make costumes for movies. And now that she's retired, she does tours around Dublin. And she said, somebody asked her, well, what movies did you create wardrobe for? And one of them was a Meryl Streep movie. And she says, oh, yeah. And, in that very, relaxing, calming Irish lilt. She says, oh, yes, I did Meryl's wardrobe. And she says, I made enough money that we have 3 acres where we are. And we couldn't afford to ride on more. And my husband was toiling away. So with the money I made from the movie, we bought my husband a ride on tractor. And we named it Meryl.
Meryl. No shit.
That's the Shire right there.
They tell some good stories.
I don't remember what year that Australia handed over most of their guns, but I remember I seen a video of it in the 90s.
97,
and
98.
It was pretty sad. Dump truckloads of it just being dumped and destroyed.
Well, and also the other end of that, Mac, is the home invasions went up 64%.
Yep.
Number 64, sure for rise, pick up. Yeah. Now there is a underground. I love hearing about the underground shit. Right in Australia, allegedly, has a lot of gun runners doing that. They're just moving guns, multiple like truckloads of guns from place to place, and it's a cat and mouse game with their police, because the same thing is happening over there. Is they're hiring policemen that are not from Australia, right? DEI hires, if you will, to get after these, get after the population and disarm them. And they've literally had some. It's like some mafioso shit, like shootouts. They've done raids on some compounds and got fucked up. The police have. I'm like, oh shit, and what happened? So there's a lot going on in the background that they don't know about. Most people in the bush with the ute has a shotgun. It's just the way it is. It's the way of life. They don't give a fuck.
Stuff they don't talk about, Chad, and everyone else in here, is that when they catch some of these so-called immigrants or illegal immigrants or drug paraphernalia, when they've been caught, there's handguns, which they shouldn't have. There's firearms. They don't have a firearms license. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash and drugs. And here's the kicker, but most people don't understand. Released on bail.
Yep. And even though there's not a lot of guns, it's funny how the criminals have the gun. The only people that have the guns are the criminals and the police. I mean, and the people themselves are resort to, okay, I'm in compliance, but I got this cachet over here that you don't know about, right? That's the thing. And machete and knife attacks are like everyday occurrences. Everybody's got a machete. Everybody's got a knife. If you're a gang, it's like going back to the old school triads where they show up with 30 people show up with a hatchet, and everybody's got a hatchet or a knife or a sword. I mean, that's being prevalent throughout Britain, throughout Europe, throughout Australia. It's just how they, and that's how they, from their countries, that's how they roll anyway. So MS-13, same thing. They're well known for just drive-by hackings. They just, if you're targeted, they just drive by, boom. Everybody jumps out with a fucking machete, hacks at you, boom, they're gone in 30 seconds, right? Welcome, DJ. Welcome as well. She's always telling us what day it is.
Go by gunshot.
The knife people, the cigars, were the Hebrews' last fighters, and most of them retreated to Masada and were killed off in 73 AD.
Boom. And segue into the Romans' most amazing engineering feat. It was a mountain fortress, right? Maccabeus.
Masada.
Yeah, and the Romans literally had to build a ramp all the way up that fucking thing under fire.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Yeah, that's a great story. The Masada, and the Hebrews were the hardest ones for the Romans to take. Everybody else was a cakewalk, but when they try to take Jerusalem and all that, and the Sicarios and all that, it was the hardest fight they had ever faced. The most costly.
The biggest thing that defeated the Hebrews in Jerusalem was there were so many factions had retreated to the city behind the walls, and they were warring against each other while the Romans had them under siege. And they were burning each other's food supplies and all kinds of shit. Hell, there was cannibalism going on there by the time it was over with. If they hadn't been fighting amongst themselves, America, they could have done something.
Yep.
Making too much sense, Mac.
The communists are inside, though, Mac.
And that's what the Romans did as part of that. They practiced subversion. They did. They went in beforehand, and let's divide and conquer, get everybody all riled up, and hey, you're disenfranchised, and let's get that going. And then so when they walk into a city, it's easy, right? Yeah. Or a nation, it's easier for them to take. Same thing that's going on in here in this country, the rest of the world as well. Subversion 101. It's as old as time.
They get this content creator over here. They get him on the payoff so that he pushes their agenda of starting this faction over here to think a certain way, and then they pay this other creator over here to do the same thing. And before you know it, you got 20 different content creators being paid off that are putting on there. All they're doing is creating division.
Yep.
Yeah, the founders of the Constitution. You just hit a note there, Mac. Was the founders? See, they put this one thing in place called the First Amendment to be able to have freedom of information, freedom of speech, your freedom. So now that's the first thing. That's the first thing that they attack you with. Is now you've got millions of people out here on social media and the internet and everything else, and some of them are just more than willing to piss down their leg to tell the truth. You see what I mean? Because they got you under that. They got you under that restriction of the first law of the Constitution of freedom of speech, to be able to say what's on your mind freely. But now you've got these fucking, like me and Shad discussed this before about people. They're in their comfort zone. As long as it don't come for them, they're comfortable. As long as it don't affect them, they're going to drag you in, and it's like a big object. If you don't learn to let go of something bigger than you, ultimately it will drag you to your death. And that's what it is. That's plain and simple.
I call it the First Amendment. I call it the eggshell effect. It's now we can't say certain words. We still can't say certain words on a lot of platforms, right? And it's got everybody walking on eggshells. Yeah, sure. You've got, but things that. Why not call it what it is, right? And call me by my pronouns. No, you're a fucking idiot. How's that for a pronoun, right? You're a man in a dress. You're a woman in a pair of pants. That kind of shit. You're a chomo, or you're a chomo sympathizer because you're flying that flag. Whatever. It's call it what it is. You're not an immigrant. You're not a undocumented immigrant. You're an illegal alien that needs to be fucking ousted.
Amen.
I mean, so call it what it is. They want to instill what they call wrong speak. Ooh, you're engaging in wrong speak. I mean, we of course we know, there's a lot of things we can't say because it promotes violence, or it promotes things. Look at what's going on in Britain, especially Britain. You make a bad tweet, you say one bad thing about something, or one of these little aliens, these illegals, boom, they're coming to your house in the middle of the night and fucking raiding you, right? I mean, they're taking your ass to fucking prison. Grandmas that are fed up with this bullshit are going to prison for
and if
real.
you speak out against the government, they will too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, you don't like wrong speak? There it is. And once again, that's wrong speak was that's Big Brother, baby. Remember that movie? So wrong speak. It's all part of their plan. It's all part. Even if we're still speaking out against this shit, we're still affected. I feel it now. I feel like I'm walking on fucking eggshells, and I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
So and what's going to happen? What's going to happen if I get confronted by and gaslighted and all that shit, and whatever, and they come at me? I'm going to resort to violence because I'm going to see this as a threat, and my answer is going to be violence. It has to be because I'm feeling threatened. They're coming at me and they're threatening me and they're trying to trap me and entrap me to get me to say something wrong, say something whatever. You know what? Fuck it. Get out of my way. Get out of my face. Leave me alone. No, you're this, you're that. You're a fucking homophobe. You're a racist. Bam. Okay. How about that? Fuck you. Let's go to jail. Fuck you.
It's exactly what we were talking about a while ago when I say financial slave is because why is if I say, okay, me and Mad, Shad, and Camo, we got our farm, we grow enough vegetables, we got a way to protect ourselves, but then somebody
Why are you
comes
leaving
along
the
and
rest
says,
of us
but
off
no,
the farm?
we want to take, listen, we want to take
Because
all
some
of what
animals are
you've
more
got
equal
or
than
most
others.
of it to support
animal farm.
somebody out of line. You see, they're out of line, which means that we're being forced to put human support in place for people. And now we suffer in our economy for it, which means that it takes away from everything we've got, plus they want more to support a foreign interest of people that's broke the rules to be here anyways. So the fact is it's kind of like whenever the school bus is a 32-seat school bus, you don't put 64 fucking people on that school bus unless you're from Somalia.
Number 64, chauffeur rise, pick up.
That's right. Number 64, it's a common number. But
all I gotta say is
we're supporting a third world. We're supporting a third world mentality inside our
we're supporting our own demise.
Yeah,
we're supporting our own demise.
Yep.
That's the thing. And we know it. So, okay, what are you trying to show me here? Hold on, stand by.
We got an extinctionism group, They think that we should all be extinct. Oh, pretzels.
Yeah. Pretzels. Yummy.
Yeah, there's an actual group that they're extinctionists. There's an actual group that thinks we should all be dead.
Oh yeah. I mean that's the elite occultists. They only want, Georgia Guidestones, we're talking about that. 500 million, that's it. That's all you get. That's all they want, right? Because we're manageable. In smaller numbers, we're manageable. And so think about the plan that the world, the EOs have for America, right? Per se. We are the strong arm, right? We're the tip of the spear, the edge of the empire. We're the force. We're the heavy, right? We're the big hammer, right? And so that's how, tell you the truth, that's how we got into this thing with Iran, right? They said, hey, get after Iran, whatever the case may be. Maybe it was Israel, maybe whatever, but ultimately it was that Committee of 300. I'm throwing a lot of name drops here, right? Committee of 300, whatever, the EOs, I call them EOs, elite occultists, the baby eaters, and so that's why we're here. Now we can make this could come out to our advantage. Sure, we're poised to come on top of this and take advantage of all this shit going on in the Hormuz and the Middle East. But there's been a plan to take down and destabilize the Middle East that will eventually destabilize the whole world, which we're already seeing that and the possibilities of it. that plays into their plan. But America stands to be on top, and then from there, that's when we take. Once we destabilize the whole world, that's when our demise comes about, and that's going to be costly for them because we're basically free gun toting motherfuckers around here, meat eaters, pipe swingers. Fuck you. We're gonna do what the fuck we want. We know how this works. We've been here before a few times, right?
I'll be the first one to tell them it ain't Baghdad, motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Right, but there is a plan, and it's a very sound plan to take us down. Right? It's not going to be with guns. It's not going to. It's not going to be.
Way.
It's going to be violent. It's going to be violent, but we're going to do it to ourselves. They're going to make us destroy ourselves. Through division,
it's like with Randy Weaver. Okay, they use propaganda, deception, and division to nullify that man's integrity and what he stood for. Okay, yes, he was a racist, but racism didn't have shit to do with what happened to him. They entrapped him on a sawed-off shotgun charge, and then come up there and surrounded his house and fucking killed his wife and his son. And he was found not guilty on the shotgun charge because it was entrapment. And if you go back and look at the old footage, even the jury members, it was in state court. The jury members even said, we don't agree with what he believes, because they kept trying to fall back on the racism thing to hammer him. And that wasn't what he was on trial for. He was on trial for the shotgun, which he was entrapped on. And I hear gun owners all the time, they completely discredit Randy Weaver because of what he believed. I don't agree with everything he believed in, but the feds had no right to do what they done to him. And that ought to piss off every fucking American. It pissed me off back then. I went to the Waco siege and was at the protest down there. But, it's the same with him. After the fact in the congressional hearings, they started saying he's a pedophile. And in order to get military overflights to do recon, the planes and the helicopters, they lied about the man and said he was cooking meth. And this is all propaganda that they'll put out against people so that there's division, so that people don't show up, because if they can come and take his guns that way, they can come take every one of us on this panel's guns that way. But people need to quit buying all the bullshit that's put out by government and the system, the school system, and everything else. Randy Weaver wasn't on trial for being a fucking Nazi. He was on trial because they violated every one of his fucking rights and murdered his family. I'm done.
They killed as many women and children as they could, and they killed all the adult men as they could in that whole incident. And
there's only like 14 people made it out of Waco. I think it was.
Yeah, that's America.
That's autism technicality too.
Yeah, that's military force being used against United States citizens, and it's the same thing.
That was what the big Nancy Pelosi, right?
They can say here's the rule: don't go out of your house because you might have
Janet Reno. Oh, okay.
And you ain't had
she died of cancer. Fuck her.
So they already did that and proved it once and got away with it. It had repercussions behind it, but it had repercussions. The cooties thing, take the jab, whatever, or you can't go out of your house. And it was extreme in Canada, wasn't it, Canadian? Wasn't it? It was extreme, or more extreme up there. These guys were fucking tormented up there by this fucking thing that the fucking Canadian government and Trudeau and all of them done to the fucking citizens of Canada. They took their fucking rights away from them and told them, go to your fucking house, shut your mouth, or go to jail. Don't go to church, don't worship, don't anything.
Two courts have deemed it illegal what was done. So what does the government, the existing liberal government, do? They appeal it again.
Exactly. There's no repercussion, none. And the American intelligence agencies were involved. And the same thing that happened, and when it happened, most of the fucking people inside America just went along with it. Some of them didn't, but most of them did.
Just think about this for a second.
When it comes down to it, that's what the guns are for, though. Is when there's no longer an appeal to man, there's only an appeal to God.
Think about this for 1 second. They had the capabilities to track who donated $20 to the truckers' convoy, but they couldn't balance. They couldn't balance a fucking budget.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's the whole point behind all these data centers coming up.
Mm-hmm.
That's what scares a lot of people about AI. Because AI gives them capabilities to create shit, bullshit.
Yeah. It's going to create
lawfully armed.
Hear, see, and believe.
Lawfully armed. You had something to say. Lawfully armed.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
Autism technicality. Randy Weaver. They didn't get him on lopping off the barrels to under 18 inches. They got him on overall length because he cut the barrels off to 18 and a half. Shortened the stocks too short, so they got him on overall length.
Right.
Damn.
And that's why it's harmless.
Good. Go ahead.
That's why it's harmless as gun owners think that it is to put a vertical grip on their like AR pistol. They'll kill your family. Don't do it. Or don't do it and be seen in public. Yeah. Second point.
Yeah,
that's ultimately what gun ownership is for under the Second Amendment. It is when you have exhausted all ink and an appeal to authority. It is for a final appeal to God.
Mm. Right.
And they're going to take it right
How can you expect to get a fair trial whenever the ink is smudged?
They're going to start with the first. They're going to go to the second. They're going to go to the fourth. They're going to go to the fifth. They're going to alleviate. They're going to annihilate some of the fucking constitutions, and they're going to have.
I'll be honest.
Way.
It's terrifying to acknowledge that on this public forum that is forever in the ether. But if you don't, do you really have it? So.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Good point.
I don't wake up any day. I didn't wake up today or any other day before today with any intention of doing harm to anyone or any government entity. But they should be scared that there could be a day.
Yeah.
They
Don't
are
tread on me, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Word.
Well,
and I speak for a lot of Americans, a lot of veterans, a lot of patriots. I just wanted to be left alone. Why couldn't you just leave me alone? Why couldn't you just leave me the fuck alone? Yeah. Why force my hand?
Yep.
Do you not know? Do you not fucking know how dangerous we are? Of course you do. Because we trained the military. We built their weapons. We built their weapons of war. We, the people. We trained them. We wrote the strategies. We did all that shit. It's not the military. It's not the government. The government and the military would not exist without we, the people. And we are many. They are few. We do what we want. They do what they can. All right, it's the way it's always been. And if we don't realize that, they win. And what you made a good point there. There is freedom when the government fears its people. There is tyranny when people fears its government. So yeah,
and you don't have freedom if you're not willing to die for it.
That's right. I mean, what happened? What happened that day? 1775, whatever, 1776, 1791, when fathers on homesteads with families said goodbye to their families, grabbed their musket and their eldest son and went off to war.
Yeah.
That's when it's real. That's when right now in modern times that's when it's serious, right? That's the only time when a father cannot, a man cannot provide for his family, and feels that everything he is doing, in the most peaceful, righteous manner, everything he's doing is all for naught. His only all regress, all his regress of grievances are done. The ink is not working. The voting is not working. The only thing left is violence. It's their fault, not mine.
Yep.
Speaking as like we the people, it's your fault. It's your fault, government. It's your fault, EOs, that you pushed us to this fucking point. You pushed us to this fucking point that now we've got to lynch mob your fucking ass. And I'm not calling for violence. I'm just saying this is what happens historically throughout the history of man. Right? Mankind. We're built to endure tyranny. That's why we have broad shoulders. It's kind of a Russian saying. That's why we have broad backs. But there's a point. There's a fucking point. You add one more fucking pebble to that. That's it. You have just wakened the sleeping giant. And guess what? We're fucking hungry.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, hey, you take this as you wish. I am just saying this as a free American. I'm not promoting violence. I'm just saying it's there.
Amen.
It's there.
The modern
It's
day,
always fucking been there. That's the point. It's always fucking been there. And you pull that fucking scab off that scar, guess what? It's game over.
The modern day political warfare that goes on is not the same warfare that went on in 1700s. The men that represented they founded our rights and our rules that we were going to go to. They were soldiers. They were men of men.
You know what, Cha-Cha? All right, let me try. Cha-Cha, guess what? That's why I'm prepping Jello, because I want to see. I want to test that theory. There's always room for Jello. Not only will we resort to violence, but we will have fucking fun with this shit. All right, we will have fucking fun with this. We will be ingenious, right? The amount of fucking ingenuity and memes, we will meme the fuck out of you. I'm teabagging every motherfucker I see.
remember the Dirty Dozen? What they did
buddy. Exactly, the Dirty Dozen. I mean, the Dirty 330 million. How about that? The Dirty 18 million. The dirty 3%, the dirty 1%. How the fuck you want? However you want to break it down, right? We gonna fuck shit up. It's FAFO time. It's FSU. Fuck shit up time. Don't push us to that point.
Trying to erase that. They're trying to erase that in present day political powers and stuff.
Oh yeah, whatever, man.
Fuck them. That's a fucking insult to the people that won this country. That's an insult.
Of course it is. Of course it is. And here's another observation. Why? Okay, why is Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, Maine, all these oppressive, tyrannical 2A fucking oppressive fucking laws or regulations being imposed? Why? Do you know why?
That's where
it's a major. It's exactly a major insult to the beginning of the defiance of this country. So if they can win there, see how symbolic that is. They go right for the heart. They're going right for the fucking neck. The beginning, the seed that sprouted and grew into the tree of liberty. They're trying to deroot that motherfucker.
Yeah. Yep. The first Congress that George Washington built.
Okay, hold on. Lawfully armed. Lawfully armed. Go ahead.
It's because the original 13 colonies have had an additional 50 to 100 years of tyranny.
What do we have?
They're less wild, they're less free.
We've pretty much been under tyranny since the War of Northern Aggression. States' rights were trampled, and they've done nothing but wage a war all the way around against all of the 10 Bill of Rights since the Civil War.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There was too
And
much. There was too much commerce.
We never faithfully repeal unconstitutional law. We just amend and amplify. You know, at a state and federal level, annually they pass additional legislation. And that's why I say the original 13 colonies, specifically New England, has got 50 to 100-year head start on the rest of the nation.
Yeah.
Well, they're all stacked on top of each other like rodents.
Oh yeah, there's a huge population. Yeah. Massive populations there. East Coast is the most populated of the country,
and they're extra corrupt with communism.
The more money gets on the table, the more tyrants is going to be able to want to come by and take it away from it. It's the thing, you know. You know how much gold and silver was taken from the Germans after the war ended, where these countries went in and raided the coffers of these countries? You know, the same thing goes on inside this country. They raid the coffers, but they hold their power. They're still going to hold their power because what? They control all the currency.
You know, it's kind of hard to hold their power when they ain't got no fucking hands or a fucking head.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. Let's be blunt. Let's be blunt. And blunt force trauma matters. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I'm a peaceful person. I'm a peaceful person.
And taking Germany's gold and all that really wasn't raiding them. That was our right to the
war reparations. There's winners and losers, and it's tough shit if you lose.
Yeah. If we ever lost at that level,
you lose on taking your shit.
We'd lose everything.
You lose on taking your shit. That's what I'm saying. You lose, I'm taking your shit.
Censorship is cowardice. It is. Region 9. And, you know, I'm fucking tired of it. Like I said, it's the eggshell effect. You know, you're going to force me to walk on eggshells? You're going to force me to do that shit? This shirt. Why do you think I bought this shirt? I bought this shirt so I could walk around without a mask and go, hey, come and take it. Come and make me.
Make you big. Make you big. Make yourself big.
Hold on.
I shall not yield.
There you go. Come and make me. I wore this shit. Wherever I went. You know?
I'm ashamed of my shirt, but I paid for it.
During the COVID, I remember I said, you know what? I'm going to the mall. I went to the mall. It was the weirdest thing. It was in South Carolina. South Carolina did not comply, they said, but they did. Right? There was all this shit going on. There was a major cop presence at every fucking entrance in at the mall. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm just watching everything. What the hell are you doing, Kennedy? So, and I got the shirt. I got no mask on. I got the beard. I told everybody the beard is my mask. I'm immune, right? And so I'm walking around, and I'm getting a feel. I'm getting a vibe for what's going on. Everybody's wearing a mask, and everybody's eyes are on me. And you know, of course, my Ancient Orange is getting acting up. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, don't say shit. Don't start none. Won't be none. You know what I'm saying? Chip on my shoulder. Let's go. I guess they felt that. Nobody said shit, but everybody was looking at me, and everybody's like talking, you know, out the side of their fucking mouth, and you know, pss, pss, pss. Look at that guy, right? You can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel that social pressure, right? Look at him. He's different.
Mask. This is my COVID mask.
Oh god, I can't make you big unless I move you over, right? Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, yeah. Okay.
There you go.
So I'm walking around this mall, right? And I'm like, fuck it, I'm not wearing a mask. And I'm feeling the vibe. And I turn the corner, and there's tons of people out at the mall. Funny thing, right? Most people I've ever seen at the mall. Usually it's a bunch of teeny boppers or, walkers, power walkers, right? Everybody's at the mall. They're like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I guess they had, cabin fever. And so I turned the corner. Now, mind you, I seen everybody, thousands of people had masks on. I turned the corner and there's this one guy with no mask on. And we both looked at each other, kind of nodded and kept walking. Yeah, buddy. Hey, brother, how you doing? Boom. Keep it stepping, right? Fuck these guys. Fuck these motherfuckers. It was the funniest thing. I walked out. The cops are looking at me. I'm like waiting for the cops to say something. They're just like they're probably like they're on the phone, like, the radio. Like, what do? We got one without a mask, right? Fuck them, man. Fuck them.
We got one here that can see.
Well, right? Yeah, I got my Ray-Bans on.
It's funny that the safest places were Costco and Walmart,
Yeah. Yeah, they shut down everything. If you were a business, if you were a mom and pop shop, they shut you down. Yeah, you got to shut down. Hey, you're not essential. But Costco, Walmart, all these fucking big corporations, they're all absolutely essential.
And they roped off the non-essential items.
What?
They roped off kids' toys.
Did they really?
Oh yeah. You were allowed to go to Costco, but you had to buy food, the necessities, milk, eggs, cheese. But you weren't allowed to buy toys. No toys. No
toys. I remember it didn't happen in South Carolina, but I seen in other places in other countries, and you had to show ID to get into a lot of businesses. You had to be a part of some type of biometrics. See how they do that shit? They take advantage, of a crisis situation and start moving that shit in. And there were folks that were like, what the fuck are you talking about? Usually old people, right? Gen Xers and latter. They're like, screw you. I'm going in here. I need to get toilet paper. I need to get baby formula. I need to get a roast. I need things. I'm not showing you my ID. I'm not signing up for your biometrics. I'm not showing you proof that I've been vaccinated. Fuck you, And literally cops were getting like just pushing people back, arresting people, Here in the States, yeah, you see some of those the red states were like, they were actually literally putting people in jail because what they do is the cops couldn't really stop you, but once they interacted with you, they got you on something else. Oh, is it blue states, red states? Same bird, different wings. But anyway, yeah, I get them confused sometimes. Thank you for the correction. But you feel me, right? And so what they do is the cops interact with you. Go, oh, you're being combative. Oh, you don't want to, give up your ID. They get you on something else, and that's what they would do here.
Stop.
Yeah, you're resisting. You're resisting. You're non-compliant. You're doing this. You have a weapon on you. You have pervious activity going on. We're whatever. You have a tail light out, kind of bullshit. And that's how they get them. That's how they get people.
They get you.
So, but what I did is I go no, and just keep walking. I just no. Yeah. Hey, excuse me. Can I talk to you? No. Keep stepping. Keep it stepping. Let's go. It's a if this is a voluntary action, if this is a voluntary interaction, I do not comply, and I remain silent and I keep stepping. So I mean that's the same thing with like I faced this before in checkpoints. They were famous for doing a checkpoint. A OVI check or DUI check, whatever checkpoint. And I literally just put this little sign up outside my window. Didn't even roll my window down. They want you to roll your window down. They want you to talk to you. They want you to answer questions, right? You just say, no, I want to be about my way. Are you drinking, sir? I want to be at my bar. Wait, can I go now? Can I go now? And I just kept asking that question. Can I go now? Let me see your driver's license. Okay, I'm obligated to show you my driver's license. Here it is. You know, I literally put it in a Ziploc baggie and just hanged it out my window. And there, it was funny because they were just like, "We got one of these guys. Just let him go." Right? You know, the rare time they pulled me over, I was throwing papers. That's what I did for like 7 years. And I was throwing papers. My whole car was literally filled with newspapers, bagged up newspapers. And I pulled up to the checkpoint. I turned on the dome light. I opened the door. And they're like, "What are you doing, sir?" I was like, "Isn't it fucking obvious? I'm working here. I'm working here. Can I go now?"
Common sense.
Oh, we got to check you out first. Here's my identification. And this little, he's doing like this training session with this, like it was a female sheriff department, you know, female deputy, and she's going around the back of my car. And she's looking around. She's looking at my license plate. Is he good? Yeah, he's good. Yeah. Can I go now? I'm late. You're making me late. Well, hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. No, there's no holding on. You can only hold me for a reasonable amount of time. Is there do we have a reasonable articulated suspicion that a RAS, right? The RAS, is there a RAS for you to stop me and hold me up? Do I need to call my boss and tell him that I'm going to be late and I'm not going to make my deadline for delivering all these papers that you see are obviously in my fucking car? That's what I'm doing. You know, I was out of there in like, 2 minutes. I mean,
I try to the newest thing.
And yes, I spoke to them that way.
They try now. They try. It's called a word called obstruction. You know, so whenever they
right, I understand that obstruction of investigation, right, and obstruction. Yeah. But if it's a mutual interaction, and I do not comply, I'm free to go.
They're not even.
I'm free to go.
They're not supposed to. As a free citizen, they're not supposed to approach a free citizen just on the whim. They have to have reasonable articulation.
RAS, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And at a checkpoint, no, you don't have RAS. You don't have RAS. RAS is out the window, right?
Oh, yeah, it comes from people for warning. Down the road.
Yeah, it comes from that. Hey, I'm making a contact. They make a contact with you. Hey, I'm attempting to make contact with you. But if you deny that contact and you remain silent, they got nothing. They got nothing.
And Chad, a whole lot of American law enforcement is that whole they're trying to make a case.
Yeah.
They just want to dox.
Absolutely.
They want to.
Nowadays what they teach.
It's a big game of cat and mouse. And
yeah.
The uninformed layperson thinks that they're doing the right thing by over volunteering information that proves their innocence.
Right.
And they're wholly unaware that at any given moment they can say the wrong phrase that triggers an investigation against themselves.
The wrong phrase, the wrong movement, even if you don't answer a question, right? So, that's what I mean with the voluntary interaction. No, I do not consent to searches. No, I do not consent. No, I do not consent. I'm not going to answer questions. I'm not going to answer questions. I do not consent to searches. Can I go now? There you go.
I hate a lot of the First Amendment auditor channels.
Whenever you're being interviewed or approached by somebody in law enforcement and they start asking you questions, plead the fucking fifth. Plead the fifth fucking omission right then. Don't wait around, because later when they find something on you, they're going to say, well,
you're all unsupervised
for a second. To remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used. They'll give you a Miranda then. But anything you say previous to that Miranda is incriminating. But even after they done ask you 4 or 5 incriminating questions and you blabbed your mouth the wrong way, then they have reasonable articulation right at that point. Then they read you your Miranda rights. See, that's how it goes. You plead the fifth from the beginning. If he asks you for your identification, then generate the identification. After that, there's no federal law or no state law that says you have to surrender your Social Security number. You do understand that. Your
In
Social
some
Security
states, you don't
number,
have to even give ID. Missouri's a no ID state. They can't just
yeah,
walk up and ask you. Now, if they pull you over, that's different, but they can't just come up and make contact with you and ask for your ID. You have to either be uh, in a middle of an actual crime or being pulled over or something
yeah.
like that.
Whenever you're asked for your Social Security number by a law enforcement agency, it's not for them to have. You don't have to give up that information. Why? Is because if they have reasonable articulation, then the database on which your ID is written
They
contains
already knew who the
what?
fuck
Your
I
Social
am.
Security
They pulled me
number.
over.
You
They
know?
run my license plate.
Yeah.
They got my
Yeah.
driver's license. They already know who the fuck I am.
Exactly.
They
It's a trick
they've got
question.
they're privy to all kinds of information. But if I
Yeah,
deny
take
it
the fifth.
and I ask and I push it, because what they're doing is they're trying to make that interaction like this is a voluntary interaction. Everything we're doing here is voluntary, right? And so if
Yeah,
I ask them,
volunteer.
"Am I being detained?" It's just right there, just cut them off. Am I being detained? No, this is voluntary. Okay, goodbye. I can leave.
Yeah.
I can literally just leave.
Yeah. It's called
Seriously.
consensual contact. If it's a
Right. Yeah,
consensual
exactly.
contact,
Yeah, I do
it's
not
law.
consent to this. You're impeding my progress. You're impeding my fucking movement. And that's where I kind of like the whole sovereign citizen kind of thing. But it works, right? And if they say, yeah, you're being detained, okay, what's your reasonable articulated suspicion?
Well, they have to.
Well, I'm trying to figure that out. No, you're not. No, you're trying to get
It's
me to
unlawful.
implicate. So I'm just going to
It's
stop
un,
answering questions right now. I'm going to tell you
it's
right now, I do not
unlawful.
answer questions, and you stick with that. If you stay that, now I've done it two ways. I've fucking chewed a fucking cop's ass out. Fucking fuck you, buddy. You know who the fuck you are. I mean, I went full Gunnery Sergeant Hartman on him, but I've also just said nothing, right, and got out of it.
Yeah.
So knowing what you can get away with, I guess you can say. What the hell you got going on here, Maccabeus? Ding, 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 ding.
What kind of rhyme is that?
I think Mac robbed a geisha.
Yeah, he
Is that
I don't know.
Japanese or Chinese?
He is the geisha.
Can you read that, Mad Chad?
I can't read what it is.
I mean, can you tell what language it is, though, is what I mean?
I want to say it's Japanese. It looks Japanese because Japanese is artistic. You know what I'm saying? They like to be very artistic.
It says, man who go to bed with itchy finger or itchy ass, wake up with smelly finger.
It's pretty old. It's made out of something like rice paper or something. And
okay, so I can tell a lot from the art itself. Okay, it's a simple art. Yeah, okay, your oranges.
Kind of beat up. Looks like it went through Hiroshima. Could be.
It's pretty old.
I want to say Japanese.
Is that rice paper too?
Yeah, it's paper.
Yeah.
And you look at the quality too. A lot of Japanese stuff was just meticulously made. They're like the Swedes of the Asians. They get very intricate. But I mean, there parts of old China are like that too, right? Lots of art, lots of craftsmanship, shit like that. I want to say it's Japanese. That's my guess. I would say the artwork is kind of simple. It looks kind of like kindergarten kind of, but touristy. So it's like a touristy kind of thing, right? I'm going to sell this to a tourist, or if I don't have a lot of money, so I'm going to get the budget umbrella, I guess. But I'd have to say Japanese.
I got it in a nasty breakup years ago. Years ago. Never really knew what it was. I thought it was cool and looked good. And
What'd she end up with?
On a wall, you know?
Yeah.
That's usually where it sits. Yeah, I moved around a lot, and it's gotten tore up. The paper is very brittle. I hated to even open it. I haven't had it open in years, and I when I was opening it up, it was crackling and crinkling. I was waiting for it just to go.
Oh shit!
Scatter.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing, for posterity's sake.
You're welcome. Hey, is there anything I can treat that with to preserve the paper? Do you know?
I don't know, man.
Zombie pores?
Wax.
You're a cesspool of information. Tell me.
Wax maybe? Yeah, wax. Yeah. I mean, wax was a traditional way of waterproofing.
Like beeswax?
Spray on wax.
Spray on wax?
Wax. Yeah. Something you spray on your car, same thing. Water repellent. You just want to keep the moisture out of it.
And it kind of conditions, I guess. But you don't want to saturate it, of course, because rice paper gets wet and it just, turns to mush.
I did a survival video on that a long time ago, like 10 years ago on YouTube, about how methods to waterproof certain items when you don't have accessible things and you've got a car and you've got spray on wax or turtle wax. It's effective, and it also serves as a really good Rain-X off your windshield in case your wipers are busted or something like that, Wax is a good go-to.
I've used it on my canvas duster.
Yeah. Wax it down.
Saddle soap.
All it down. Oil's a little heavier. Wax kind of, oil is a little heavier when you use oil fabric for water protection, but it's a little heavier and it's a little messier and it's a little stickier.
Man, a canvas duster, I bet that's heavy.
Yeah, the oil slicks, the old what do you call those things? The fucking
powder dusters. We used to powder dust our tents with the chemical to keep them waterproof.
I got another cool one. It's a trench coat. It's not like a regular trench coat. This is a military trench coat. That's the big, heavy one that's got the wool liner. Comes down to almost comes down to your ankles. That thing is warm. You put that on when it's like 30, 40 below, wind blowing and shit.
Oh, yeah. That wool is a natural repellent of water, like when your socks and your underclothing. It just repels it. They'll dry out really quick. They'll dry out way quicker than cotton or nylon.
It even it even works to keep you warm when it's wet.
Yeah, that's the main thing of it. Yeah, that's the main part of it. Yeah.
Shrinks like a motherfucker, but it works good.
Yeah.
I used to have that fucking Menards fucking hardware up in fucking North Wisconsin. And I would buy me a pair of these fucking big wool ass fucking socks right at the winter began. And I get me a pair that had the little 9-volt batteries in them just for kicks, Put the batteries in there and have heated socks.
Well, and wool is naturally antimicrobial too.
Is it? No shit.
More especially wool. That alpaca wool.
Alpaca! I keep getting those fucking go ahead.
Can y'all tell a difference in the like that jacket? It's probably 1950s, or not jacket, the trench coat, and the wool in it, or like my old green wool military blankets. It's like a different kind of wool than the modern stuff.
It's blended. The modern shit's blended with I don't know, like nylon or some poly stuff. It makes it. Acrylic? Really? Yeah, acrylic, it's blended with something. Yeah, I thought about getting those, like you're talking about lawfully armed, those alpaca socks. So I keep getting those fucking ads. Yeah. And now that we're talking about it, guess what? I'm gonna get those fucking ads now. So
you gotta watch those alpacas. Those alpacas like to spit just like camels.
yeah, fuck those things. And I'll punch
You don't
one.
spit on it first, Canadian.
No, like there's a couple of alpaca farms here, and there's a place where we go to get maple syrup, and they have 3 or 4. And my grandsons wanted to go over by them, and I said, "Hey, boys, stay a little bit away." And sure as shit, there's one of the Karens. She goes waltzing right over there, and that thing just goes.
Damn.
Fuck the
It's
big
fucking
old loogie,
disgusting,
right
too.
on
It
there.
stinks. Oh my god, I got spit on by a fucking camel, man. It pissed me the hell off, man. That shit sticks to you like spackle. It's like, and the smell does not dissipate. Oh my god, it fucking stinks. Disgusting. Fuck a camel. Not really. Don't try it. You're gonna need
hard for them to brush their teeth.
This is the reason I think that the Scots prefer a lamb's wool, right? And it's one of the reasons they wear kilts too, because a sheep could hear a zipper a mile away.
Right. The other Scottish joke I was thinking about, you remind me of, is why do Scotsmen fuck a sheep facing a cliff? Because they back up.
The best part of my ancestors' DNA ran down a used leg.
Damn.
I've got another question for you, since we got a panel of cultured people here.
Oh God.
This is a brass chain, and it's got this. Let me get over in front of my camera. It's got this shaped emblem on that end. It's got a ring on the other end, and it's got this. That's got here, and it's all locked together. And I think it's one of them puzzles, like the Chinese puzzles and all that kind of shit. It's some kind of a puzzle. And I have had this for years, and I've tried. And nobody knows what it is, and I have tried. There is not a way. I haven't found a way to get this to all feed through there to ever make it straighten out. Does anybody know what it is?
It's hard to see. You're pixelated as fuck.
I'm sorry.
It's a story of a man's life.
Behind it.
Story of a man's life. We're always trying to straighten it out.
Because it makes no sense the way it is. It's got to be one of them puzzle things, There's a certain way to get the hoop up around all the shit, and nobody can hardly figure it out. Then the one smart guy comes up and I think it's something like that. I don't know what to do about the pixelation.
It's hard to make out what it is.
I'm telling you.
I don't know. I can't. It's hard to make out.
Related.
Yeah.
Well, if anybody ever finds out, let me know.
Could be some King
I'll lay awake
Solomon
at night
shit.
thinking about it sometimes.
Take a picture of it. Like, lay it out and then take a picture of it and send it to me.
I will.
See if that's better quality.
Shed will solve it in his dreams.
Oh yeah. You've seen the I've solved all those puzzles before, the horseshoe with the ring and the intricate ones and all that. It'll take me a few days, but I'll boom, there it is. Right. Some of them are very simple.
Next package I send your way, I'll just send it to you and see what you can figure out on it.
Okay. All right. And I'll solve it and send it back to you.
Alrighty.
I'll send 2 packages. I'll send one part and then the other part. You're like, fuck.
So what do y'all got? What's the number one thing people save that's odd? What's the oddest thing that you managed to save after you get through using it?
What?
What do you save when you get through using it? What's the most popular thing that you are reluctant to throw in the trash after you get through using it? Things you have extra
everything.
What are you talking about? What is your question? What is the nature of your question, sir?
I
If you're
save
drunk, go
oil.
home.
I save all the oil products that I change out of a couple of different vehicles, and I save them up in these big 30-gallon containers. You
Yeah.
know, because oil is a premium product, I believe, in the future.
I always
Okay.
take them if I don't have time to leave them dripping in the engine. I'll save that container, and then I got a can, and I'll put it on like a coffee can. And I'll put it on there and let all the extra oil that clings to the side drip in there.
Yeah, I had an old fire truck that had like a fucking 3,000 or 4,000 gallon tank on the back end of it, and I got it full
Damn.
finally. So
Hell yeah.
I ran out of places to put used motor oil that's of good. It's of good quality, you know.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn, that's a hell of a accomplishment, bro.
I'm just saying, man. You know what I mean? I bought the old truck on an auction for like $500, you know, and it had a pristine tank on it. So I said, well, that's a good use to hold used motor oil. Matter of fact, I got pulled over and stopped in Virginia on the way down because the state trooper said I should have had hazardous materials on it because it still had some residue in the tank. I didn't have a certificate to show where I had taken it and gotten it clean. So he told me to park it on the side of the road until I got the permit. But as soon as he left, I waited about 30 minutes and I just went on. I headed south. I didn't get pulled over again.
There you go.
I was like, fuck it.
Go ahead.
But I'm up to about 3,500 gallons of oil.
Damn. Hell yeah, dude. Wow.
So
I got like 5 gallons of like this stuff. I'm basically going to use it as some type of cocktail from Molotov. But I worked in a rubber roofing plant. We made rubber roofing products. We had mineral oil, lots of rubbers, different kind of rubbers and things of that nature. And what I have found interesting is that sometimes they would pour motor oil into some of this like this high grade or rough grade stuff, this trowel grade they call it, you know, roofing stuff. It looks like you lay it on, it dries. It looks like fucking rhino liner. It dries like rhino liner. Yeah. But they had a 55-gallon drum of just slag junk shit. It was mixture of rubbers and motor oil and shit like that. And it's got that consistency of napalm. So I got a 5-gallon jug of it. Yeah, because they're trying to get rid of it. Because, you know, if OSHA comes walking by and goes, "What's in this barrel?" You're like, we don't know, but it's highly flammable. You know, and so a bunch of other shit, chemicals and stuff. That's what I call ethyl glycol.
Phenomenal AK lube.
You want to keep it out of there? Just say we cleaned out the toilet. I wouldn't open that if I were you.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, I got a 5-gallon barrel bucket of it. I got a 5-gallon container.
Big barrel of shit.
I mean, you can cut a diamond with a diamond. You can cut a diamond with a diamond. I believe you can cut oil with oil because oil is the most abundant resource. But things could get in a pinch to where you needed a little bit for this and a little bit for that, and then it's like projectiles. You know, petroleum-based projectile inertia things that make them go out barrels, you know, that's based on petroleum, you know, things like propane, cigarette lighter, burnt motor oil.
Oh yeah, I mean this stuff is it's been tested.
Things go boom boom.
You take a little shot of it, literally a 1 ounce shot, pour it on a log, light it on fire, and that motherfucker will burn for fucking 48 hours. You know, if you pour some on the ground and let it light, put a flame to it, it just burns for fucking ever. You know, and sometimes it'll hit like a mineral oil pocket and just You know, it's weird shit. It's weird shit. So
You could mix some
I got a collection.
magnesium, grind up a
I've got a
lawn boy push mower, one of them green ones. They're made of magnesium. You could like grind it up or powder it up, you know, pulverize it,
That's some
mill it
dangerous
down,
stuff there.
and mix it in with your fire starter, and it'll burn for 48 hours. Plus, it'll burn through the log and into the ground 6 foot.
It'll burn underwater. We took an old Marshalltown magnesium float and shaved chunks off.
ooh, yeah. What's up, V?
It'll get it
What's up,
going.
show and tell?
It'll get it going. You know, and that's the thing about it. You know, you got to look at it like I got a series of small. I've collected a few of these small diesel generators, and I got them all set up to where I got 2 spares. And that diesel generator, believe it or not, it'll probably run for about 14 months just on that tank.
Right on.
On that tank of oil.
Wow.
You see, so I mean,
I don't have
and that's
33. I
pushing
don't have
out.
3,300 gallons of used motor oil, but I've got a few 5-gallon and 1-gallon jugs of it, and
Yeah.
vegetable
Well, I
oil
mean, people
from
be surprised.
factory, or not factories, but restaurants.
Yeah.
I got some of that several years ago, and like I said, anything that's oil, if there's oil in it, what if I'm done, I'll pour it into a container. Even like sardines in oil, I eat the sardines, but I don't drink that oil, and I'll pour it in there too.
Yeah.
No shit.
I mean,
there's that fucking Volkswagen. I remember watching
the old
that.
diesel.
Yeah, there's a Volkswagen bus. They went across country, and they ran it off of nothing but fucking fry oil, old fry oil. They stopped at every fucking fast food joint and said, "Hey, can we empty your cachet of, you know?" Because they pay to get that shit removed
all the way,
and they're like, "We'll do it for free. We got a vacuum, we got a tank. Let's go." Right? We just need fuel.
How many people do you know? How many people do you know around you? See, I got a 30. It's like 3,200 gallons, but I don't fill it all the way up. But my neighbors, people that I know, I say, hey, if you got some clean motor oil, you can come over here and pour it in this tank. So eventually, I have like 30 something hundred gallons of crude oil, essentially fuel oil. And you know what I got in it? I got a $500 truck that I bought at an auction. You see, but I've got
you can also
enough
like
fuel
hit up all those oil change places, man, like your Jiffy Lubes, your Take Fives.
Well,
you know, they've got fucking tons of that. They can't get rid of it fast enough. You know, and they'll always tell you some kind of bullshit thing like, oh, you know, it's regulated. No bullshit. You know, you talk to the manager and say, hey, I can offload 500 gallons from you today. You'd be like, all right, can you do it in 30 minutes? Yep.
I don't have it online.
I'm going on lunch break.
Online, but it works. I've got a 30,000 BTU waste oil burner that runs on 12 volt. So
that's what I was just getting ready to say.
Nice.
And the fact of the matter is
if
everything shuts completely down, I'll be good for around 2 years just on fuel, because I've got vehicles that are equipped to
That's amazing. That's great.
You know,
I look at it as like, how can I create a fire? A very big fire. This structure needs this structure needs batteries. This place needs a structure fire. This bunker needs a structure fire.
Lithium battery and a little bit of cotton and some water and some fuel oil and bam, you're done.
Well, I mean, hey, I got some oil. All I need is some oil and a glass, right?
But
that's all I need. Or I can get creative. I'll figure it out. I'll make fire.
So I'll make a fucking fire if I have to.
What's up, Pilgrim?
Take a piece of iron and strike it on a
rock. A lot of a lot of your armored vehicles, your MRAPs, especially your MRAPs, and like personnel carriers, things of that nature, armored, they're not airtight.
Yeah.
They're not. The ones from Germany are. They're hermetically sealed, but of course, in your CDC shit like that, yeah. But any kind of like burning liquid seeps in there and just destroys everything.
I'll tell you what
In fact,
I seen and practiced on was a tank trap, a bona fide tank trap, and it's done with canvases that are pretty much, they'll hold air pressure a certain period of time. And whenever you encase that tank with that canvas, you got to understand that engine has to have air to breathe, to run. And it just immediately, inside a minute, it will strangle an M1 Abram. You got to
yeah.
understand that.
Well,
It's
good
like
luck. Good
dropping
luck
under
trying
the
to get
water.
that tarp around it.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, I
you
guess
got
you
to
could
have
get
your skills.
ingenious. I mean,
You
maybe
got to have your skills about it.
maybe
You
you,
got to
you
block
create some kind of like trip wires and Gales it, but
You got to block
also
the
you got your drones. You got your little
yeah.
drone that just flies in, boom.
You block the
Burning
cold
liquid
in
metal
air
goes
intake.
everywhere.
You block the cold air intake on any of them, and they're going to cease to run. They're going to run on batteries, but they're going to cease to run to be able to function. So that was
Yeah,
a
but
thing,
you
you know.
create a fire inside all those
Oh
components, all
yeah,
those wiring, all
they
inside the
be
cab.
jumping out of the can. Yeah, they
Yeah,
get out of the
it's
can
not a
quick.
good day. It's that especially if that halo fire suppression goes off. Now they have no
Yeah,
oxygen. I mean,
yeah.
you know,
Open the
I mean,
fucking hatch.
and then here comes another drone, right? I mean,
Yeah.
so I mean, I don't need explosives.
Fuck
Just
that. I don't want to be inside
need
a
some
fucking
oil.
death can. I want to be out there walking around, running around, crawling around. Fuck that.
All right, Canagen, is
Big
that why you
target.
dropped off? All right, take care of
Later,
yourself.
Canada. See
All
you,
right,
bro.
Canada.
His battery's dying. Take care of yourself, Canagen. Always a pleasure to you. Seeing you, hanging out with us. Skull. Here's to the day of the rake, which I'm sure is coming soon in Canadian history. To the day of the rake.
Yeah.
Skull.
They need a break. They need a break. They for sure need a break.
No, they need a rake.
Yeah.
Day of the rake. Maple leaf. Get it? Okay. Anyway, right. Don't let Diddy know. No shit. We're talking about oil, and this is hypothetically speaking. Oil is a very prevalent thing.
It's either wood or oil.
All right.
How you gonna stay? How you gonna stay warm or cook your food? Yeah.
Well, I'm also thinking, low technology, offensive.
We're
There's a
slaves to
couple of them shops
technology,
around
so
here got them used oil burners
yeah.
to heat their shops with in the winter. They put all oils, tranny food, and everything goes in there.
I see all that where they got these parts now where you got a newer model vehicle where you can convert it back to an old carbureted system and cheat it to where they can't control it, they can't shut it off, they can't have no effect
Right.
on it. I run
Thus I have
IDI
heard.
diesels. IDI diesel. It's non-electronic fuel injected. It's manually fuel injected, and
Yeah.
if it gets a nuclear weapon, will not keep that engine from fucking running.
Thus I have heard that there is a movement among mechanics in this country to do away with a lot of that, kill switch and electronic bullshit, and get back to that carburetor
Oh,
system and the point system, and just simple technology. Because you lift your hood on one of these brand new trucks, and you're like, what the fuck? I think what was it? Yardbirds was talking about. You gotta like literally pull the motor out to change the oil in some of these vehicles. You know, and God forbid you have a fucking electronic issue, you know, a bad sensor or something. And you're like, oh man, I gotta, you know, it's gonna be like $3,000 worth of fucking labor and parts, and you know, just to change this fucking little sensor. You know what the fuck?
I had a
Just
newer model. I had a newer model Ford F-250 Super Duty diesel. In order to be able to work on the fucking motor shed, I had to have the fucking cab removed off the fucking truck frame.
what the hell?
To be able to be able to be able to get to the rear of the engine.
That's
Had
crazy.
to take the whole fucking had to take the 4-door cab off of my fucking Super Duty to change out some of the injectors and put the newer aftermarket lines on to keep it from having that failure that they were fucking making a recall on. It cost me $10,000.
That's crazy, man. And you know, they engineer that shit that way.
Exactly. So now I got rid of all of that. I've got rid of all the old electronic diesels, and I've got about 4 vehicles that run on IDI international engines. All of them the same. So one don't always last forever, but it can always be used for good parts when there ain't none around.
Right on. Yep. Redundancy.
I keep them
You're a
parked back
pace
there
mechanic.
next to my damn. I keep them parked back there next to my airplanes and tanks.
Right? Hell yeah. All right. So why hasn't Musk and other creators brought back the engine that runs on water that the original designers was killed for? Tell you the truth, it runs off of pressure, hydrogen. I know it's funny. I know it's some shit like this. It's a hydrogen, and it's run off of high pressure, kind of like a steam engine, but it's pressure created by hydrogen, and it's not really economically feasible. It's the input is less than the output. That's why anti-eject. Anyway, anybody else got comments on that?
And when it blows up, it leaves a big crater in the middle of the road.
Mm-hmm. That too. Interesting enough, 1930s, 1930s pre Hitler days, they had buses and transports that were running off of hydrogen like that. Yeah, they had a wind up bus. 1930s, they had a wind up bus. Literally, this motherfucker ran all damn day, and at night they literally had people turning a fucking wheel to put tension on this engine.
That's a hell of a fucking segue. But I gotta say this: Hindenburg, the Hindenburg.
Yeah, the Hindenburg, right? There you go. There's another one.
Let's fill it up with flammable gas. Make
it volatile. They did try to make it inert because I tried to follow this. They tried to make that as much inert as possible, and there was a lot of off gassing that would happen. But what happened, because you're burning off the hydrogen in your engine, but you're also having to deal with that high pressurized hydrogen that was extremely volatile, you know, and they couldn't figure out a way to it would literally put
the humanity.
Yeah, you imagine a fucking fender bender and your car blows up like the Hiroshima.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! You just level a square block, you know, with your little car, you know.
Wood gas.
You know, they was talking about them. They was talking about all that. You know,
to try to
those guys.
To,
the gasifiers.
Yeah, back in World War II, a lot of Europe was running their vehicles, the civilian side, off of wood gas.
Wow.
They still do that in North Korea on a majority scale, and they still do that in other countries on a scale. They still got gasification vehicles on the highway. You know?
But it's not like our kind of motors though. It's, you know, high octane kind of high output. It's like your little tractor motor, your little tiller,
or your little
Overkill.
fuel efficiency car, it weighs nothing, is going 30 miles an hour. So yeah, it's not really, yeah. It's and what they have to do is they have to make that the gasifier. They got to burn the wood, and then they have to siphon off that gas and store it, and then transition it into the vehicle or into the gas tank that's going to be used. And that's the issue, because you can lose a lot of it, or it can,
The ones I've seen had the burner right there in the vehicle, and as the gas comes straight into your engine.
So you're literally like putting cords of wood in your gas tank.
Yeah, I forget what the ratio is. It's got a pretty good ratio per stick of firewood. I mean, as far as miles per gallon, I can't remember what it was, but it was a decent amount of miles out of one stick of wood.
Really?
Oh yeah.
It doesn't have speed though, so I mean, we wouldn't be driving around at 60. We'd be driving around at 20 and 30.
Right. That's
like
what I've seen.
I had a vehicle one time that ran on a propane. It was a propane vehicle.
Yeah.
But it had plenty of torque to pull itself down the road and everything else. But I remember you could put that thing down on the floorboard, the gas pedal on the floorboard, and that fucker would run about 50 miles an hour top speed. That's all the gears would allow it to do. And it was a Ford Econoline van.
You're unsupervised again.
It's all in what you make out of it, I guess. People don't understand that you should be up on alternators, generators, common everyday items around your house. How to generate, and then somebody will say, well, you got to have 12 volt to start the alternator generating on a car. It won't just start charging without a trickle charge. Well, that's when you take a riding lawnmower or a lawnmower that ain't got no gas in it, and you take that spark plug wire and you run it up there to the static input, and you pull the string on that fucking lawnmower, and that generator will start generating power. It doesn't need a battery to generate power. It will generate power, but you got to be crafty.
Yeah.
But you can get that lawnmower.
You're basically using the lawnmower engine like a magnet to put power to the system.
So you don't need a battery. And once it starts generating.
I've had a huge collection of old vehicles. I've always had a junkyard around, and I save alternators and starters. I keep a stockpile of that stuff around just in case the big apocalypse ever happens.
Yeah, you don't hardly see any of them old model generators anymore that was on the older model cars, but there's still some around. But you can
I've got a couple.
You can do a 12 volt conversion on an alternator and make it a generator, but it's just as easy to take them.
You can rewire them and turn them into 110. You can also take like fan motors from your ceiling. I've never done this, but I have seen videos from legitimate sources, and they converted like ceiling fan motors over into generators.
I mean, it just depends on what your needs for electricity is what your capabilities are to be. If you got limited capabilities and you got higher demands, then you may be in a little bit of pain.
By the powers where we will be roam. Yo, all hands, hoist the colors high. Evil thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Welcome to Unsupervised Saturdays. What were y'all talking about? I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, actually I did.
Blow wind, come rack. At least we'll die with the harness off our back.
Nice.
The very first thought to any survival is called awareness. When you're aware of a problem,
What's up, Nick
when you
Easy?
become aware of a problem, then you be prepared for that problem.
Come on, Nana.
You know, so
I've saved
awareness, being
metal
aware is
spools
always.
when I was doing fiber optic. The duct that they put underground to run some of the fiber through, like under a roadway and stuff, or
Yeah.
culverts or anything like that. They come on a big metal spool, and I've got a couple of them out back, and I've got a bunch of the big wooden spools. And part of the reason for keeping stuff like that and generators around is I live up right on a river, and if things ever went completely south, where there wasn't like state regulation shit, I could put a water wheel up down here on the river with a 25K generator head, and
Oh
I
yeah.
can produce power for this little hamlet I live in. I can produce at least minimal power to everybody's house.
Yeah.
Nice.
I got
Oh
a
yeah.
generator. I got a generator, an old antique one that was made way back, but its capabilities is on its armature speed, which means I can spin at a certain speed and get 24 volt, or I can spin at another speed with a little bit of more torque, and I can get 230 volt at 30 amp. You see what I mean? But that's what you're talking about. It's just raw generator, hook it up to a belt, make it turn. It will give you some kind of generation. It doesn't. If you can turn it with your hands and get 12 volts out of it long enough, you can get a car started with it. You know what I mean? It's just some things have to go back to manual. You know, you have to use your manual skills. You have to say, well, I guess I ain't got no way to air this tire up but a bicycle pump. A bicycle pump will air up a passenger tire. It just takes longer.
Oh yeah, I've done it. Be advised, 9 minutes till the end of this live stream. 9 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, 9 minutes. I'm gonna end it at 2:00. Because I'm gonna get at the range when they open up. Yeah, Jack, that's right. Yeah.
I got a passenger I got to drop off at work in 2 hours.
2 hours. 2 hours.
I got to go to sleep and wake up sometime in the morning.
Ride.
Yeah. I know I'm going to wake up like 6 or 7 because this whole week I've just been like at 4:30 every morning. 4:30, boom, boom, boom. Wake up. Reveille 4:30. Reveille 4:30. Reveille 4:30. You know, I'm like, even if I try to sleep in, I can't sleep in till like no later than like 9 or 8 or 6.
I was always that way until I was always that way until this last year, and my sleeping has gotten way off. I wake up between 9 and 11 usually. This week I've actually woke up at 7 one morning and 6 one morning. But hell, a lot of nights I don't even fall asleep until 3 o'clock. It don't matter how early I woke up.
Yeah. Yep. I feel that too.
Just some good old boys. Wouldn't change if we could.
Fighting
He saw you ever saw you trouble with the law since the day they was born. Dukes of Hazzard. Yes. Yes. Skull.
Fighting the system like a true modern day Robin Hood.
Skull.
I think I'm due for another pot of coffee before I have to finish my night. I got to get up. I got to get on my feet in 2 hours, basically, and take a ride with somebody. But it's been a privilege, Mr. Mad Shad, and
hey, thank you, bro.
Canadian, and Camo, and Lawfully Armed, and everybody, Cha, whoever's in the chat. And I'm going to say arrivederci.
You can't say my name or what?
If they don't find you handsome, they ought to.
Yeah, hey, you better include Maccabeus. Okay, say bye.
He's got a thing with leaving me out of. He left me off the farm earlier.
He's got the final word on the panel. Besides Mr. Shad, I'm gonna step out of the way. Mr. Maccabeus, I hope your day turns out well for you. And sometimes maybe you guys can come on a live chat with old Zombie Force. I'm thinking about having some of them, and we can shoot the shit then. But
Okay.
until we meet again.
Later.
Skull.
Later, dude.
Yep, I'm out of coffee and beer.
Yeah,
I've just been mixing coffee.
I was going to ask you here about an hour and a half ago how late you was going to stay on debating whether to make another pot. I'm glad I didn't.
Thank you, Independent Many United. Yeah, I can feel. You can tell it in my voice, right? So it's time for me to bid everyone farewell. Maccabeus, always a pleasure, brother. Always a pleasure.
You too, brother.
Oh, yep. Shot spot. Nanu. Yep. Take care of yourself, bro.
You too.
Yeah. Send me those pictures, man, of that thing.
Okay.
That amulets or was it a puzzle?
I think it's a puzzle. I have no idea. It's a brass
puzzle.
chain. I collect brass, and I got it out of a junk box, and that's cool.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm curious. I love puzzles and shit. Game theory and all that. I'm just like, what? Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty good at getting puzzles figured out, but that one there just always has stumped me, and I just thought about it tonight. Thought, well, I'm going to ask.
Yeah, I couldn't really see it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Or what you could do is take a picture of it, get a good picture of it, and then post it on your community page.
Yeah,
and try that. See if anybody's got an answer for you.
I did that on a brass piece, and it has the patent number on the side and the manufacturer name. And I've Googled it many times. I've image searched it many times. I've asked tons of people. Just 2 weeks ago, I was at the antique store, and I asked him, and he ran the patent number. I ran the patent number, and I posted it on community, and somebody figured out what it was off the patent number.
Wow. Yep. I mean, chat's fucking intelligent as hell. A lot more intelligent than me, I tell you. Many minds, many hands make for light work, and many minds make for a solution, right?
Yep. Solve problems.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. All right. Well, you have a good one, brother. And I'm gonna send this to you. If I forget the picture, I got to mail a sheet off to a Ghost here soon. So.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Oh wait.
Okay.
Wait. Oh yeah. Wow. Yeah. Here we go. Speaking of knives, I don't know why I didn't. I'm just now thinking about this. Here we go. Let me showcase this thing. Present from Ghost Lincoln. Husk.
Yeah.
Japanese Chef's Knife Series Premium Japanese Steel. This thing is absolutely amazing, man. I was just like, what the fuck? First and foremost, the handle, the leather, just beautiful. And when I unsheathed this thing, oh my God, I was blown away. This is something I will.
That is cool.
Look at that shit, man. It's crazy.
Hell yeah.
I mean, huh?
He gave me a Husk, but it's a different shape than that. They make good knives.
Yeah, he's got the same knife. I was privy to that exchange. I didn't say nothing. But man, look at this fucking thing. It's like a ulu, and it's like a freaking a skinner. I can fillet with this. I can chop with it.
Yeah.
I can use it like a a knife. It's got this cool little right here, nice little grip, finger groove. As far as like thickness, it's, I don't know. See how? Ooh, be careful here. That's how thick it is.
Yeah.
Full tang. It's got a little place for a thing. I love this thing. I mean, even the detail in the rivets there, man. I mean, that's the little marking in
Did
the
a good
rivets.
work.
And it's smooth. I can't feel that. It is smooth and flush with the wood, which is absolutely just impeccable in the grain. Yeah. Thank you, Ghost Lincoln. This thing's amazing.
That is nice.
What you see in there, that's a finish on it. Like a oil, or it's a thick oil on it. That's what you see on the blade, but I could take it off and it'd be super extra shiny. I did that on this side a little bit, but it's got like some kind of packing oil, thick packing oil on it, which I'm keeping on it. And so even the sheath is like just great.
Yeah,
Great.
nice.
Yeah, look at that shit. Heavy duty, good leather. Oh shit, dropping shit. See if I can put it in here in the sheath. Oh, lock it in. Yeah, I plan on just like kind of just treat this like a keepsafe kind of thing and keep it in the box.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ghost Lincoln. Yeah, knives. There you go. That's my new new addition to knives.
Hell yeah. All right, brother. I'm gonna slide out of here.
All right, brother. Take care of yourself. Have a good night. Always a pleasure. Skull.
I'll see you next time.
All right, bro. Take care. Wrong channel. What's up? Wrong channel. Right. So everybody, thank you very much for hanging out with me tonight. Unsupervised Saturdays. Man, we just covered the whole gambit. Everything you could possibly imagine. You know. Yeah. It is now Sunday, 2:00. It is 3 minutes past my ultimatum, right? that I gave. But you know, I thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. Maybe I'll do a live stream tomorrow. I don't know. I'm gonna try to work this. Try to do some work on my can. I want to take it to the gun range and see if the spring works. See if the ammo works. Thank you. Yeah, Lawfully Armed. He's still on panel. I think he passed out. But yeah, thank you all very, very much hanging out with me tonight. And I hope you all have a great Sunday. And yeah, skull to you all. Have a good night.